Mirèio by Frédéric Mistral. Canto I lotus to farm I sing the love of a Provençal maid, how through the wheat fields of Lacroix 3 she strayed, following the fate that drew her to the sea. Unknown beyond remote Lacroix was she, and I, who tell the rustic tale of her, would fain be Homer's humble follower. What though youth's aureole was her only crown, and never gold she wore nor damask gown? I'll build her up a throne out of my song, and hail her queen in our despised tongue. Mine be the simple speech that ye all know, shepherds and farmer folk of lone Lacroix. God of my country, who didst have thy birth among poor shepherds when thou wast on earth, breathe fire into my song. Thou knowest, my God, how, when the lusty summer is abroad, and figs turn ripe in sun and dew, comes he brute, greedy man, and quite despoils the tree. Yet on that ravaged tree thou savest oft some little branch inviolate aloft, tender and airy up against the blue, which the rude spoiler cannot win unto. Only the birds shall come and banquet there, when at St. Magdalene's the fruit is fair. Methinks I see yon airy little bough. It mocks me with its freshness even now. The light breeze lifts it, and it waves on high fruitage and foliage that cannot die. Help me, dear God, on our Provençal speech, to soar until the bird's own home I reach. Once then, beside the poplar-botted Rhone, there lived a basket weaver and his son, in a poor hut set round with willow trees, for all their humble wares were made from these. And sometimes they from farm to farm would wend, and hosses cribs and broken baskets mend. And so one evening, as they trudged their round with osier bundles on their shoulders bound, "Father," young Vincent said, "the clouds look wild about old Magalhaeno's far tower uppiled. If that grey rampart fell, 'twould do us harm, we should be drenched ere we had gained the farm." "Nay, nay," the old man said, "no rain tonight, 'tis the sea breeze that shakes the trees, all right, a western gale were different." Vincent mused, "A many ploughs at Lotus farmstead used?" "6 ploughs?" the basket weaver answered slow. "It is the finest freehold in Lacroix. Look, there's their olive orchard, intermixed with rows of vines and almond trees betwixt. The beauty of it is, that vineyard hath for every day in all the year a path. There's ne'er another such the beauty is, and in each path are just so many trees. Oh heavens, how many hands at harvest-tide so many trees must need?" Young Vincent cried. "Nay, for 'tis almost Hallowmas, you know, when all the girls come flocking in from box 5 and, singing, heap with olives green and done the sheets 6 and sacks, and call it only fun." The sun was sinking, as old Ambroise said. On high were little clouds a-flush with red. Sideways upon their yoked cattle rode the laborers slowly home, each with his goad erect. Night darkened on the distant moor, 'twas supper-time, the day of toil was o'er. "And here we are," the boy cried. "I can see the straw-heaped threshing-floor, so hasten we." "But stay," the other. "Now, as I'm alive, the lotus farms the place for sheep to thrive, the pine woods all the summer, and the sweep of the great plain in winter. Lucky sheep, and look at the great trees that shade the dwelling, and look at that delicious stream forth welling inside the vivary. And mock the bees? Autumn makes havoc in their colonies, but every year, when comes the bright May weather, yon lotus grove 100 swarms will gather. And one thing more," cried Vincent eagerly, "the very best of all, it seems to me, I mean the maiden, father, who dwells here. Thou canst not have forgotten how, last year, she bade us bring her olive baskets too, and fit her little one with handles new." So saying, they drew the farmhouse door anig, and in the dewy twilight saw thereby the maid herself. Distaff in hand she stood, watching her silkworms at their leafy food. Then Master Ambroise let his osiers fall, and sang out cheerily, "Good even all?" "Father, the same to you," the damsel said. "I had come out my distaff point to thread, it grows so dark. Whence come you now, I pray? From Valabrigo?" 7 Ambroise answered. "Yea," I said, when the fast-coming dark I saw, "we'll sleep at Lotus Farm upon the straw." Whereat, with no more words, father and son hard by upon a rolla sat them down, and fell to their own work right busily. A half-made cradle chanced the same to be. Fast through the nimble fingers of the two the supple osier bent and crossed and flew. Certes, our Vincent was a comely lad. A bright face and a manly form he had, albeit that summer he was bare 16. Swat were his cheeks, but the dark soil, I ween, bears the fine wheat, and black grapes make the wine that sets our feet a-dance, our eyes a-shine. Full well he knew the osier to prepare, and deftly wrought, but oft-times to his share fell cossa work. For he the panniers made wherewith the farmers used their beasts to lade, and divers kinds of baskets, huge and rough, handy and light. Aye, he had skill enough, and likewise brooms of millet grass, and such, and baskets of split cane. And still his touch was sure and swift, and all his wares were strong, and found a ready sale the farms among. But now, from fallow field and moorland vast, the labourers were trooping home at last. Then hasted sweet Mirèio to prepare, with her own hands and in the open air, their evening meal. There was a broad flat stone served for table, and she set thereon one mighty dish, where each man plunged his ladle. Our weavers wrought meanwhile upon their cradle, until Ramoun, the master of the farm, cried, "How is this?" Brusque was his tone and warm. "Come to your supper, Ambroy, no declining? Put up the crib, my man, the stars are shining. And thou, Mirèio, run and fetch a bowl. The travellers must be weary on my soul." Wherefore the basket weaver, well content, rose with his son and to the table went, and sat him down and cut the bread for both, while bright Mirèio hasted, nothing loth, seasoned a dish of beans with olive oil, and came and sat before them with a smile. Not quite 15 was this same fair Mirèio. Ah, me, the purple coast of Fontviejo, ate the hills of Box, the desolate Crow plain, a shape like hers will hardly see again. Child of the merry sun, her dimpled face bloomed into laughter with ingenious grace. Eyes had she limpid as the drops of dew, and when she fixed their tender gaze on you, sorrow was not. Stars in a summer night are not more softly, innocently bright, and beauteous hair, all waves and rings of jet, and breasts, a double peach scarce ripened yet. Shy, yet a joyous little sprite she was, and finding all her sweetness in a glass, you would have drained it at a single breath. But to our tale, which somewhat lingereth, when every man his day's toil had rehearsed, so at my father's farm I heard them first. Now, Ambroy, for a song, they all began, "Let us not sleep above our supper, man." But he, "Peace, peace, my friends, do you not know on every jester God, they say, doth blow and sets him spinning like a top along? Sing yourselves, lads, you who are young and strong." "No jest, good father, none," they answered him. "But since the wine offlows your goblet's brim, drink with us, Ambroy, and then to your song." "Aye, when I was young, but that was long ago, I'd sing to any man's desire, but now my voice is but a broken lyre." "But Master Ambroy," urged Mirèio, "sing one song, please, because 'twill cheer us so." "My pretty one," the weaver said again, "only the husks of my old voice remain, but if these please you, I cannot say nay," and drained his goblet and began straightway. Our captain was Bailey Suffren. We had sailed from Toulon, 500 seafaring Provençaux, stout-hearted and strong. 'Twas the sweet hope of meeting the English that made our hearts burn, and till we had thrashed them, we vowed we would never return. Roman 2, but all the first month of our cruise, we saw never a thing from the shrouds, save hundreds and hundreds of gulls on the wing. And in the next dolorous month, we'd a tempest to fight, and had to be bailing out water by day and by night. Roman 3 by the third, we were driven to madness at meeting no foe for our thundering cannon to sweep from the ocean. When lo, hands aloft, Captain cried, at the maintop one heard the command, and the long Arab coast on the Lebo intently he scanned. "Roman flotille, God's thunder?" he cried. "3 big vessels bear down on us strong, run the guns to the pots, blaze away," shouted Bailey Suffren. "Shop's the word, gallant lads, our figs of Antibes they shall test, and see how they like those," Captain said, ere we offer the rest. Via crash fit to deafen. Before the words left his lips we had sent 40 balls through the hulls of the English's ships. One was done for already. And now the guns only heard we, the cracking of wood and perpetual groan of the sea. Vi and now we were closing. Oh, rapture? We lay alongside, our gallant commander stood cool on the deck, and he cried, "Well done, my brave boys. But enough? Cease your firing, I say, for the time has come now to anoint them with oil of aches." Roman 7 then we sprang to our dirks and our hatchets as they had been toys, and, grapnel in hand, the Provençal cried, "Bottom, my boys." A shout and a leap, and we stood on the English's deck. And then, 'twas then we were ready our vengeance to wreak. Roman 8 then, oh, the great slaughter, the crash of the mainmast ensuing, and the blows and the turmoil of men fighting on mid the ruin. More than one wild Provençal I saw seize a foe in his place, and hug till he strained his own life out in deadly embrace. And then old Ambroy paused. "Ah, yes," said he, "you do not quite believe my tale, I see. Nathless these things all happened, understand. Did I not hold the tiller with this hand? Were I to live 1,000 years, I say, I should remember what befell that day." "What, father, you were there and saw the fun?" the laborers cried in mischief. 3-1, they flattened you like scythes beneath the hammer. "Who, me, the English?" The old Targan stammer, upspringing then, with smile of fine disdain, took up the burden of his tale again. Roman 9 so, with blood-dabbled feet fought we on 4 hours, until dark. Then, our eyes being cleared of the powder, we missed from our balk 50 men. But the king of the English lost ships of renown, 3 good vessels with all hands on board to the bottom went down. X and now, our sides riddled with shot, once more homeward hie we, yards splintered, mast shivered, sails tattered, but brave Captain Bailey spake us words of good cheer. My comrades, ye have done well. To the great King of Paris the tale of your valor I'll tell. Roman 11, well said, Captain dear. We replied, sure the King will hear you when you speak. But for us, his poor mariners, what will he do? Who left our all gladly, our homes and our firesides, we said, for his sake, and lo, now in those homes there is crying for bread. Roman 12, ah, Admiral, never forget when I'll bow before you, with a love like the love of your seamen none will adore you. Why, say but the word, and homeward our footsteps we turn, aloft on the tips of our fingers a king you abon. Roman 13, a Martigow, 9 mending his nets one eve, made this ditty. Our Admiral bade us farewell, and sought the great city. Were they wroth with his glory up there at the cot? Who can say? But we saw our beloved commander no more from that day. A timely ending thus the minstrel made, else the fast-coming tears his tale had stayed. But for the labourers, they sat intent, mute all, with parted lips and forward bent as if enchanted. Even when he was done, for a brief space they seemed to hearken on. And such were the songs, said the old man, sung in the good old days when Martha span .10 long-winded, maybe, and the tunes were queer. But youngsters, what of that? They suit my ear. Your new French airs mayhap may finer be, but no one understands the words, you see? Whereon the men, somewhat as in a dream, from table rose, and to the running stream they led their patient mules, 6 yoke in all. The long vine branches from a trellised wall waved o'er them waiting, and from time to time, humming some fragment of the weaver's rhyme. Mirèio tarried, but not quite alone. A social spirit had the little one, and she and Vincent chatted happily. 'Twas a fair sight, the 2 young heads to see meeting and parting, coming still and going like Astaflowers 11 when merry winds a blowing. Now tell me, Vincent, thus Mirèio, if oftentimes as you and Ambroy go bearing your burdens the wild country over, some haunted castle you do not discover, or joyous fete, or shining palace meet, while the home nest is evermore our seat. 'Tis even so, my lady, as you think. Why, currents quench the thirst as well as drink. What though we brave all weathers in our toil? Sure, we have joys that raindrops cannot spoil. The sun of noon beats fiercely on the head, but there are wayside trees unnumbered. And when saw return the summer hours, and olive trees are all bedecked with flowers, we hunt the whitening orchards curiously, still following the scent, till we descry in the hot noontide, by its emerald flash, the tiny cantharis upon the ash. The shops will buy the same, or off we tramp and gather red oak apples in the swamp, 12 or beat the pond for leeches. Ah, that's grand. You need nor bait nor hook, but only stand and strike the water, and then one by one they come and seize your legs, and all is done. And thou wert never at Lie Santo 13 even? Dear heart, the singing there must be like heaven. 'Tis there they bring the sick from all about for healing, and the church is small, no doubt, but ah, what cries they lift, what vows they pay to the great saints. We saw it one fete day. It was the year of the great miracle. My God, that was a sight, I mind it well. A feeble boy, beautiful as St. John, lay on the pavement, sadly calling on the saints to give sight to his poor blind eyes, and promising his pet lamb in sacrifice. My little lamb with budding horns, he said, dear saints, how we all wept. Then from our head the blessed reliquaries 14 came down slowly, above the thronged people bending lowly, and crying, come, great saints, mighty and good, come save. The church was like a wind-swept wood. Then the godmother held the child aloft, who spread abroad his fingers pale and soft, and passionately grasped the reliquaries that held the bones of the 3 blessed Marys, just as a drowning man, who cannot swim, will clutch a plank the sea upheaves to him. And then, oh, then, I saw it with these eyes. By faith illumined, the blind boy outcries, I see the sacred relics, and I see grandmother all in tears. Now haste, said he, my lambkin with the budding horns to bring to the dear saints for a thank offering. But thou, my lady, God keep thee, I pray, handsome and happy as thou art today. Yet if a lizard, wolf, or horrid snake ever should wound thee with its fang, betake thyself forthwith to the most holy saints, who cure all ills and hearken all complaints. So the hours of the summer evening passed. Hard by the big wheel caught its shadow cast on the white yard. Afar arose and fell the frequent tinkle of a little bell in the dark marsh. A nightingale sang yonder, an owl made dreamy, sorrowful rejoinder. Now, since the night is moonlit, so the mere and trees are glorified, wilt thou not hear, the boy besought, the story of a race in which I hope to win the prize? Ah, yes, the little maiden sighed, and more than glad, still gazed with parted lips upon the lad. Well then, Mirèio once at Nismes, he said, They had foot races on the esplanade, and on a certain day a crowd was there collected, thicker than a shock of hair. Some shoeless, coatless, hatless were to run, the others only came to see the fun. When all at once upon the scene appears one Lagalanto, prince of foot races. In all Provence and even in Italy, the fleetest-footed far behind left he. Yes, Lagalanto, the great Marseillais, thou wilt have heard his name before today. A leg, a thigh, he had would not look small by John of Cosses, 15 the great seneschal, and in his dresser many a pewter plate, with all his victories carved thereon in state. And you'd have said, to see his scoffs, my lady, a wainscot all festooned with rainbows had he. The other runners, of whate'er condition, threw on their clothes at this dread apparition. The game was up when Lagalanto came. Only one stout-limbed lad, Lucry by name, who into Nismes had driven cows that day, durst challenge the victorious Marseillais. Whereon, oh bah, cried foolish little I, just think, I only chance to stand thereby, I can run too, forthwith they all surround me, run, then, alas, my foolish words confound me, for I had run with partridges alone, and only the old oaks for lookers-on. But now was no escape. My poor boy, hasten, says Lagalanto, and your latchets fasten. Well, so I did. And the great man meanwhile drew all his mighty muscles. With a smile, a pair of silken hose, whereto were sewn 10 tiny golden bells of sweetest tone. So 'twas we three. Each set between his teeth a bit of willow, thus to save his breath. Shook hands all round, then 1 foot on the line, trembling and eager we await the sign for starting. It is given, off we fly, we scour the plain like mad, 'tis you? 'Tis I? Wrapped in a cloud of dust, with smoking hair, we strain each nerve. Ah, what a race was there! They thought we should have won the goal abreast, till I, presumptuous, sprang before the rest, and that was my undoing, for I dropped pale, dying as it seemed, but never stopped the others. On, with steady gait, just like the paste-bawd hosses 16 at Aix Fair. The famous Marseillais thought he must win. They used to say of him he had no spleen, but ah, my lady, on that day of days, he found his man, Lucry of Murray's. For now they pass beyond the gazing line, and almost touch the goal. O beauty mine, couldst thou have seen Lucry leap forward then? Never, I think, in mountain, park, or glen, a stag, a hare, so fleet of foot you'd find, howled like a wolf the other, just behind. Lucry is victor? Hugs the post for joy. Then all of Nismes comes flocking round the boy, to learn the birthplace of this wondrous one. The pewter plate is flashing in the sun, the hot boys flourish, cymbals clang apace, as he receives the guerdon of the race. And Lagalanto? Asks Mirèio. Why, he upon the ground was sitting low, powdered with dust, the shifting folk among, clasping his knees. With shame his soul was wrung, and with the drops that from his forehead fell, came tears of bitterness unspeakable. Lucry approached and made a modest bow. Brother, let's to the alehouse Abba now, behind the amphitheatre. Why borrow, upon this festive day, tears for the morrow? The money left we'll drink together thus. There's sunshine yet enough for both of us. Then trembling rose the runner of Marseille, and from his limbs made haste to tear away the silken hose, the golden bells. Here, lad, raising his pallid face, take them, he said. I am grown old, youth decks thee like a swan, so put the strong man's gear with honor on. He turned, stricken like an ash the storm bereaves in summertime of all its tower of leaves. The king of runners vanished from the place, and never more ran he in any race, nor even leaped on the inflated hide, in games at St. John's or St. Peter's tide. So Vincent told the story, waxing warm, of all he'd seen, before the lotus farm. His cheeks grew red, his eyes were full of light, he waved his hand to point his speech aright. Abundant was the same as showers in May that fall upon a field of new-mown hay. The crickets, chirruping amid the dew, paused more than once to listen. Often, too, the bird of evening, the sweet nightingale, kept silence, thrilling so at Vincent's tale, as she hawked her leafy perch upon, she might have kept awake until the dawn. Oh, mother, cried Mirèio, surely never was weave a lad so marvellously clever. I love to sleep, dear, on a winter night, but now I cannot, it is all too light. Ah, just one story more before we go, for I could pass a lifetime listening so. Canto ex Camog, listen to me, good people of Provence. Countrymen one and all, from Alls to Vence, from Vainincelo even to Marseille, and if the heat oppress you, come, I pray, to Durancalo 89 banks and, lying low, hear the maid's tale, and weep the lover's woe. The little boat in Andrelaun's control potted the water silent as a soul, the while the enamoured maiden whom I sing, herself on the great Rhone adventuring, beside the urchin sat, and scanned the wave intently, with a dreamy eye and grave, till the boy-boatman spake. Now knewest thou ever, young lady, how immense is the Rhone river? Betwixt Camog and Crow might holden be right noble jousts, that is Camog, said he, that isle so vast it can discern, I deem, all the 7 mouths of the Elysian stream. The rose lights of the Mon were beauteous upon the river, as he chatted thus. And the Tautanes, 90 with snowy sails outswelled, tranquilly glided up the stream, impelled by the light breeze that blew from off the deep, as by a shepherdess her milk-white sheep. And all along the shaw was noble shade by feathery ash and silver poplar made, whose hoary trunks the river did reflect, and giant limbs with wild vines all bedecked with ancient vines and tortuous, that upbar their knotty, clustered fruit the waters awe. Majestically calm, but wearily, and as he fain would sleep, the roan passed by like some great veteran dying. He recalls music and feasting in Avignon's halls and castles, and profoundly sad is he to lose his name and what is in the sea. Meanwhile, the enamoured maiden whom I sing had leaped ashore, and the boy, tarrying only to say, "The road that lies before is thine. The saints will guide thee to the door of their great chapel," took his oars in hand, and swiftly turned his shallop from the land. Under the pouring fire of the June sky, like lightning doth Mirèio fly and fly. East, west, north, south, she seems to see extend one weary plain, savannas without end, with glimpses of the sea, and here and there tamarisks lifting their light heads in air. Golden herb, samphire, shavegrass, soda, these alone grow on the bitter prairies, where the black bulls in savage liberty rejoice, where the white hosses all are free to roam abroad and breast the briny gale, or air surcharged with sea fog to inhale. But now, o'er all the marsh, dazzling to view, soars an immeasurable vault of blue, intense, profound. The only living thing a solitary gull upon the wing, or hermit bird whereof, the shadow falls over the desert meres at intervals, or red-legged chevalier, or hern, 91 wild-eyed with crest of 3 white plumes upraised in pride. But soon the sun so beats upon the plain that the poor, weary wanderer is fain to loose and lift her folded neckerchief, so from the burning heat to find relief. Yet grows the torment ever more and more, the sun ascending higher than before, till, as a starved lion's eye devours the Abyssinian desert that he scours, yon lidless orb the very zenith gains and pours a flood of fire o'er all the plains. Now were it sweet beneath a beech to slumber? Now, like a swarm of hornets without number, an angry swarm, fierce darting high and low, or licks the hot sparks from a grindstone, grow the pitiless rays, and love's poor pilgrim, wan and gasping, and by weariness outborne, forth from her bodice draws its golden pin, so that her panting bosom shows within. All dazzling white, like the campanulas 92 that bloom beside the summer sea, it was, and like twin billows in a brooklet, full. Anon, the solitary scene and dull loses a little of its sadness, and a lake shows on the limit of the land, a spacious lake, whose wavelets dance and shine, while shrubs of golden herb and jessamine 93, on the dark shore, appear to soar aloft until they cast a shadow cool and soft. It seems to the poor maid a heavenly vision, a heartening glimpse into the land Elysian. And soon, afar, by that blue wave, she sees a town with circling walls and palaces, and fountains gay, and churches without end, and slender spires that to the sun ascend, and ships and lesser sailing craft, sun-bright, entering the pot, and the wind seemeth light, so that the oriflammes and streamers all languidly round the masts arise and fall. A miracle? The maiden thought, and now wipes the abundant moisture from her brow, and with new hope toward the town doth fare, deeming the Mary's tomb is surely there. Alas, alas, be her flight ne'er so speedy, a change will pass upon the scene. Already the sweet illusion seems to fade and flit, recedes the vision as she follows it. An airy show, the substance of a dream, by spirit woven out of a sunbeam, and all its fair hues borrowed from the sky, the filmy fabric wavers presently, and melts away, and like a mist is gone. Bewildered by the heat and quite alone, is left Mirèio. Yet her way she keeps, toiling over the burning, yielding heaps of sand, over the salt-encrusted waste, seamed, swollen, dazzling to the eye doth haste. On through the tall marsh grasses and the reeds and rushes, haunted by the gnat, she speeds, with Vincent ever in her thought, and soon, skirting the lonesome Vacres lagoon, she sees it loom at last in distance dim. She sees it grow on the horizon's rim, the saint's white tower, across the billowy plain, like vessel homeward bound upon the main. And even at that blessed moment, one of the hot shafts of the unpitying sun the ill-starred maiden's forehead pierced, and she staggered, death-smitten, by the glassy sea, and dropped upon the sand. Weep, sons of Crow, the sweetest flower in all the land lies low. When, in a valley by the riverside, young turtle-doves a huntsman bath espied, some innocently drinking, others cooing, he, through the copsewood with his gun pursuing, at the most fair takes alway his first aim. The cruel sun had only done the same. Now, as she lay in swoon upon the shaw, a swarm of busy gnats came hovering awe, who seeing the white breast and fluttering breath, and the poor maiden fainting to her death, with ne'er a friendly spray of juniper from all the pulsing fire to shelter her, each one the vial of his tiny wings imploring played with plaintive murmurings. Get thee up quickly, quickly, damsel fair. For I malignant is this burning air, and stung the drooping head, and sea spray flew, sprinkling the fevered face with bitter dew, until at last Mirèio rose again, and with a feeble moan of mortal pain, my head, she dragged her way fall on and slow from Salicon to Salicon, poor little one, until her heavy feet arrived before the seaside saint's retreat. There, her sad eyes with tears all brimming awe, upon the cold flags of the chapel floor, wet with the infiltration of the sea, she sank, and clasped her brow in agony. And on the pinions of the waiting air was borne aloft Mirèio's faltering prayer. O Holy Marys, who can cheer the sorrow-laden, lend, I beseech, a pitying ear to one poor maiden. And when you see my cruel care and misery, then look in mercy down the air, and side with me. I am so young, dear saints above, and there's a youth, my handsome Vincent, whom I love with utter truth. I love him as the wayward stream its wanderings, as loves the new-fledged bird, I deem, to try its wings. And now they tell me I must quench this fire eternal, must from the blossoming almond wrench its flowers vernal. O Holy Marys, who can cheer the sorrow-laden, lend, I beseech, a pitying ear to one poor maiden. Now am I come, dear saints, from far, to sue for peace, nor mother prayer my way could bar, nor wilderness. The sun, that cruel archer, shot into my brain, thorns, as it were, and nails red-hot, sharp is the pain. Yet give me but my Vincent dear, then will we duly, we two, with glad hearts worship here. Oh, I say truly. Then the dire pain will rend no more these brows of mine, and the face bathed in tears before will smile and shine. My sire mislikes our love, is cold and cruel often, tweer not to you, fair saints of gold, his heart to soften. Howe'er so hard the olive grow, 'tis mollified by all the winds that alway blow at advent tide. The medlar and the service plum, so sharp to taste when gathered, strewn on straw become a pleasant feast. O Holy Marys, who can cheer the sorrow-laden, lend, I beseech, a pitying ear to one poor maiden. Oh, what can mean this dazzling light? The church is riven o'erhead, the vault with stars is bright. Can this be heaven? Oh, who so happy now as I? The saints, my God, the shining saints toward me fly down yon bright road. O blessed patrons, are you there to help to stay me? Yet hide the dazzling crowns you wear, or these will slay me. Veil in a cloud the light appalling. My eyes are heavy. Where is the chapel? Are you calling? O saints, receive me. So, in a trance and past all earthly feeling, the stricken girl upon the pavement kneeling, with pleading hands and head thrown backward, cried. Her large and lovely eyes were opened wide, as she beyond the veil of flesh discerned St. Peter's gates, and for the glory yearned. Mute were her lips now, but her face yet shone, and wrapped in glorious contemplation she seemed. So, when the gold-red rays of dawn early alight the poplar tips upon, the flickering night lamp turneth pale and wan in the dim chamber of a dying man. And as at daybreak, also, flocks arouse from slumber and disperse, the sacred house appeared to open, all its vaulted roof to part, and pillars tall to stand aloof before the three fair women, heavenly fair, who on a starry path came down the air. White in the ether pure and luminous came the three Marys out of heaven thus. One of them clasped an alabaster vase close to her breast, and her celestial face in splendor had that star alone for peer that beams on shepherds when the nights are clear. The next came with a palm in her hand holden, and the wind lifting her long hair and golden. The third was young, and wound a mantle white about her sweet brown visage, and the light of her dark eyes, under their falling lashes, was greater than a diamond's when it flashes. So, nearer to the manna drew these three, and leaned above, and spake consolingly, and bright and tender were the smiles that wreathed their lips, and soft the message that they breathed. They made the thorns of cruel martyrdom, that pierced Mirèio, into flowers bloom. Be of good cheer, thou poor Mirèio, for we are they men call the saints of Box, the Marys of Judea, and we three be of good cheer? We watch the stormy sea, whereby we succour many a craft distressed, for the wild waves are still at our behest. Look up along St. James's path in air, a moment since we stood together there, at the celestial end thereof, remote, and, gazing through the clustered stars, took note how faithful souls to Compostelo 94 thronged to seek the dear saint's tomb, and worship long. And, with the tune of falling fountains blending, we heard the solemn litanies ascending from pilgrims gathered in the fields at even, and pealing of church bells, and glory given unto our son and nephew, by his names of Spain's apostle and the great James. Then were we glad of all the pious vows paid to his memory, and on the brows of those poor pilgrims dews of peace shed we, and their souls flooded with serenity, when suddenly thy warm petition came and seemed to smite us like a jet of flame. Dear child, thy faith is great, yet thy request our pitying hearts right sorely hath oppressed, for thou wouldst drink the waters of pure love, or ever to its sauce thee doth remove, the bliss we have in God himself to share. Haste thou, then, seen contentment anywhere on earth? Is the rich blessed, who softly lies, and in his haughty heart his God denies, and cares not for his fellow man at all? Thou knowest the leech when it is gouged will fall, and he before the judgment seat must pass of one who meekly rode upon an ass. Is the young mother happy to impart unto her baby, with a swelling heart, the first warm jet of milk? One bitter drop, mingled therewith, may poison all her hope. Now see her lean, distraught, the cradle over, and a fair little coss with kisses cover. And hath she happiness, the promised bride, wandering churchward by her lover's side? Ah, no, the path under those lingering feet thornier shall prove, to those who travel it, than slow bush of the moorland. Here below are only trial sharp and weary woe. And here below the purest waters ever are bitter on the lips of the receiver, the worm is born within the fruit alway, and all things haste to ruin and decay. The orange thou hast chosen, out of all the basket's wealth, shall one day taste as gall. And in thy world, Mirèio, they who seem to breathe, sigh only, and should any dream of drinking at the founts that run not dry, anguish alone such bitter draught will buy. So must the stone be broken evermore, ere thou extract the shining silver awe. Happy is he who cares for others' woe, and toils for men, and wearies only so, from his own shoulders tears their mantle warm, therein to fold some pale and shivering form, is lowly with the lowly, and can waken firelight on cold hearths of the world forsaken. Hark to the sovereign word of man forgot, death too is life, and happy is the lot of the meek soul and simple, he who fares quietly heavenward, wafted by soft airs, and lily-white forsakes this low abode, where men have stoned the very saints of God. And if, Mirèio, thou couldst see before thee, as we from empyrean heights of glory, this world, and what a sad and foolish thing is all its passion for the perishing, its churchyard terrors, then, O lambkin sweet, mayhap thou wouldst for death and pardon bleat. But, ere the wheatear hath its feathery birth, ferments the grain within the darksome earth, such ever is the law, and even we, before we wore our crowns of majesty, drank bitter draughts. Therefore thy soul to stay, will tell the pains and perils of our way. Paused for a moment then, the holy three. The waves, being fain to listen, coaxingly had flocked along the ocean sand, the pines unto the rustling waterweeds made signs, and teal and gull beheld, with deep amaze, peace on the restless heart of Vacaz. The sun and moon, afar the desert awe, bow their great crimson foreheads, and adore, and all Camog, salt-sown, forsaken isle, seems thrilled with sacred expectation, while the saints, to hearten for her mortal strife love's mata, tell the story of their life. Canto Roman 11. The saints, the cross was looming yet, Mirèio, aloft on the Judean mount of woe, wet with the blood of God, and all the time seemed crying to the city of the crime, what hast thou done, thou lost and slumbering? What hast thou done, I say, with Bethlehem's king? The angry clamors of the streets were stayed, Cedron alone a low lamenting made afar, and Jordan rolled a gloomy tide, hasting into the desert, there to hide the overflowings of his grief and rage mid terebinth and lentisk foliage. And all the poorer folk were heavy-hearted, knowing it was the Christ who had departed, first having opened his own prison door, on friends and followers to look once more, the sacred keys unto St. Peter given, and, like an eagle, sought away to heaven. Oh, then in jury woe and weeping were for the fair Galilean carpenter, him who his honeyed parables distilled over their hearts, and fainting thousands filled upon the hillsides with unleavened bread, and healed the leper and revived the dead. But scribes and kings and priests, and all the horde of sacrilegious vendors whom the Lord had driven from his house, their hatred uttered, and who the people will restrain, they muttered, unless in all the region round about the glory of this cross be soon put out. So raged they, and the martyrs testified. Stephen the first was stoned until he died, James with the sod was slain, and many a one cruelly crushed beneath a weight of stone. Yet dying, all bear record undismayed, Christ Jesus is the Son of God, they said. Then us, brothers and sisters of the slain, who him had followed in a loving train, they thrust into a crazy bark, and we, awless and sailless, drifted out to sea. We women sorely wept, the men their eyes anxiously lifted to the lowering skies. Palaces, temples, olive trees, we saw, swiftly, oh swiftly, from our gaze withdraw, all saving Carmel's rugged crests, and those but as a wave on the horizon rose. When suddenly a sharp cry toward us drifted. We turned and saw a maid with arms uplifted. "Oh, take me with you," cried she in distress. "Oh, take me in the bark, my mistresses, with you. I, too, must die for Jesus' sake." It was our handmaid Sarah thus who spake. "Up there in heaven, whither she is gone, she shineth sweetly as an April dawn. Seaward before the wind our vessel drave." Then God a thought unto Salome gave, her veil upon the foamy deep she threw. Oh, wondrous faith! And on the water, blue and white commingling wildly, it sustained the maid until our fragile craft she gained, to her as well the strong breeze lending aid. Now saw we in the hazy distance fade, hilltop by hilltop, our dear native land. The sea encompassed us on every hand, and a sharp homesickness upon us fell, the pangs whereof he who hath felt may tell. So must we say farewell, O sacred Shah, O doomed Judea, farewell evermore, thy just banished, thy God crucified. Henceforth let serpents in thy halls abide, and wandering lions, tawny, terrible, feed on thy vines and dates. Farewell, farewell? The gale had grown into a tempest now, the vessel fled before it. On the prow Martial was kneeling and Saturnius, while in his mantle folded, Trophimus the aged saint silently meditated, and Maximin the bishop near him waited. High on the main deck Lazarus held his place. There was an awful pallor on his face, hues of the winding sheet and of the grave. He seemed to face the anger of the wave. Martha his sister to his side had crept, and Magdalene behind them cowered and wept. The slender bark, pursued of demons thus, contained, beside, Cleon, Eutropius, Marcellus, Joseph of Arimathea, Sidonius. And sweet it was to hear the psalms they sang on the blue waste of sea, leaned are the tolls. Te Deum, too, said we. How rushed the boat the sparkling billows by, and yet that sea seems present to the eye. The breeze, careering on the waters hurled, whereby the snowy spray was tossed and whirled, and lifted in light wreaths into the air, that soared like souls aloft and vanished there. Out of the waves at morning rose the sun, and set therein when his day's course was run. Mere waifs were we upon the briny plain, the spot of all the winds that scour the main, yet of our God withheld from all mischance, that we might bear his gospel to Pervas. At last there came a morning still and bright. We noted how, with lamp in hand, the night most like an anxious widow from us fled, risen betimes to turn her household bread within the oven. Ocean seemed as napping, the languid waves the boat side barely tapping, till a dull, bellowing noise assailed the ear. Unknown before, it chilled our blood to hear. And next we mocked a strange, upheaving motion upon the utmost limit of the ocean, and stricken speechless by the gathering raw, helplessly gazed the troubled waters awe. Then saw we all the deep with horror lower, as the swift squall descended in its power. The waves dropped dead still. 'Twas a potent fell. The bark hang motionless as by a spell entranced, and far away, against the skies, a mountain of black water seemed to rise, and all the heaped-up sea, with vapor crested, to burst upon our vessel, thus arrested. God, 'twas an awful hour. One monster wave seemed thrusting us into a watery grave, fainting to death. Or ever it closed o'er us, the next upon a dizzy height upbore us. The lightning cleft the gloom with blades of fire, peal followed peal of thunder, deafening, dire. It was as if all hell had been unchained upon our tiny craft, which groaned and strained so hunted, and seemed rushing on her wreck, and smote our foreheads with her heaving deck. Now rode we on the shoulders of the main, now sank into its inky gulfs again, where the seal dwelleth and the mighty shark and the sea peacock, and we seemed to hawk to the sad cry, lifted unceasingly by the unresting victims of the sea. A great wave brake above us, and hope died. Then Lazarus prayed, O Lord, be thou our guide, whom ere now out of the tomb didst bring? Succour the bark, for she is foundering. Like a wood-pigeon's wing, this outcry clove the tempest and went up to realms above. And Jesus, looking from the palace fair where he sat throned, beheld his friends' despair, and the fierce deep yawning to swallow him. Straightway the Master's gentle eyes grew dim, his heart yearned over us with pity warm, and one long sun-ray leaped athwart the storm. Now God be praised, for though we yet were tossed right roughly up and down, and sank almost with bitter seasickness, our fears were stayed. The haughty waves began to be allayed, clouds brake afar, then vanished altogether, and a green shaw gleamed through the brightening weather. Long was it yet ere the shocks quite subsided of the tempestuous waves, and our boat glided our crazy boat, nearer that welcome shore all tranquilly. a dying breeze before. Smooth as a grebe our keel the breakers clomb, furrowing into great flakes the snowy foam, until once more all glory be to God. Upon a rockless beach we safely trod, and knelt on the wet sand, and cried, O thou who saved from sod and tempest, hear our vow. Each one of us is an evangelist thy law to preach. We swear it, O Lord Christ. At that great name, that cry till then unheard, noble Provost, wert thou not deeply stirred? Thy woods and fields in all their fair extent, thrilled with the rapture of a sweet content, as a dog scents his master's coming feet, and flies with bounding welcome him to meet. Thou, Heavenly Father, also didst provide a feast of shellfish, stranded by the tide, to stay our hunger, and to quench our thirst, madest among the Salicons outburst the same clear, healing spring, which flows alway inside the church where sleeps our dust today. Glowing with zeal, we track the shingly Rhone from moor to moor. In faith we travel on, until right gladly we discern the traces of human husbandry in those wild places, and soon, afar, the tall Elysian towers, crowned by the standard of the emperors. Today, fair alls, a harvester thou seemest, who sleepest on thy threshing floor, and dreamest of glories past. But a queen wert thou then, and mother of so brave seafaring men, the noisy winds themselves aye lost their way in the great harbour where thy shipping lay. Rome had arrayed thee in white marble newly, as an imperial princess decked thee duly. Thy brow a crown of stately columns wore, the gates of thy arena were 60, thou hadst thy theatre and hippodrome, so to make mirth in thy resplendent home. We pass within the gates. A crowd advances toward the theatre, with songs and dances. We join them, and the eager thousands press through the cool colonnades of palaces, as thou, mayhap, a mighty flood hast seen rush through a maple-shaded, deep ravine. Arrived, oh, shame and sorrow! We saw there on the proscenium, with bosoms bare, young maidens waltzing to a languid lyre, and high refrains sung by a shrill-voiced choir. They in the mazes of their dance surrounded a marble shape, whose name like Venus sounded. The frenzied populace its clamor adds unto the cries of lasses and of lads, who shout their idols' praises awe and awe. Hail to the Venus, of joy the bestower. Hail to thee, Venus, goddess of all grace, mother of earth and of the Elysian race. The statue, myrtle-crowned, with nostrils wide and head high-borne, appears to swell with pride amid the incense clouds, when suddenly, in horror of so great audacity, leaps Trophimus amid the maddened wretches, and awe the bewildered throng his arms outstretches. People of alls? In mighty tones he cried, hear me, even for the sake of Christ who died no more. But smitten by his shaggy frown, the idol groaned and staggered and fell down, headlong, from off its marble pedestal. Fell, too, the awestruck dancers, one and all. Therewith went up, as twere, a single howl choked were the gateways with a rabble foul, who filled all alls with terror and dismay, so that patricians tore their crowns away, and all the enraged youth closed round us there, while flashed 1,000 poniards in the air. Yet they recoiled, whether it were the sight of us in our salt-crusted robes bedight, or Trophimus' calm brow which beamed on them, as wreathed with a celestial diadem, or tear-veiled Magdalene, who stood between us, how tenfold fairer than their sculptured Venus. And the old saint resumed, Elysian men, hear ye my message first, and slay me then if need be. Ye have seen your goddess famed shiver like glass when my god was but named. Deem not, Elysians, that the thing was wrought by my poor, feeble voice, for we are not the god who thus your idol smote, but now no lofty temple hath on the hill's brow, but day and night see him alone up there. And stern to sin, but generous to prayer, is he, and he hath made with his own hand the sky, the sea, the mountains, and the land. One day he saw, from his high dwelling place, all his good things devoured by vermin base, slaves who drank hatred with their tears, and had no comforter, and evil, priestly clad, at altars keeping school, and, in the street, maids who ran out the libertines to meet. Wherefore, to purge this vileness, and to end man's torment and our pilloried race befriend, he sent his own son out of heaven down. Naked and poor, wearing no golden crown, he came, was of a virgin born, and saw the daylight first pillowed on stable straw. People of alls, turn to this lowly one. Ourselves can show the wonders he hath done, who were his comrades, and in that far land where rolls the yellow Jordan, saw him stand in his white linen robe, amid the crowd, who him assailed with maledictions loud. Full gentle was his message, for he showed that men should love each other, and that God is both almighty and all-merciful, and that the kingdom where he beareth rule descendeth not to tyrants, cheats, and scorners, but to the poor, the lowly, and the mourners. These were his teachings, and he them attested by walking on the waters, and arrested sickness most bitter by a glance, a word. The dead, by yon grim rampart undeterred, came back to earth. This Lazarus whom you see once rotted in the grave, but jealousy inflamed the bad hearts of the Jewish kings. They led him to a mountain for these things, and cruelly unto a tree trunk nailed, spat on the sacred face, and costly railed and lifted him on high. Here all the throng break into loud lament and sobbing strong. Mercy, they cried, for our iniquities? What shall we do the Father to appease? Answer us, man of God. If blood must flow, he shall have hecatombs. Ah no, replied the saint, but slay before the Father your vices and your evil passions rather. So knelt and prayed, Lord, thou dost not desire odor of slaying, sacrificial fire, or stately temples. Dearer far to thee is the bread given to those who fainting be, or sweet girl's timid coming, who doth bring her pure heart, like a Mayflower, to her king. As are the apostles' lips, like sacred oil, the word of God was flowing, gan recoil the idols everywhere, and plunged at last adown the temple stairs, while tears dropped fast, and rich and poor and working men all ran to kiss the garment of the holy man. Then bare Sidonius witness. In his night, he was born blind, he led to the true light the men of alls. And Maximin, beside, the resurrection of the crucified set forth, and bade them turn from sin away. Alls was baptized upon that very day. Then the Lord's breath did speed us in our going, like wind upon a fire of shavings blowing, for as we turned of these to take farewell, came messengers before our feet who fell, and passionately cried, O God-sent strangers, hear yet the story of our cruel dangers. To our unhappy city came the sound of marvels wrought and oracles new found. She sends us hither. We are dead who stand before you. Such a monster wastes our land, a scourge of God, greedy of human gaw, it haunts our woods and gorges. We implore your help. The monster hath a dragon's tail, bristles its back with many a horrid scale. It hath 6 human feet, and fleet they are, a lion's jaw, eyes red like cinnabar. Its prey it hideth in a cavern lone, under a rock that beetles all the roan. Now day by day our fishermen grow few and fewer. Saying this, they wept anew and bitterly, the men of Tarascon. Then maiden Martha said, serene and strong, ready am I, and my heart yearns with pity. Marcellus, haste, we too will save the city. For the last time on earth we did embrace, with hope of meeting in a happy place, and parted. Martial to Limoges him hide, while fair Toulouse became Saturnius' bride. And our Eutropius the new cause did plead, and so, in brave Orange, the blessed seed. And thou, sweet virgin, whither goest thou? With step unfaltering and untroubled brow, Martha her cross and holy water carried against the dragon Dia, and never tarried. The wild men clomb the pine trees round about, the fray to witness and the maiden's rout. Startled from slumber in his darksome cave, thou shouldst have seen the leap the monster gave, yet vainly writhed he 'neath the holy dew, and growled and hissed as Martha near him drew, bound with a frail moss halter, and forth led snorting. Then all the people worshipped. Huntress Diana art thou, prostrate falling before the Christian maid, began they calling. O yet Minerva, the all-wise and chaste? Nay, nay, the damsel answered in all haste, I am God's handmaid only. And the crowd she taught until with her to him they bowed. Then by the power of her young voice alone, she smote Avignon's rock, and from the stone welled faith in so pellucid stream, that Laeta, Clements and Gregories in that fair water dipped holy chalices their thirst to slake, and Rome long years did for her glory quake. And all Provence, regenerate, sang so clear a hymn of praise, that God was glad to hear. Haste thou not mocked when rain begins to fall, how spring the drooping trees and grasses all, how soon the foliage with joy will quiver? So fevered souls drank of this cooling river. Thou fair Marseille, who openest on the sea thy haughty eyes and gazest languidly, as though naught else were worthy to behold, and though the winds rage, dreamest but of gold, when Lazarus preached to thee, thou didst begin those eyes to close and see the night within, and to the sauces of that river 95 speeding, that I the tears of Magdalene were feeding, didst wash thy sins away. And in this hour art proud once more, but other storms may lower. Forget not then, amid thy revelries, whose tears they are that bathe thine olive trees, dark cedars that on Mount Sambuco 96 grew, sheer ledges of the hills of Aix, and you, tall pines, clothing the flanks of Estral, 97 and junipers of Travereso, 98 tell how thrilled your vales with joy, when his cross bearing, the Bishop Maximin was through them faring. Seest thou one with white arms on her breast, who kneels and prays in yonder grotto, dressed in the bright garment of her floating hair? Poor sufferer, her tender knees are bare, and cruelly by the sharp flints are torn. The moon, with pale torch, watches the forlorn and sad recluse. The woods in silence bow. The angels hush their very hot throbs now, as, gazing through a crevice, they espy a pearly tear fall from the lifted eye, and haste the precious gem to gather up, and keep forever in a golden cup. Enough, O Magdalene! 30 years ago, the wind that in the forest whispers low, bear thee the pardon of the man divine. The tears that the rock weeps are tears of thine. These, like a snowfall softly sprinkled o'er, shall whiten woman's love for evermore. But naught can stay the mona's gnawing grief. Even the little birds bring not relief that flock around her, building many a nest on St. Pylon, nor spirits of the blessed, who lift and rock her in their arms of love, and saw, 7 times a day, the veils above. O Lord, be thine the glory, and may we in thy full brightness and reality behold thee ever. Poor and fugitive, we women did of thy great grace receive. We, even we, touched by thy love supernal, shed some faint reflex of the light eternal. Ye, alpine peaks and all blue hills of box, unto the latest hour of time will show the traces of our teaching carved in stone. 99 and so death found us on the marshes lone, deep in Camog, encircled by the sea, and from our days long labor set us free. And as on earth haste all things to decay, faded the memory of our tombs away. While sang Provence her songs, and time rolled on, till, as durance is blended with the Rhone, ended the merry kingdom of Provence, and fell asleep upon the breast of France. France, take thy sister by the hand, so saith our land's lost king, he drawing near to death. On the great work the future hath in store, together counsel take, thou art the more strong, she the more fair, and rebel knight before your wedded glory shall take flight. This did Renée. Therefore we sought the king, as on his feathers he lay slumbering, and showed the spot where long our bones had lain. And he, with bishops 12 and courtly train, came down into this waste of sand and waves, and found among the salicons our graves. Adieu, dear Mirèio, the hour flies, and like a taper's flame before it dies, we see life's light within thy body flicker. Yet, ere the soul is loosed, come quick, O quicker, my sisters, we the hills of heaven must scale, or ever she arrive within the veil. Roses and a white robe we must prepare. She is love's martyr, and a virgin fair who dies today. With sweetest flowers blow, celestial paths, and on Mirèio shine saintly splendors of the heavenly host. Glory to Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Canto Roman 12 Death, as, when in Orangeland's God's day is ending, the maids let fly the leafy boughs, and, lending a helpful hand, the laden baskets lift on head or hip, and fishing boats adrift are drawn ashore, and, following the sun, the golden clouds vanish, one by one. As the full harmonies of eventide, swelling from hill and plain and riverside along the sinuous Argins, airy notes of pastoral pipe, love songs, and bleat of goats, grow fainter, and then wholly fade away, and sombre night falls on the mountains gray, or as the last sigh of an anthem soft, or dying organ peal, is borne aloft o'er some old church, and on the wandering wind passes afar, so passed the music twined of the 3 Marys' voices, heavenward carried. For her, she seemed asleep, for yet she tarried kneeling, and was more fair than ever now, so strange a freak of sunlight crowned her brow. And here they who had sought her through the wild, the aged parents, came and found their child, yet stayed their faltering steps the portal under, to gaze on her entranced with awe and wonder, then crossed their foreheads with the holy water, and hasting o'er the sounding flags, besought her to wake. But as a frighted viro who spies the huntsman, shrieked Mirèio, "O God, what is it? Father, mother, tell, where will you go?" And therewith swooned and fell. The weeping mother lifts her head and yearns over her. "My sweet, your forehead burns, what means it?" And again, "No dream is this. My own sweet child, my very own, it is low lying at my feet." And then she wept and laughed together, and old Ramoun crept beside them. "Little darling, it is I, your father, has your hand." Then suddenly his anguish choked him, and he could but hold and chafe and strive to warm those fingers cold. Meanwhile the wind the mournful tidings bore abroad, and all lie Santo thronged the door, and anxiously bear the sick child, they say, into the upper chapel, nor delay, and let her touch the dear saints' relics thus within their reliquaries marvelous, or kiss, at least, with dying lips. And there 2 women raised and bore her up the stair. In this fair church, altars and chapels 3, built one upon the other, you may see, of solid stone. In that beneath the ground the dusky gypsies kneel, with awe profound, before Saint Sarah. One is over it that hath God's altar, and one higher yet, on pillars borne, last of the sanctuaries, the small, funereal chapel of the Marys, with heavenward vault. And here long years have lain rich legacy, whence falleth grace like rain. The ever-blessed relics, 4 great keys unlock the cypress chests that shelter these. Once are they opened in each 100 years, and happy, happy shall he be who nears and sees and touches them. Upon the wave bright star, and whether fair his bark shall have, his trees be with abundant fruitage graced, his faithful soul eternal blessing taste. An oaken door, with carvings rich and rare, gift of the pious people of Beaucaire, closes the holy precinct. And yet surely that which defends is not the portal purely, is not the circling rampart, but the grace descending from the azure depths of space. So to the chapel bear they the sick child, while up the winding stair the folk defiled. And as a white-robed priest threw wide the door, they, entering, fell on the dusty floor, as falls full-bearded barley when a squall hath smitten it and worshipped one and all. O lovely saints, O friendly saints, they said, O saints of God, pity this poor young maid. Pity her, sobbed the mother. I will bring when she is well so fair an offering, my flower-carved cross, my golden ring, she cried, and tell the tale through town and countryside. O saints, groaned Ramoun, stumbling in the gloom while shook his aged head, be kind and come. Look on this little one, she is my treasure, she is my plover, pretty beyond measure and good and meet for life. Send my old bones to dung the mallows, but save her. He moans, and all the while Mirèio lay in swoon, till a breeze with declining afternoon blew from the tamarisks. Then, hoping still to call her back to life, they raised with skill the flower of lotus fawn, and tenderly laid on the tiles that overlook the sea. There, from the doorway leading on the tiles, the chapel's eye, one's vision roams for miles, even to the pallid limit of the brine, the blending and the separating line between the clouds and waters to explore, and the great waves that roll for evermore. Insensate and unceasing and untiring, they follow one another on, expiring with sullen raw amid the drifted sand, while vast savannas, on the other hand, stretch till they meet a heaven without a stain, unfathomed blue over unmeasured plain. Only a light green tamarisk, here and there, quivering in the faintest breath of air, or a long belt of salicons appears, with swans that dip them in the desert meres, with oxen roaming the waste moor at large, or swimming vacares from marge to marge. At last the maiden murmured, but how weak the voice, how vague the words. On either cheek I seem to feel a breeze, one from the sea, one from the land, and this refreshes me like morning airs, but that doth sore oppress and burn me, and is full of bitterness. So ceased, the people of Lai Santo turn blankly from plain to ocean, then discern a lad who nears them, at so fleet a pace the dust in clouds is raised, and in the race outstripped, the tamarisks are growing small, and far behind the runner seem to fall. Vincent it was. Ah, poor unhappy youth, when Master Ambroise spake that sorry truth, my son, the pretty little lotus spray is not for you? He turned and fled away, from Valabrigo like a bandit fled, to see her once again. And when they said in crow, she in Lai Santo must be sought, Rhone, Marshes, weary crow, withheld him not. Nor stayed he ever in his frantic search, till seeing that great throng inside the church, he rose on tiptoe deadly pale, and crying, Where is she? And they answered, She is dying above there in the chapel. In despair and all distraught, he hurried up the stair, but when his eye fell on the prostrate one, threw his hands wildly up. What have I done? What have I done against my God and hers to call down on me such a heavy curse from heaven? Have I cut the throat of her who gave me birth? Or at a church taper lighted my pipe? Or dared I, like the Jews, the holy crucifix mong thistles bruise? What is it, thou accursed year of God? Why must I bear so terrible a load? 'Twas not enough, my darling, they denied to me. They've hunted her to death. He cried, and then he knelt, and kissed her passionately. And all the people, when they saw how greatly his heart was wrung, felt theirs too swell with pain, and wept aloud above the stricken twain. Then, as the sound of many waters, falling far down a rocky valley, rises calling unto the shepherd high the hills among, rose from the church a sound of full quiet song, and all the temple trembled with the swell of that sweet psalm the Santons sing so well. Saints of God, ere now seafaring on these briny plains of ours, who have set a temple bearing massy walls and snowy towers, watch the wave-tossed seaman kindly, lend him aid the bark to guide, send him fair winds, lest he blindly perish on the pathless tide. See the woman poor and sightless, ne'er a word she uttereth, dark her days ah and delightless, darkness aye is worse than death. Vain the spells they have told o'er her, blank is all her memory. Queens of paradise, restore her, touch those eyes that they may see. We who are but fishes lowly, lift our hearts ere forth we go. Ye, the helpful saints and holy, fill our nets to overflow. So, when penitents heart-broken, sue for pardon at your door, flood their souls with peace unspoken, white flowers of our briny moor. So prayed the Santon, with tears and strong crying. Then came the patrons to the maid low lying, and breathed a little life into her frame. so that her wan eyes brightened, and there came a tender flush of joy her visage over, at the sweet sight of Vincent bent over her. Why, love, whence came you? Do you mind, I pray, a word you said down at the farm one day, walking under the trellis by my side? You said, if ever any harm betide, hie thee right quickly to the holy saints, who cure all ills and hearken all complaints. Dearest, I would you saw my heart this minute as in a glass, and all the comfort in it, comfort and peace like a full fountain welling through all my happy spirit. There's no telling, a grace beyond my utmost desires. Look, Vincent, see you not God's angel choirs? Pausing, she gazed into the deep blue air. It was as if she could discern up there wonderful things hidden from mortal men. But soon her dreamy speech began again. Ah, they are happy, happy souls that soar aloft, tethered by flesh to earth no more. Did you mark, Vincent dear, the flakes of light that fell when they began their heavenward flight? If all their words to me had written been, they would have made a precious book, I ween. Here Vincent, who had striven his tears to stay, brake forth in sobs and gave his anguish way. Would to God I had seen them ere they went. Ah, would to God. Then to their white raiment, like a tick fastening, I would have cried, O queens of heaven, sole ark where we may bide, in this late hour, do what you will with me. Maimed, sightless, toothless, I would gladly be, but leave my pretty little fairy sane and sound. Here brake Mirèio in again. There are they, in their linen robes of grace, they come, and from her mother's fond embrace began to struggle wildly to be free, and waved her hand afar toward the sea. Then all the folk turned also to the main, and under shading hands their eyes gan strain, yet save the pallid limit of the brine, the blending and the separating line twixt wave and vault, they nothing could descry. Naught cometh, said they. But the child, oh, I, look closer. There's a bark without a sail, wafted toward us by a gentle gale, and they are on it. And the swell subsides before them, and the bark so softly glides. Clear is the air and all the sea like glass, and the sea-birds do homage as they pass. Poor child, she wonders, murmured they, for we see only the red sunset on the sea. Yet it is they. Mine eyes have told me true, the sick one panted. 'Tis the boat in view. Now low, now lifted, it is drawing near, oh, miracle of God, the boat is here? Now was she paling, as a marguerite half-blown and smitten by a tropic heat, while crouching Vincent, horror in his heart, or ere his well-beloved quite depart hath her in charge unto Our Lady given, to the saints of the chapel and of heaven. Lit are the tapers, and, in violet stole begirt, the priest, to stay the passing soul, lays angels' bread to those dry lips of hers, and the last unction so administers. Then of her body the 7 pots anoints with holy oil, as Holy Church appoints. The hour was calm. Upon the tiles no word save the omiss of the priest was heard. The last red shaft of the declining day struck on the wall and passed, and heaven turned grey. The sea's long waves came slowly up the shaw, brake with a murmur soft, and were no more. Beside the maid knelt father, mother, lover, and hostly sobbed at intervals above her, till once again her lips moved, and she spake, Now is the potting close at hand, so take my hand and press it quickly, dears. Lo, now the glory grows on either Mary's brow. The pink flamingos flock from the roan shaw, the tamarisks in blossom all adore. The dear saints beckon me to them, she said. They tell me I need never be afraid, they know the constellations of the skies, their bark will take us quick to paradise. My little pet, said Ramon, quite undone, you will not go, and leave the home so lone. Why have I felled my oaks with such ado? The zeal that nerved me only came of you. If the hot sun on sultry glebe autook me, I thought of you, and heat and thirst forsook me. Dear father, if a moth shall sometime fly about your lamp at night, that will be I. But see, the saints are standing on the prow, they wait, I'm coming in a moment now. Slowly I move, good saints, for I am ailing. It is too much. The mother brake out, wailing. Oh, stay with me, I cannot let you die. And when you're well, Mirèio, by and by we'll go some day to Aunt Arano's, dear, and carry pomegranates. Do you hear? Mayano is not distant from our home, and in one day one may both go and come. Not very distant, mother, that I know, but all alone thou wilt the journey go. Now give me my white raiment, mother mine. Oh, how the mantles of the Marys shine! Saw'st thou ever such a dazzling sight? The snow upon the hillsides is less white. O thou, cried the dock weaver, who didst ope the palace of thy love to me, my hope, my queen, my all? A blossoming alms thou gavest, the mire of my low life in thine thou lavest, till it shines like a mirror, and dost place me in eternal honour by thy grace. Pearl of Provence, of my young days the sun, shall it be ever said of such an one, I saw upon her forehead the death dew? Shall it be said, puissant saints, of you, you looked unmoved upon her mortal pain, letting her clasp your sacred sill in vain? Slowly the maiden answered, My poor friend, what is it doth affright you, and offend? Believe me, dear, the thing that we call death is a delusion. Lo, it vanisheth as a fog when the bells begin their pealing, as dreams with daylight through the windows stealing. I am not dying, see, I mount the boat with a light foot, and now we are afloat. Goodbye? Goodbye, we are drifting out to sea. The waves encompass us, and needs must be the very avenue to paradise, for all around they touch the azure skies. Gently they rock us now, and overhead so many stars are shining. Ah, she said, among those worlds one surely may be found where two may love in peace. Hark, saints, that sound, is it an organ played across the deep? Then sighed and fell, as it had been, asleep, and by her smiling lips you might have guessed that yet she spake. Only the santon pressed about the sleeper in a mournful band, and with a taper passed from hand to hand, signed the cross o'er her. While, as turned to stone, the parents gazed on what themselves had done. To them her form is all enrayed with light. Vainly they feel her cold, they see her white. The awful stroke they comprehend not now. But soon as Vincent mocked the level brow, the rigid arms, the sweet eyes wholly veiled, see you not she is dead? He loudly wailed. Quite dead, and therewith fiercely wrung his hands as he of old had wrung the osier strands, and threw his naked arms abroad. My own, he cried, they will not weep for you alone. With yours, the trunk of my life too they fell. Dead was I saying? 'Tis impossible. A demon whispered me the word, no doubt. Tell me in God's name, ye who stand about, ye who have seen dead women ere today, if passing through the gates they smile that way. Her look is well nigh merry, do you see? Why do they turn their heads away from me, and weep? This means, I think, that all is awe. Her pretty prattle I shall hear no more, still is the voice I loved. All hearts were thrilled, tears rushed like rain, and sobs would not be stilled. One sound went up of weeping and lament, till the waves on the beach returned the plaint. So when in some great herd a heifer dies, about the caucus where it stockly lies 9 following eves the beasts take up their station, and seem to mourn after their speechless fashion. The sea, the plain, the winds, their overblowing, echo 9 days with melancholy lowing. Poor Master Ambroy. Vincent wandered on, thou wilt weep heavy tears over thy son. And now, good Santon, one last wish is mine, bury me with my love below the brine, scoop in the oozy sand a crib for two, tears for so great a mourning will not do. And a stone wall about the basin set, so the sea flow not in, and pot us yet? Santon, I trust you? Then, while they are beating their brows, and with Ramas her name repeating, there at the farm where her home used to be, far from the unrest of the upper sea, down in the peaceful blue we will abide, my oh so pretty, always side by side, and you shall tell me of your merries over, until with shells the great storms cover. Here the crazed weaver on the coss him threw, and from the church arose the psalm anew. So, when penitents hot-broken sue for pardon at your door, flood their souls with peace unspoken, white flowers of our briny moor. Colof and Mirèio was published in 1859 by Frédéric Mistral. It was translated from Occitan in 1890 by Harriet Waters Preston. This ebook was produced for Standard eBooks by Wijia Cheng and is based on a transcription produced in 2017 by Chuck Grafe, Eleonora, Brian Ness, and distributed proofreaders for Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from various sources. The cover page is adapted from The Olive Orchard, a painting completed in 1889 by Vincent van Gogh. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudi typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on August 18, 2025, 9:06 p.m., and is based on Revision B2C 161B. The first edition of this ebook was released on January 20, 2023, 12:05 a.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksorg/ebooks/Frédéric Mistral/Mirèio/Harriet Waters Preston. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at Standard Booksorg. To la matin t conseca Mirèio. Is maun cor e maun amo, is la flower de miss en. Is un raisin de crow quame tauto sa ramo, t podge un paisen. I offer thee Mirèio. It is my heart and spirit, the blossom of my years. A cluster of crow grapes with all the green leaves near it, to thee a peasant bears. In Notes Boston, USA, Roberts Bros, 1872. Write Lotus Farm or Falabrigo, Mass. The word Mass, meaning a farm or homestead, is used in the arrondissement of Alls and in Languedoc. Every Mass has a distinctive name: Mas de la Font, Fountain Farm, Master Elost, Host Farm, etc. The Falabrigo is the fruit of a species of lotus, called in French Micaculia. It is the Celtis australis of Linnaeus, and nearly related to, if not identical with, Celtis occidentalis, the sugarberry of our northern woods, remarkable for the delicate texture of its foliage, and singularly rich crimson color of its tiny fruit. Tia. Right lacrow, from the Greek kappa rho leto, on FB6 new rho omicron sigma arid, is a vast stony plain, bounded on the north by the Alpines, Lower Alps, on the east by the Meres of Martigues, west by the Rhone, and south by the sea. It is the Arabia Petraea of France. Right Magalhaona. Of this city, formerly a Greek colony, nothing now remains but a single church in ruins. Right Libaus, in French Les Baux, is a ruined town, formerly the capital of the princely house of Baux. It is 3 leagues from Arles, on the summit of the Alpines, and as the name of this poetical locality occurs often in the poem, the following description from Jules Canonge's History of the town of Baux, in Provence, may interest the reader. At length there opened out before me a narrow valley. I bowed to the remains of a stone cross that sanctify the way, and when I raised my eyes, they were riveted in astonishment on a set of towers and walls on the top of a rock, the like of which I had never before seen, save in works in which the genius of painting had been inspired by the most fabulous imaginings of Ariosto. But if my surprise was great at the first aspect, it was doubly so when I reached an eminence, whence the whole town was displayed to view. It was a spectacle of desolate grandeur, such as a perusal of the prophet's presence to the mind. It was something I had never suspected the existence of, a town almost monolithite. Those who first had the idea of inhabiting the rock had hewn them a shelter out of its sides. This novel mode of architecture was plainly approved of by their successors, for soon from the vast, compact mass a town issued, like a statue from a block touched by the wand of art. An imposing town, with fortifications, chapels, and hospitals, a town in which man seemed to have eternalized his habitation. The dominion of the city was extensive, and brilliant feats of arms have secured for it a noble place in history, but it has proved no more enduring than many others less solidly constituted. The action of the poem begins at the foot of these ruins. Right sheets spread to catch the olives as they are shaken from the trees. Right Valabrigo, a village on the left bank of the Rhone, between Avignon and Tarascon. Right Fontviejo, the old woman's well, a village in one of the valleys of the Alpines near Arles. Right Martigau, an inhabitant of Martigues, a curious Provençal town inhabited almost solely by fishermen, built on some narrow islands, intersected by salt lakes and channels of the sea, by way of streets, which has occasioned it to be surnamed La Venaya Provençale. It was the birthplace of Gerard Tenck, Tom Autung, the founder of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem. Right when Martha span, a proverbial expression signifying, in the good old days, and alluding to Martha the hostess of Christ, who after having, according to the legend, delivered Tarascon from a monster that ravaged its territory, ended her days in these pots. She is said to have inhabited a small house on the banks of the Rhone, at the door of which she used to sit, surrounded by her neophytes, and modestly ply her spinning wheel. Right the Asta trifolium, common on the marshes of the south. Right lie Garrigo, swamps or barren lands where only the agarus, or dwarf oak, grows. Right lie Santo is the Provençal name of a small town of 543 inhabitants situated on the island of Camogue, between the mouths of the Rhone. In obedience to a poetical and very venerable tradition, an innumerable host of pilgrims from every part of Provence and Lower Languedoc assemble at this place every 25th of May. The tradition, which will be found very fully detailed in the 11th canto of the poem, is briefly as follows. After the crucifixion, the Jews compelled some of the most ardent disciples to enter a dismantled ship and consign them to the mercy of the waves. The scene is thus described in an ancient French canticle. Les Juifs intres, Sarah, dans la nacelle, Lazare, Moth, et Maximin, Cléon, Trophime, Satinin, les trois Marys et Marcel, Eutrope et Marshall, Sidoine avec Joseph d'Arimathée, vous Perez dans set nef. Alez sans voile et sans cottage, sans mat, sans anka, sans timon, sans aliment, sans aviron, Alez, faire un triste naufrage, retires vous dicei, laces news en repose, Alez, creva palmi les flots. Guided by Providence, the bark at length stranded on the Isle of Camogue, in Provence, and the exiles, thus miraculously delivered from the perils of the sea, dispersed over Gaul and became its first evangelists. Mary Magdalene retired to the desert of La Sainte Baume to weep over her sins. The other two Marys, the mother of St. James the Less and Mary Salome, mother of St. John the Evangelist and St. James the Great, accompanied by their maid Sarah, converted to the new faith some of the neighboring people, and then returned to the place of their landing to die. See Canto Roman 11. It is reported that a prince whose name is unknown, learning that the bodies of the Holy Marys were interred on this spot, built a church over it in the form of a citadel, that it might be safe from piratical invasion. He also built houses round the church and ramparts, for the safety of the inhabitants. The buildings that remain bear out this tradition. Right, the choir of the church presents the peculiarity of being composed of 3 stories, a crypt, which is pointed out as the very site of the ancient oratory of the saints, a sanctuary, raised higher than usual, and a chapel above, where the reliquaries are exposed. A chain is attached to the latter, so that, by the unwinding of a capstan, they may be let down into the church. The moment when they descend is the one propitious to miracles, like that which Vincent describes. Right, John of Cossa, a Neapolitan noble who had followed King René. He was Grand Seneschal of Provence, and died in 1476. John of Cossa is very popular at Tarascon, where the people ascribe to him the building of St. Martha's steeple. He is interred in the crypt of that church, and his statue, in a recumbent attitude, surmounts the tomb. Right, the chevauchefrews, or painted cardboard horses, used in Provence at public rejoicings, and particularly at Aix in the fête. The seeming riders attach them to the waist, and prance the streets to the sound of the tambourine. Right, Magnarello are women's silkworm rearers. Magnan are silkworms. Right, silkworms live in the larva state about 34 days, and in this interval, molt or shed their skin 4 times. At the approach of each of these periods they become, as it were, paralyzed, and cease eating damen. They say in Provençal Dauami de la Praumiro, de dos, de tres, de quatre, which means, literally, sleeping the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th molt. Right, a grey-crested lock, the alata cristata. Right, the muslin of thy cap. The Crow women wear their hair tightly enveloped in a kerchief of fine, transparent linen or muslin, around which is passed a band of velvet, usually of a blue-black, at a distance of about 1/3 from the top of the muslin, leaving, therefore, so much of it visible. Another turn is then passed immediately below the first, and then another, until 2/3 of the muslin are concealed. The black band is finally fastened at the back of the head with a large gold pin, while the other end, to the length of about a foot, is left pendant. On either side of the forehead, the hair is suffered to fall as low as the cheekbone, where it is gracefully curved back, and gathered under the muslin. Right, cooked wine. The grape juice, on being removed from the press, is boiled in a cauldron, and after 1 year's bottle, has the color and flavor of the best Spanish wines. The Provençaux drink it at feasts, galas, and always at Christmas. Right, vultures. The Vulta percnoptus. Right, gris gali, gregau, and gris are all words used to signify the grelk, or northeast wind. Right, the golden goat, la cabro d'or, is a phrase used to signify some treasure or talisman that the people imagine to have been buried by the Saracens under someone or other of the antique monuments of Provence. Some allege that it lies under the mausoleum of Saint Remy, others under the Box Rocks. This tradition, says George Sand in Les Visions de la Nuit dans les Campagnes, is universal. There are few ruins, castles, or monasteries, few Celtic monuments that have not their treasure hidden away somewhere and guarded by some diabolic animal. Jules Canonge, in a charming collection of Southern tales, has rendered graceful and beneficent the poetical apparition of the golden goat, the guardian of the riches hidden in the bosom of the earth. Right, the cocooning, or gathering of the cocoons, described in the 7th stanza of this canto. Right, the Ferragulet is an excellent wine grown on one of the hillsides of Graveson. Ferragulo is thyme, and the wine recalls the perfume of that plant. Right, the Baume muscat. Baume is a village in the department of Vaucluse. The environs produce a muscat that is much esteemed. Right, turned white. The canela, or whitening, is the term used to describe the silkworms suffering from the terrible disease called the muscardine, due to the development of a sort of moldiness, and which gives them a plaster-like appearance. Right, you've still your call on, as ta crespino. Crespino, a cap, is also used for the membranes some children have upon their heads at birth, and which is supposed to be a sign of good luck. Right, Ventua. A high mountain to the northeast of Avignon, abruptly rising 6,440 feet above the level of the sea, isolated, steep, visible 40 leagues off, and for 6 months of the year capped with snow. Right, not a Dame des Doms. The cathedral church at Avignon, where the popes formally officiated. Right, finito de Gaudium. Jeanette, abridged from Estefanette of the noble family of Gaudium, all Gautelmy, presided, about the year 1340, over the cot of love at Raumenen. Cots of love are known to have been poetical assizes, at which the noblest, most beautiful, and most learned ladies in gay sabre decided on questions of gallantry and love, and awarded prizes for Provençal poetry. The celebrated and lovely Laura was niece to Finette de Gautelmy, and a member of her graceful Areopagus. The ruins of the castle of Raumenen may still be seen, not far from St. Remy, at the foot of the northern slope of the Lower Alps. Right, Countess Dio. A celebrated poetess of the middle of the 12th century. Such of her poems as have come down to us contain strains more impassioned, and occasionally more voluptuous, than those of Sappho. Right, the vampire, or Raumiso, is thus described in the Castagnados of the Marquis Lafayette, Alais. Sus vint apo daragno essicasso soun cause brun, soun venta que regagno di feber e de magagno suzo ella frescun. That is, on 20 spider legs its brown body, as on stilts, is mounted, its belly swelled with fever and rottenness, the horrid odor thereof exudes. Right, the Luberon, or Luberoun, is a mountain chain in the department of Vaucluse. Right, the Vaumasco, from Vau and Moscow, Valley of Sorcerers, is a valley of the Luberoun, formerly inhabited by the Vaudois. Right, the Song of Magali belongs to the class of poems called aubado, music performed under a window in early morning, as a serenade is in the evening. Right, a portico. Within half an hour's walk from St. Remy, at the foot of the Alpines, arise side by side two fine Roman monuments. One is a triumphal arch, the other, a magnificent mausoleum, of 3 stories, adorned with rich bas-reliefs and surmounted by a graceful cupola, supported by 10 Corinthian pillars, through which are discerned 2 statues in a standing attitude. They are the lost vestiges of Glanum, a Marseille colony destroyed by the barbarians. Right, Sambu, a hamlet in the territory of Alls, in the Isle of Camog. Right, Camog is a vast delta, formed by the bifurcation of the Rhône. The island extends from Alls to the sea, and comprises 184,482 a-quarter acres. The immensity of its horizon, the awful silence of its level plain, its strange vegetation, mere swarms of mosquitoes, large herds of oxen and wild horses, amaze the traveler, and remind him of the pampas of South America. Right, Vaquez, a large assemblage of salt ponds, lagoons, and moors in the Isle of Camog. Vaquez is formed of the word vaco and the Provençal designants arrays or irays, indicating union, generality. It means a place where cows abound. Right, Varenette is the diminutive of Varon. Right, Petit Camog, also called Souvage, is bounded on the east by the Petit Rhône, which separates it from Grand Camog, on the south by the Mediterranean, and on the west and north by the Rhône Motte and the Aiguille-Motte Canal. It is the principal resort of the wild black oxen. Right, Faramon and Amberoun are hamlets in Camog. Aiguille-Motto is in the department of the God. It was at the port of this town that St. Louis twice embarked for the Holy Land. Here also Francis I and Charles V had an interview in 1579. Right, Centauri and Salicon. The Centaurea solstitialis, a species of star thistle, abounds in the fields of Crow after harvest. Saliconia fructicosa is a species of samphire. Right, Tamarisk, the Tamarix gallica of Linnaeus. Right, Silvareal, a forest of parasol pines in Petit Camog. Right, Columbine, the name of a large and superior sort of grape. Right, Olympe or Olympe is a lofty mountain on the boundary line of the Var and Bouches du Rhône. Right, Queyras, a valley of the Upper Alps. Right, Pendulin, Motacilla pendulina. Right, Eelgrass, Vallisneria spiralis of Linnaeus. Right, Moonwheat, Blad de Luno. Fair de Blad de Luno signifies, literally, to rob parents of their wheat by moonlight. Figuratively, it is used for lovemaking on the sly. Right, Goosefoot, Chenopadium fructicum of Linnaeus. Right, Jander Ellers is a storybook hero, a kind of Provençal Hercules, to whom many exploits are attributed. He was the son of a shepherdess and a bear, and had for companions in his exploits 2 adventurers of marvelous strength. The name of the one was Arake Montagne, that of the other, Pierre de Moulin. Right, this bridge is the Roman antiquity known as the Pont du God. Right, Green Heron, Audia virids. Right, St. Baume, a grotto in the midst of a virgin forest near St. Maximin, to which St. Magdalene used to repair, to do penance. Right, Trincoteo is a suburb of Alls, in Camog, united to the town by a bridge of boats. The water sprites, or trevi, were said to dance on the tips of the waves by the light of the sun or moon. Right Mossano and St. Martin are villages in Crow. Right Nostradamus. Michel de Nostradame, or Nostradamus, was born at St. Remy in 1503 and died at Salon in 1565. He practiced medicine very successfully under the latter Valois, applied himself to mathematics and astrology, and published in 1557, under the title of the Centuries, the prophecies which have rendered his name popular. Charles Roman IX appointed him physician in ordinary and loaded him with honor. Right this cordial, agriautas, a liquor composed of brandy and sugar, with which is mixed a certain quantity of shot-stocked cherry, well bruised. Right the fairies' cavern. The following is Jules Canonge's description of this locality. From the bottom of the gorge, aptly named in fur, I descended into the fairies' grotto. But instead of the graceful phantoms with which my imagination had peopled it, I saw nothing but low vaults under which I was forced to crawl, blocks of stone heaped up, and gloomy depths. I have just observed that this gorge is aptly called in fur. Nowhere else have I ever seen rocks so tormented. They stand erect, with cavities in their sides, and their gigantic entablements, covered with aerial gardens, in which a disheveled sort of vegetation obtains, defile out like the Pyrenean rock cleft by the sod of Roland. On comparing the description of Dante's Inferno with this tortured cyclopean, fantastic vista, one is persuaded that the great Florentine poet, who traveled in our parts and even sojourned in Alls, must have visited the town of Box, sat on the escarpments of the Vallon d'Enfer, and, being struck with the grandeur of its desolation, conceived in its midst the outline of his Inferno. Everything leads to this idea, even the name of the gorge itself, its amphitheatrical form, the same given by Dante to Hell, and the large detached rocks forming its escarpments. In su estremita d'un alter ripaci face van gran pieta rot insertio. And the Provençal name of these same baus, Italianized by Ths poet into Balzo, was given by him to the escarpments of his own lugubrious funnel. Right, Sabatori. Beside its etymological meaning, this word is used to designate a meeting held by sorcerers at night to worship the devil. The witches' Sabbath of our own witchcraft delusion. Tia, right, St. Trophime, the Cathedral of Alls, built in the 7th century by Archbishop St. Virgile, in which Frédéric Barbarossa was consecrated emperor in 1178. Right peasants in southern France have remarked that the last 3 days of February and the first 3 of March are almost always visited by a renewal of cold. And this is how their poetic imagination accounts for the fact. An old woman was once tending her sheep. It was toward the end of February, which that year had not been severe. The old woman, believing herself clear of winter, began jeering February as follows. Adieu, February, mita feberato emas fa ni più ni palato. Farewell, February, with your frost harmed me you have not and nothing cost. This jeer enraged February, who went in search of March and said, March, do me a favor? 2, if you like, answered March. Lend me 3 days, and with the 3 I have left I will both harm her and cost her plenty. The weather immediately afterward became intolerably bad. All the sheep of the old woman were killed by the frost, and she, the peasants say, kicked against it. This inclement period has ever since been known as the Riguignato de la Viejo, or kicking of the old woman. Right the farandulo is a Provençal dance. Right Garamad is the imp of flirtation. Grippet, the demon of influenza, from gripa to grip. Right Sambuco's path in the mountains of Sambuco, to the east of Aix, is much dreaded by travellers. Right the Cauda van Hollow, au Trandicado. To the east of Alls arise 2 hills, which must originally have formed but one, but are now separated by a morass. Upon the flat, rocky summit of the Loa, the Celts had once made an excavation. It is believed that the Saracens once encamped upon this hill and gave it its name of Caudo, in memory of Cordova. Wonderful traditions cluster around this spot. It is the haunt of the fairy serpent, or Melusine Provençale, of the golden goat, that enables people to discover hidden treasure. The larger hill bears the almost Roman name of Montmajour. Upon this hill are the gigantic ruins of the Abbey of Montmajour. Both the Grotte de Caude and the Grotte des Baus bear the name of Trau de Fado, or Fairies' Cave, and the popular belief is that the excavations communicate. Right the Mistral, or northwest wind, which, especially since the removal of the forests at the mouth of the Rhône, blows down the valley with great violence. Right Turrijado, a cake baked in the form of a crown and made of fine paste, sugar, eggs, and aniseed. Right the white hen's egg, a proverbial expression for something rare and precious. Right Magalhães. According to the old chivalrous romance, Count Pierre of Provence, having eloped with Magalhães, daughter of the King of Naples, fled with her over hill and vale. One day, as Magalhães was sleeping by the seaside, a bird of prey carried off a jewel that was glittering on her neck. Her lover followed the bird in a boat out to sea, but a storm arose, whereby he was driven to Egypt, where he was received and loaded with honors by the Sultan. After many romantic adventures, they met again in Provence, where Magalhães, having become an abbess, had founded a hospital, around which the town of Magalhães was afterwards built. Right Santo Vittore, a lofty peak east of Aix. It derives its name from the victory gained by Marius over the Teutons, close by. Right Juniper, Juniperus phoenicia. Right Praying Manse, Orthoptera raptoria. Right St. Gent, a young laborer of Montu, who, at the beginning of the 11th century, retired to the Gorge of Bosset, near Vaucluse, to live as a hermit. His hermitage and the miraculous fountain he caused to spring, tradition says, by touching the rock with his finger, are objects of many pilgrimages. Right Helix hermiculata, Helix exepitum, and Helix algira. Right August 15, the fête of Napoleon Roman III. Right the Grand Claw, an immense pond in Crow between Box and Alls. Right Bouillabaisse, Bouillabaisse, a favorite Provençal stew made of all sorts of fish and pod boiling hot upon pieces of bread. Right Lunch, a light meal taken by the reapers about 10 in the morning. Right Quercus ilex. Right Jean Alden, an Arminian adventurer, introduced in 1774 the cultivation of madder into the Comtat Venaissin, department of Vaucluse. In 1850, a statue was erected to him on the Rock of Avignon. Right the Provence cane, Arundo vulgaris, is very common in this region. Cattle pens and angling rods are made of it. Right all the world has heard of La Tarasque, a monster who, according to tradition, ravaged the banks of the Rhône and was destroyed by Sti. Martha. Every year the people of Tarascon celebrate this deliverance by burning the monster in effigy. And at intervals of time more or less long, the fête is enhanced by various games, such as that of the pike and flag here mentioned, which consists in gracefully waving, throwing to a great height, and then catching with a dress, a standard with large folds, or a javelin. Lagadigadou is the ritornello of a popular song ascribed to King René, and sung at Tarascon at this fête. The following is the best-known couplet. Lagadigadou, la Tarasco, Lagadigadou, la Tarasco de Castu, leses la passa la vio Mosco, leses la passa quenai danza. Condomino, Campus Domini, is the name of a certain quarter in Tarascon. Right Merito is the name of the female, Murit that of the male animal. In this country, beasts of burden are usually named for their color: Murit, black, Blanquet, white, Brunnen, brown, Fallet, gray, Bayard, bay, Rauben, light bay. Right Durancolo, this name is given to the canals derived from the Durance. Right Tartanes, the name of a small trading craft common in the Mediterranean. Right Birds common in Camog. The Provençal name Cambit designates several birds of the order of the Echiceas, chiefly the large red-legged chevalier, Scolopax celadrix, and the small red-legged chevalier, Tringa gambetta. The hern is the Audia nycticorax of Linnaeus. Right the Pancration maritimus. Right Atriplex potulacoides and Fileria latifolia, a large shrub of the jessamine family. Right Compaustello, in the Middle Ages Campus Stelli, once the capital of Galicia, in Spain, now a town of 30,000 inhabitants with a fine old cathedral, containing the tomb of St. James the Major, patron saint of Spain. Right El Huvone, a small river that rises in the St. Baume mountain, Va, flows past Aubagny, and reaches the sea at Marseille, near the Prado. A poetical legend ascribes its origin to the tears of Sti. Magdalene. Right Sambuco, a mountain to the east of Aix. Right Estral, a mountain and forest in the Va. Right Traveresso, a mountain chain between the Tululero and the Durance. Right it has been seen, in the relation of the Holy Marys, that the bark of the prescribed saints was cast upon the extremity of the Isle of Camog. These first apostles to the Gauls ascended the Rhône to Alls, and then dispersed over the south. It is even held that Joseph of Arimathea proceeded as far as England. Such is the Arlesian tradition. That of Box continues the Odyssey of the Holy Women. It states that they went and preached the faith in the Alpines, and to eternalize the memory of their doctrine, they miraculously carved their effigies on a rock. On the eastern side of Box, this mysterious and antique monument may still be seen. It is an enormous upright block, detached, and standing over the brink of a precipice. Upon its eastern side are sculptured 3 colossal faces, which are objects of veneration to all the people of the region. Right, Mirèio, a Provençal poem. Imprint this ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for standard ebooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on a transcription from Project Gutenberg and on digital scans from various sources. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at standardbooks.org. Preface to the English edition. 30-odd years have come and gone since the curious littérateurs of Paris were excited and charmed by the apparition of Frédéric Mistral's Mirèio, a pastoral poem in 12 cantos, composed in the dialect of the Bouches du Rhône, and first issued by an obscure bookseller at Avignon. It was produced before the great literary world with a parallel French version of the author's own, very singular and rather sauvage as French, but exceedingly bold, picturesque, and poetic, and the poem had the further advantage of a most eloquent and sympathetic introduction in the Revue des Deux Mondes of September 15, 1859, by Saint-René Taillandia. The employment of a rustic southern dialect for the purposes of poetic narrative was by no means so unheard of a thing, even to the men of that generation, as was indirectly assumed by the first reviewer of Mirèio. Had not Jacques Jasmin, the immortal barber of Agen, written in his own local patois, Françonnet, and the blind girl of Castelcueillet, and the inimitable Papilotes, but the work of Mistral, along with that of the school which he claimed to represent, and of which he was easily chief, was heralded by a certain fanfare. It came with a specific and impressive claim of ancient Provençal traditions to be revived, and a vast future inaugurated, pretensions which would have seemed almost droll to the Gascon Jasmin, with his exquisite humor and his adorable simplicity. I can do no more than glance in this place at the history of the self-styled Provençal revival, the most ambitious and by far the most romantic literary adventure of our day. It is an inviting subject, and will one day form an interesting chapter in the long annals of poesy, but the time is not yet fully come for estimating its results, and still less, with its greatest champion yet living, for writing its obituary. Joseph Raumenil, a schoolmaster of Saint-Rémy, near Tarascon, was the father of the movement. He first wrote poems in modern Provençal, so the pleasant legend says, because his old mother could not understand him when he essayed to read her those which he had written in French. Delighted, and, as it would seem, a little amazed at his own success, he came forward as the rightful heir to the long-lapsed inheritance of the troubadours, assumed that the language, whose literary capacities he had rediscovered, was essentially the same as theirs, and contrived thoroughly to imbue with his own faith in its future a band of clever and ardent pupils, among whom, by the will of heaven, there was one rare genius, Frédéric Mistral, and one wild enthusiast, who was, at the same time, an affluent and pathetic versifier, Théodore Aubanel, animated by a mystical assurance, hardly less profound than that of Loyola and his companions upon Montmartre. These knights of song bound themselves by a sort of vow to write in the effete language of the French Academy no more. They constituted themselves a poetic order, and proceeded to adopt an elaborate and somewhat fantastic organization. The almost religious earnestness which animated them may be judged by the fact that when one of the original band, Eugene Gosson, formally saluted by name, along with some half-dozen others, in the 6th canto of Mirèio, cooled in his ardor a little, and attempted to point out the factitious and impracticable side of the movement, he was solemnly denounced by Mistral as the Judas of our little church. It was a defection of no serious moment, and the revival went its fervid way without Gosson. The Provençal poets agreed to call themselves Feliba, Nobody knows to this day exactly why. There are those who say that the word means homme de foi libre, that is, emancipated from all slavish literary tradition. As Mistral and his first associates undoubtedly were, there are sticklers for antiquity and a direct descent from the Latin, who maintain the derivation qui facit libros. Howbeit the Feliba began to publish at Avignon in the Speech of the District, a periodical which still, I think, appears at irregular intervals. They constructed a small grammar on the lines of the existing grammars of the ancient Languedoc, especially of Rainward's Résumé de la grammaire romaine, and they began the compilation of an extensive dictionary, which has never even approached completion. They also revived the institution of an annual poetic tournament with floral prizes, a silver lily, a golden violet, where the native bards recited their verses and received their rewards after the supposed manner of the olden time. These jousts were usually held in the late summer or the early autumn. There were others appointed for the yet more appropriate month of May, which received the name of the Feast of the Santo Estello, or Holy Star, Memorativo de la Renacenzo du Gai Sabe, to commemorate the renaissance of the gay science. Once in 7 years, this feast was to be celebrated with extraordinary splendor. In honor, I continue to quote from the address of Mistral at the Floral Games held at Hayes in 1885, of the 7 rays of that mysterious star which leads, whithersoever God will, our bark with its orange freight. That is to say, which determines, after the manner of the Star of Bethlehem, the place where our society shall assemble and listen to the pieces entered for competition. Were it possible for a new language to be created, or a decaying one revived, of determinate purpose, by native genius, fiery enthusiasm, and unstinted devotion to the cause, that miracle would surely have been wrought by the Feliber of the Bouches du Rhône. But the triumph of a language, like that of the kingdom of heaven, is among the things which do not come by observation. It is determined by causes as vast as those which shape the continents, and quite as independent of the theories of individual men. The Order of the Holy Star was, after all, only a kind of idealized mutual admiration society, and of all its members during a full quarter of a century, 3 names only have advanced from local renown to anything like general recognition. They are the 3 names already cited of Raumenil, Aubanel, and Mistral. The 2 former have already passed away, leaving behind them many charming lyrics, but no work of universal and lasting interest. Mistral is gloriously young at 60, able, and let us hope willing, to give us in that rich and flowing idiom, which no one else has ever managed with such mastery as he, many more historical and narrative poems, vivid with local color, and teeming with local tradition, like Calendau, a romance of the lost century, which appeared in 1873, and Nerto, a tale of the time of the popes at Avignon, published in 1884. But it is safe to prophesy that neither Mistral nor any other Feliba will ever give us another Mirèio, so spontaneous, artless, and impassioned, so dewy with the memories of the poet's own childhood on a Provençal farm, en masse, so gay with the laughter, and moving with the tears of simple folk, reflecting in so flawless a mirror every change of the seasons, every aspect of the free, primitive, bucolic life of the Mediterranean shore. The success of Aubanel was perhaps frustrated by the very extravagance of his own aims. When we find him at the fêtes of Fauquelquire in 1875, apostrophizing the arbiters of literary renown in France in terms like these: Saches que nous sommes un grand pupil, et quil en est plus temps de nous mépriser. Trente départements parlant notre langue, d'une mer à l'autre mer, des Pyrénées jusqu'aux Alpes, de Croix à Limousin, le même amour fait battre notre poitrine, l'âme de la terre natale et de la langue maternelle. Saches que vous serez tombés longtemps alors que le Provençal, tauges June, parlera encore de vous avec pitié. We can then understand that Saint-René Talendia, the original sponsor of Mirèio, should have made haste to express his grave apprehensions for the sanity of the revivalist movement, and to repudiate in the name of the Great Review all countenance of so vast a pretension on behalf of an idiom which had vanished for 600 years from the battlefield of ideas. One is reminded of the lament of the late William Bonds that the dialect of Dorset had not prevailed in England over the tongue of Shakespeare. Yet William Bonds, like the Feliba, wrote poems in the local patois, far more beautiful and pathetic than any which he ever produced in proper English. Mistral himself, with the profounder instincts and wiser judgment of a really large mind, has grown more modest from year to year in his hopes concerning the final harvest of that generous enterprise to which his life and powers have been consecrated. He was not quite able to extend a hearty welcome to Alphonse Daudet, when that most humane and sympathetic of realists appeared upon the scene with Numa Raumastan and the Lettres de Mon Moulin, describing in the most pellucid French, and with a fidelity equal to his own, the prose aspect of the life of the South, and all the rustic scenes which Mistral had so affectionately poetized. All the Philebe, indeed, looked askance at Daudet as an intruder, and this is one more sign, if not of the limitations of their leader's genius, at least of the narrow and ephemeral character of their collective ideal. However, in an address delivered before the previously mentioned assembly at Hayes in 1885, 10 years after Aubanel had hurled his fierce defiance at the French Academy, Mistral might have been heard pleading, with much earnestness and good sense, that French and Provençal should be kept resolutely distinct, both in the teaching of the schools and in the talk of the people, and that, by way of preserving the purity of both forms of speech, his remarks had an especial appropriateness then and there, because the prose work crowned upon that occasion was a series of naive and highly dramatic dialogues, entitled Scenes de la Vie Provençale, by M.C. Sains, of Toulon, officially known as Les Cinq. French of the most barbaric and Provençal of the most pliant are mixed up in these delightfully comic dialogues exactly as they are upon the lips of the common folk. It is the most amusing, perhaps the only distinctly amusing work which the school of the Philebe has ever produced, and anybody who reads French may read and have a hearty laugh over it. And I may add, from my own experience, that a very short residence in the ancient provincia is enough to show that the local idiom is much more intelligible phonetically than it looks at first sight upon paper. I may be mistaken, but I take the truth to be that modern Provençal is, after all, a dialect only, and not, as was so long and passionately claimed by the Confederate poets, a language. As a matter of fact, it resembles the plastic idiom of the ancient troubadours very little more than it resembles modern French, and certainly no more than it resembles Gascon, Catalan, or the Italian of the Western Riviera. All the Romance dialects, however fallen from literary honor, or untamed by literary law, are closely akin, and bear marks, even in their utmost degradation, of the same illustrious pedigree. They are like certain wild flowers, the pimpernel, the anemone, whose species can never be mistaken, but whose colors present, and that spontaneously, an almost infinite variety. The poem of Mirèio, in parallel French and Provençal, first fell in my way in the summer of 1871, and I admire my own audacity in immediately attempting to turn it into English verse, one almost as much as I do that of the men who first preached the Provençal crusade against the language of Racine and Molière. Of course, I knew no more of the idiom in which it was originally composed than could be gathered from a close comparison of the same with Mistral's own French, aided by a smattering of old Provençal. I may plead in extenuation of my effrontery that there was virtually no more to be known at that time, for even the grammar already mentioned had not then been published. There is not very much more to be known even now. The scheme of the Provençal verse, though elaborate and seemingly very artificial, was easily enough intelligible to an English ear, more so, I should fancy, than to a Parisian one, on account of its obvious jingle, or, to speak by the book, the exuberance of its rhymes and the strength of its tonic accents. The same remark, as is well known, applies in a general way to the songs of the troubadours. Mistral's stanza consists of 5 8-syllabled iambic lines with feminine rhymes, in groups of 2 and 3, and 2 12-syllabled iambic lines, with masculine rhymes. The Quaker poet Whittier had fallen upon a somewhat similar verse, in one of the finest of his earlier poems. Lines written at Hampton Beach: So when time's veil shall fall asunder, the soul may know no sudden change, no curious wonder, nor sink the weight of mystery under, but with the upward rise, and with the vastness grow. But this is far simpler than Mistral's. I did actually make an attempt to transfer this florid measure to our own sober English tongue, and that eminent American poet and very distinguished connoisseur in poetic meters, the late Mr. Longfellow, once told me that he greatly wished I had persevered, and that he thought it would have been quite possible to render the whole poem in the same way. Perhaps it would have been, to a master of versification, like himself, and for his sake and out of respect for his opinion, I subjoin the opening stanzas of the poem in Provençal, and my own attempt to imitate their meter, premising, for the benefit of the unskilled, that in Provençal every letter sounds, the vowels as in French, while of the consonants G and J before E and I are pronounced like DS, and CH always like TS. A final vowel is elided, in scanning before another vowel, and the tonic accent is strongly marked. Cant uno chato de Provenço, dins l'Issamor de la Juvenço, a traves da la crau, vers la ma, dins li bla, umbel esculan du grandau mero, u la vol segui. Caum iro ren cuno chato de Provenço, en foro de la crau si enes ge pala. Imai sound front noun luciges qued de juinesso, imai enags ni diademo da ni manchu de damas, vol quen glory fugue osado, caun uno rieno. E quesado per nosto lengo mespersado ca canton que per vata, o pastor e gent de mass. Ah thus, a maiden of Provence I sing, I tell the love tale of her spring, across La Crau's wide wheat fields follow her to the sea. Mine be the daring aspiration to sing of her in Homer's fashion, my lady of the lowly station. Unknown beyond the prairies of lone La Crau was she. What though her brow was never crowned save with the youth that rade it round? What though she bore no golden crown, and wore no damask cloak? Yet I would have her raised in glory as a queen is, and set before me in our poor speech to tell her story, because I sing for you alone, shepherds and farmer folk. To me the thought of keeping this up for 12 cantos was simply appalling. Even in my trial stanzas, as will be seen, I had sacrificed many of the feminine rhymes, and I am now inclined to think, though I speak under correction, that Mistral himself and his followers availed themselves pretty liberally of the license which the classic troubadours are well known to have employed, of manipulating their final syllables more or less in order to make them rhyme. The measure finally adopted, 10-syllabled iambic lines with consecutive rhymes, usually masculine but sometimes feminine, was essentially the same as that employed by William Morris in The Earthly Paradise. That beautiful work was then new, and very popular in America, and it seemed, and I own that to me it seems still, to present almost the ideal of English narrative poetry. But I broke my version into stanzas of 6 lines, by way, I suppose, of making it look more like the original. In those comparatively early days, I also held, and rather doted on, a theory of my own about what are called imperfect rhymes. I was persuaded that rhymes where the consonant sounds correspond, while the vowel sounds merely approximate, like wreck and make, gone and son, are the counterpart on the one hand of assonances upon the other, in which the vowels correspond, but not the consonants, that their relation to perfect rhymes is exactly that of minor to major harmonies, and that they relieve the ear in a long-rhymed poem, no less than the latter, in a musical composition. Though very naturally censured for the freedom with which I exercised this caprice in my version of Mirèio, I still clung to it tenaciously as late as 1880, when I made a version of the Georgics of Virgil. I am by no means certain even now that there is not sound musical justification for the idea, but I have grown conservative with years, as we are all apt to do, and I cherish an ever-increasing respect for law, literary and other. In the present edition of my Mirèio, I have therefore reformed and, so to speak, ranged some scores of these licentious rhymes, aiming always, at the same time, at coming closer to the meaning of the original, as I now understand it, even if need be, at the sacrifice of some picturesqueness in the English line. I had always beside me when I first made my version, the English prose translation of Mirèio by Mr. C. H. Grant, to which I feel myself to have been not a little indebted. In artlessness of narrative, in vigor and felicity of expression, I have never hoped to surpass this unrhymed and unmeasured version, which needed, as it seemed to me, only a rhythmic form to render it worthy of the essentially musical original. A second English translation, by H. Crichton, with which I became acquainted subsequently, had been published by Macmillan & Co., London, in 1868. This version was a metrical one and fairly close, but it failed, I think, in catching, not the music merely, but the rural freshness and fragrance, the genuinely bucolic spirit of the Provençal. It is because I venture to hope that my version, with all its faults, does reflect something of all this, that a new edition of it is offered to the public after so long a time. Harriet Waters Preston. Brussels, April, 1890. Mirèio by Frédéric Mistral. Translated by Harriet Waters Preston. Canto Roman II. The Leaf-Picking Sing, Magnorello, 17 Merrily, as the green leaves you gather. In their third sleep 18 the silkworms lie, and lovely is the weather like brown bees that in open glades from rosemary gather honey, the mulberry trees swarm full of maids, glad as the air is sunny. It chanced one morn, it was May's loveliest. Mirèio gathered leaves among the rest. It chanced, moreover, on that same May morning, the little gypsy, for her own adorning, had cherries in her ears for rings suspended, just as our Vincent's footsteps thither tended. Like Latin seaside people everywhere, he wore a red cap on his raven hair, with a cock's feather gaily set therein, and prancing onward with a stick made spin the flints from wayside stone heaps, and set flying the lazy adders in his pathway lying. When suddenly, from the straight, leafy alley, whither so fast, a voice comes musically. Mirèio's. Vincent darts beneath the trees, looks up, and soon the merry maiden sees. Perched on a mulberry tree, she eyed the lad like some grey-crested lark. 19 and he was glad. How then, Mirèio, comes the picking on? Little by little, all will soon be done. May I not help thee? That were very meet, she said, and laughed upon her airy seat. Sprang Vincent like a squirrel from the clover, ran nimbly up the tree, and said, moreover, now since old Master Ramon hath but thee, come down, I pray, and strip the lower tree, I'll to the top. As busily the maiden wrought on, she murmured, how the soul doth gladden to have good company. There's little joy in lonely work. Aye is there, said the boy, for when in our old hut we sit alone, father and I, and only hear the roan rush headlong o'er the shingle, 'tis most drear. Not in the pleasant season of the year, for then upon our travels we abound, and trudge from farm to farm the country round. But when the holly berries have turned red, and winter comes, and nights are long, he said, and sitting by the dying fire we catch whistle or mew of goblin at the latch, and I must wait till bedtime there with him, speaking but seldom, and the room so dim. Broke in the happy girl, unthinkingly, ah, but your mother, Vincent, where is she? Mother is dead. The two were still a while, then he, but Vincentito could beguile the time when she was there. A little thing, but she could keep the hut. I'm wondering, you have a sister, Vincent? That have I, a merry loss and good, was the reply. For down at Font-Duret in Beaucaire, whither she went to glean, she was so fair and deft at work that all were smitten by her, and there she stays as servant by desire. And you are like her? Now that makes me merry. Why, she is blonde and I brown as a berry. But wouldst thou know whom she is like, the elf? Why, even like thee, Mirèio, thine own self, your two bright heads, with all their wealth of hair like myrtle leaves, would make a perfect pair. But, ah, thou knowest better far to gather the muslin of thy cap 20 than doth the other. My little sister is not plain nor dull, but thou art so much more beautiful. Oh, what a Vincent! Cried Mirèio, and suddenly the half-culled branch let go. Sing, Magnorello, merrily, as the green leaves you gather. In their third sleep the silkworms lie, and lovely is the weather. Like brown bees that in open glades from rosemary gather honey, the mulberry trees swarm full of maids, glad as the air is sunny. And so you fancy I am fair to view, fairer than Vincentito. That I do. But what advantage have I more than she? Mother divine, he cried impetuously, that of the goldfinch or the fragile wren, grace for the eye, song for the hearts of men, what more? Ah, my poor sister, hear me speak. Thou wilt not get the white out of the leek. Her eyes are like the water of the sea, blue, clear, thine, black, and they flash gloriously. And oh, Mirèio, when on me they shine, I seem to drain a bumper of cooked wine. 21 My sister hath a silver voice and mellow. I love to hear her sing the Paraunello. But ah, my sweet young lady, every word thou'st given me my spirit more hath stirred, my ear more thrilled, my very heartstrings wrung, more than 1,000 songs divinely sung. With roaming all the pastures in the sun, my little sister's face and neck are done as dates, but thou, most fair one, I think well, art fashioned like the flowers of asphodel. So the bold summer with his tawny hand dare not caress thy forehead white and bland. Moreover, Vincentito is more slim than dragonflies that o'er the brooklet skim. Poor child? In 1 year grew she up to this, but verily in thy shape is not amiss. Again Mirèio, turning rosy red, let fall her branch, and what a Vincent? Said, sing, Magnorello, merrily, the green leaves ever piling. 2 comely children sit on high, amid the foliage, smiling. Sing, Magnorello, loud and oft, your merry labour hasten. The guileless pair who laugh aloft are learning love's first lesson. Cleared from the hills meanwhile the mists of Mon, and o'er the ruined towers, whither return nightly the grim old lords of Box, they say, and o'er the barren rocks gan take their way vultures. 22 whose large, white wings are seen to gleam resplendent in the noontide's burning beam. Then cried the maiden, pouting, we have done naught. Oh, shame to idle so, someone said he would help me, and that someone still doth not but talk and make me laugh at will. Work now, lest mother say I am unwary and idle, and too awkward yet to marry? Ah, my brave friend, I think should one engage you to pick leaves by the quintal, and for wage, you would all the same sit still and feast your eyes, handling the ready sprays in dreamy wise. Whereat the boy, a trifle disconcerted, and so thou takest me for a gawky? Blurted. We'll see, my fair young lady, added he, which of us two the better pick a bee? They ply both hands now. With vast animation, they bend and strip the branches. No occasion for rest or idle chatter either uses. The bleating sheep, they say, her mouthful loses, until the mulberry tree is bare of leaves, and these the ready sack at once receives, at whose distended mouth, ah, youth is sweet. Mirèio's pretty taper hand will meet in strange entanglement that somehow lingers that Vincent's, with its brown and burning fingers. Both started. In their cheeks the flush rose higher, they felt the heat of some mysterious fire. They dropped the mulberry leaves as if afraid, and, tremulous with passion, the boy said, What aileth thee, my lady? Answer me, did any hidden hornet dare sting thee? Well nigh inaudible, with head bent low. I know not, Vincent, thus Mirèio. And so they turned a few more leaves to gather, and for a while spake not again, but rather exchanged bright looks and sidelong, saying well the one who first should laugh would break the spell. Their hearts beat high, the green leaves fell like rain, and when the time for sacking came again, whether by chance or by contrivance, yet the white hand and the brown hand always met. Nor seemed there any lack of happiness the while their labor failed not to progress. Sing, Magnorello, merrily, as the green leaves you gather. The sun of May is riding high, and ardent is the weather. Now suddenly Mirèio whispered, Hark, what can that be? And listened like a lark upon a vine, her small forefinger pressing against her lip, and eager eyes addressing to a bird's nest upon a leafy bough, just opposite the one where she was now. Ah, wait a little while. With bated breath, so the young basket-weaver answereth, and like a sparrow hopped from limb to limb toward the nest. Down in the tree-trunk dim, close peering through a crevice in the wood, full-fledged and lively saw he the young brood, and sitting firmly the rough bough astride, clung with one hand, and let the other glide into the hollow trunk. Above his head Mirèio leaned with her cheeks rosy red. What sought? She whispered from her covert shady. Beauties? But what? Blue tomtits, my young lady? Then laughed the maiden, and her laugh was gay. See, Vincent, have you never heard them say that when two find a nest in company, on mulberry or any other tree, the church within a year will join those two? And proverbs, father says, are always true. Yea, quoth the lad, but do not thou forget that this, our happy hope, may perish yet, if all the birdies be not caged forthwith. Jesu divine, the maiden murmureth, put them by quickly. It concerns us much our birdies should be safe from alien touch. Why then the very safest place, said he. Methinks, Mirèio, would thy bodice be? Oh, surely. So the lad explores the hollow, his hand withdrawing full of tomtits callow. Fall were they, and the maid in ecstasy cries, Mon Dieu, and lifts her hands on high. How many? What a pretty brood it is. There, poor darlings, give me just one kiss. And lavishing 1,000 fond caresses, tenderly, carefully, the faw she presses inside her waist, obeying Vincent's will, while he, hold out thy hands, there are more still. Oh, sweet, the little eyes in each blue head are sharp as needles. As Mirèio said softly, 3 more of the wee brood she pressed into their smooth, white prison with the rest, who, when bestowed within that refuge warm, thought they were in their nest and safe from harm. Are there more, Vincent? Aye, he answered her. Then, Holy Virgin, you're a sorcerer. Thou simple maid, about St. George's day, 10, 12, and 14 eggs these tomtits lay. Aye, often. Now let these the others follow. They are the last. So goodbye, pretty hollow. But ere the words were spoken, and the maid in her flowered neckerchief had fairly laid her little charge, she gave a piercing wail, oh me, then murmured and turned pale, and laying both her hands upon her breast, moaned, I am dying, and was sore distressed, and could but weep. Ah, they are scratching me, they sting? Come quickly, Vincent, up the tree? For on the lost arrival had ensued wondrous commotion in the hidden brood, the fledglings latest taken from the nest had saw disorder wrought among the rest. Because within so very small a valley all could not lie at ease, so must they gaily scramble with claw and wing down either slope, and up the gentle hills, thus to find scope. 1,000 tiny Somersets they turn, 1,000 pretty rolls they seem to learn. And ah, come quick, is still the maiden's cry, trembling like vine spray when the wind is high, or like a heifer stung with cattle flies. And as she bends and writhes in piteous wise, Leaps Vincent upward till he plants his feet once more beside her on her airy seat. Sing, Magnorello, heap your leaves while sunny is the weather. He comes to aid her when she grieves, the two are now together. Thou likest not this tickling, kindly said he. What if thou wert like me, my gentle lady, and hadst to wander barefoot through the nettles? So proffering his red sea-cap, that he settles fast as she draws them from her neckerchief the birdies, to Mirèio's vast relief. Yet, ah, poor dear, the downcast eyes of her! She dares not look at her deliverer for a brief space, but soon a smile ensues, and the tears vanish, as the morning dews that drench the flowers and grass at break of day roll into little pearls and pass away. And then there came a fresh catastrophe. The branch whereon they sat ensconced in glace snapped, broke asunder, and with ringing shriek Mirèio flung her arms round Vincent's neck, and he clasped hers, and they whirled suddenly down through the leaves upon the supple rye. Listen, wind of the Greek, 23 wind of the sea, and shake no more the verdant canopy. Hush for one moment, O thou childish breeze. Breathe soft and whisper low, beholding these. Give them a little time to dream of bliss, to dream at least in such a world as this. Thou too, swift streamlet of the prattling voice, peace, prithee? In this hour, make little noise among the vocal pebbles of thy bed. Aye, little noise, because two souls have sped to one bright region. Leave them there, to roam over the starry heights, their proper home. A moment, and she struggled to be free from his embrace. The flower of the quince tree is not so pale. Then backward the two sank, and gazed at one another on the bank, until the weaver's son the silence brake, and thus in seeming wrath arose and spake. Shame on thee, thou perfidious mulberry! A devil's tree, a Friday-planted tree, blight seize and woodlouse eat thee. May thy master hold thee in horror for this day's disaster. Tell me thou art not hurt, Mirèio. Trembling from head to foot, she answered, No, I am not hurt, but as a baby weeps and knows not why, there's something here that keeps perpetual tumult in my heart. A pain blinds me and deafens me and fills my brain, so that my blood in a tumultuous riot causes my body through, and won't be quiet. May it not be? The simple boy replied, Thou fearest to have thy mother come and chide thy toddy picking, as when I come back late from the blackberry field with face all black and tattered clothes. Mirèio sighed again. Ah, no, this is another kind of pain. Or possibly a sunstroke may have lighted upon thee? And the eager Vincent sighted an ancient crone among the hills of Box, Tavern by name, who on the forehead, so, a glass of water sets, the ray malign the dazed brain for the crystal will resign. Nay, nay, impetuously the maiden cried, floods of May sunshine never terrified the girls of Crow. Why should I hold you waiting? Vincent, in vain my heart is palpitating. My secret cannot bide a home so small. I love you, Vincent, love you? That is all. The river-banks, the close-pruned willows hoary, green grass and ambient air, hearing this story, were full of glee. But the poor basket-weaver, princess, that thou who art so fair and clever, shouldst have a tongue given to wicked lying. Why, it confounds me, it is stupefying. What, thou in love with me? Mirèio, my poor life is yet happy. Do not go and make a jest thereof. I might believe just for one moment, and thereafter grieve my soul to death. Ah, no, my pretty maid, laugh no more at me in this wise, he said. Now may God shut me out of paradise, Vincent, if I have ever told you lies. Go to, I love you, will that kill you, friend? But if you will be cruel, and so send me from your side, 'tis I who will fall ill, and at your feet lie low till sorrow kill. No more, cried Vincent desperately. There is a gulf twixt thee and me. The stately queen of the lotus farm art thou, and all bow at thy coming, hasten to thy call, while I, a vagrant weaver, only wander, plying my trade from Valabrigo yonder. What care I? Cried the fiery girl at once. Sharp as a sheaf-binder's came her response. May not my lover then a baron be, or eke a weaver if he pleases me? But if you will not have me pine away, why look so handsome, even in rags, I say. He turned and faced her. Ah, she was enchanting, and as a charmed bird falls dizzy, panting, so he. Mirèio, thou art a sorceress, and I bedazzled by thy loveliness. Thy voice, too, mounts into this head of mine, and makes me like a man occam with wine. Why can it be, Mirèio? Seest thou not even now with thy embrace my brain is hot? I am a pack-bearer, and well may be a laughing-stock for evermore to thee, but thou shalt have the truth, dear, in this hour. I love thee, with a love that could devour. Wert thou to ask, lo, love I thee so much. The golden goat, 24 that ne'er felt mortal touch upon its udders, but doth only lick moss from the base of the precipitous peak of Box. I'd perish in the quarries there, or bring thee down the goat with golden hair, so much that, if thou saidst I want a star, there is no stream so wild, no sea so far, but I would cross, no headsman, steel or fire that could withhold me. Yeah, I would climb higher than peaks that kiss the sky, that star to rest, and Sunday thou shouldst wear it on thy breast. O my Mirèio, ever as I gaze, thy beauty fills me with a deep amaze. Once, when by Vaucluse grotto I was going, I saw a fig tree in the bare rock growing. So very spare it was, the lizard's grey had found more shade beneath a jasmine spray. But round about the roots, once every year the neighboring stream comes gushing, as I hear, and the shrub drinks the water as it rises, and that one drink for the whole year suffices. Even as the gem is cut to fit the ring, this parable to us is answering. I am the fig tree on the barren mountain, and thou, mine own, art the reviving fountain? Surely it would suffice me, could I feel that, once a year, I might before thee kneel, and sun myself in thy sweet face, and lay my lips unto thy fingers, as today. Trembling with love, Mirèio hears him out, and lets him wind his arms her neck about, and clasp her as bewildered. Suddenly, through the green walk, quavers an old wife's cry. How now, Mirèio, are you coming soon? What will the silkworms have to eat at noon? As oft times at the coming on of night, a flock of sparrows on a pine alight and fill the air with joyous chirruping, yet if a passing gleaner pause and fling a stone that way, they to the neighboring wood, by terror winged, their instant flight make good. So, with a tumult of emotion thrilled, fled the enamored two across the field. But when, her leaves upon her head, the maid turned silently toward the farm, he stayed, Vincent, and breathless watched her in her flight over the fallow, till she passed from sight. Uncopyright, may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow, work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook released their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or mock-up on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks, Canto Roman 3, the cocooning 25 when the crop is fair in the olive yard, and the earthen jars are ready for the golden oil from the barrel's pod, and the big cot rocks unsteady with its tower of gathered sheaves, and strains and groans on its way through fields and lanes. When brawny and bare as an old athlete comes Bacchus the dance a-leading, and the laborers all, with juice-dyed feet, the vintage of crow are treading, and the good wine pours from the brimful presses, and the ruddy foam in the vats increases. When under the leaves of the Spanish broom, the clear silkworms are holden, an artist each in a tiny loom, weaving a web all golden, fine, frail cells out of sunlight spun, where they creep and sleep by the million. Glad is Provence on a day like that, 'tis the time of jest and laughter. The Farragulet 26 and the Balm Muscat 27 they quaff, and they sing thereafter. And lads and lasses, their toils between, dance to the tinkling tambourine. Methinks, good neighbours, I am Fortune's pet. Ne'er in my trellised arbor saw I yet a silkier bower, cocoons more worthy praise, or richer harvest, since the year of grace when first I laid my hand on Ramoun's arm and came, a youthful bride, to Lotus Farm. So spake John o' Mirèio, Ramoun's wife, the fond, proud mother who had given life to our Mirèio. Unto her had hied, the while were gathered the cocoons outside, her neighbors. In the silkworm room they throng, and as they aid the picking, gossip long. To these Mirèio tended now and then oak sprigs and sprays of rosemary, for when the worms, lured by the mountain odor, come in myriads, there to make their silken home, the sprays and sprigs, adorned in such wise, are like the golden palms of paradise. On Mother Mary's altar yesterday, Jono Mirèio said, I went to lay my finest sprays by way of tithe. And so I do each year, for you, my women. Know that, when the Holy Mother will, 'tis she who sendeth up the worms abundantly. Now, for my part, said Zew of Host Farm, great fears have I my worms will come to harm. You mind that ugly day the east wind blew, I left my window open, if you knew ever such folly, and to my affright upon my flora 20, now turned white. 28 to Zew thus the crone Tavern replied, a witch, who from the cliffs of Box had hied to help at the cocooning. Youth is bold, the young think they know better than the old, and age is torment, and we mon the fate which bids us see and know, but all too late. Ye are such giddy women, every one, that, if the hatching promise well, ye run straightway about the streets the tale to tell. Come see my silkworms, 'tis incredible how fine they are. Envy can well dissemble, she hastens to your room, her heart a-tremble with wrath. And well done, neighbor, she says cheerly, this does one good. You've still your call 29 on, clearly? But when your head is turned, she casts upon the envious one, a look so full of venom, it knots and burns up. And then you say it was the east wind plastered that way. I don't say that has naught to do with it, quoth Zew. Still it had been quite as fit for me to close the window. Doubt you then the harm the eye can do, went on Tavern, when in the head it glistens balefully? And Zeus scanned herself with piercing eye. Ye are such fools, ye seem to think, she said, that scraping with a scalpel on the dead would win its honey secret from the bee? But may not a fierce look, now answer me, the unborn babe for evermore deform, and dry the cow's milk in her udder's warm? An owl may fascinate a little bird, a serpent, flying geese, as I have heard, how high soe'er they mount. And if one keep a fixed gaze upon silkworms, will they sleep? Moreover, is there, neighbors, in the land so wise a virgin that she can withstand the fiery eyes of passionate youth? Here stopped the hag, and damsels far their cocoons dropped, in June as in October, murmuring, her tongue hath evermore a barbed sting, the ancient viper. What the lads say you? Let them come then, we'll see what they can do. But other merry ones retorted, no, we want them not, do we, Mirèio? Not we, nor is it always cocooning, so I'll a bottle from the cellar bring that you will find delicious. And she fled toward the house because her cheeks grew red. Now, friends, said haughty Loro, with decision, this is my mind, though poor be my condition. I'll smile on no one, even though my lover as king of fairyland his realm should offer. A pleasure were it, could I see him lying, and 7 long years before my footstool sighing. Ah, said Clemenceau, should a king me woo, and say he loved me, without much ado I'd grant the royal suit, and chiefly thus were he a young king and a glorious. A king of men in beauty, I'd let come and freely lead me to his palace home. But see, if I were once enthroned there, a sovereign and an empress in a fair mantle bedecked of golden-flowered brocade, with pearls and emeralds dazzling round my head, then would my heart for my poor country yearn, and I, the queen, would unto Box return. And I would make my capital at Box, and on the rock where lie its ruins low, I would rebuild our ancient castle, and a white tower on the top thereof should stand whose head should touch the stars. Thither retiring, if rest or solace were the queen desiring, we'd climb the turret stair, my prince and I, and gladly throw the crown and mantle by. And would it not be blissful with my love, aloft, alone to sit, the world above? Or, leaned upon the parapet by his side, to search the lovely landscape far and wide, our own glad kingdom of Provost descrying, like some great orange grove beneath us lying all fair. And ever stretching dreamily beyond the hills and plains, the sapphire sea, while noble ships, tricked out with streamers gay, just graze the Chateau d'If and pass away. Or we would turn to lightning-scathed Ventura, 30 who, while the lesser heights before him cower, his hoary head against the heaven raises, as I have seen, in solitary places of beech and pine, with staff in aged hand, some shepherd chief, his flock all-looking, stand. Again, we'd follow the great Rhone a while, adown whose banks the city's brave defile, and dip their lips and drink, with dance and song. Stately is the Rhone's march, and very strong, but even he must bend at Avignon his haughty head to not a dame des Doms .31. I'll watch the ever-varying durance, now like some fierce and ravenous, goat advance devouring banks and bridges, now demure as maid from rustic well who bears her ewer, spilling her scanty water as she dallies, and every youth along her pathway rallies. So spake her sweet Provençal majesty, and rose with brimful apron, and put by her gathered treasure. Two more maids were there, twin sisters, the one dark, the other fair, Azalaes, via Yolano. The stronghold of Estaublin sheltered their parents old. And oft these two to Lotus farmstead came, while that mischievous lad, Cupid by name, who loves to spot with generous hearts and tender, had made the sisters both their love surrender to the same youth. So Azalaes said, the dark one, lifting up her raven head, now, damsels, play a while that I were queen. The Marseille ships, the Beaucaire meadows green, smiling La Ciotat and fair Salon, with all her almond trees to me belong. Then the young maids I'd summon by decree, from Alls, Box, Bobentano, unto me. Come, fly like birds, the order should be given, and I, of these, would choose the fairest 7, and royal charge upon the same would lay, the false love and the true in scales to weigh. And then would merry counsel holden be. For sure it is a great calamity that half of those who love, with love most meet, can never marry, and their joy complete. But when I, Azalaes, hold the helm, I proclamation make, that in my realm true lovers wounded in their cruel spot shall I find mercy at the maiden's cot. And if one sell her robe of honour white, whether it be for gold or jewel bright, and if one offer insult, or betray a fond heart, unto such as these alway, the high cot of the 7 maids shall prove the stern avenger of offended love. And if 2 lovers the same maid desire, or if 2 maids to the same lad aspire, my counsel's duty it shall be to choose which loves the better, which the better sues, and which is worthier of a happy fate. Moreover, on my maidens there shall wait 7 sweet poets, who from time to time shall write the laws of love in lovely rhyme upon wild vine leaves or the bark of trees, and sometimes, in a stately chorus, these will sing the same, and then their couplets all like honey from the honeycomb will fall. So, long ago, the whispering pines among, Finito de Gottum 32 may have sung, when she the glory of her stock-crowned head on Raumanin, and on the Alpines shed, all Countess Dio, 33 of the passionate lays, who held her cots of love in the old days. But now Mirèio, to the room returning, with faces radiant as an Easter morning, a flagon baw, and for their spirit's sake, besought them all her beverage to partake. For this will make us work with hot will. So come, good women, and your goblets fill. Then, pouring from the wicker-covered flask a generous drink for whosoever might ask, a string of gold the falling liquor made, I mixed this cordial mine own self, she said. One leaves it in a window 40 days, that it may mellow in the sun's hot rays. Herein are mountain herbs in number 3, the liquor keeps their odor perfectly, it strengthens one. Here break in other voices. Listen, Mirèio, tell us what your choice is, for these have told what they would do if they were queens, or came to great estate one day. In such a case, Mirèio, what would you? How can I tell what I would do? I am so happy in our own Lacroix with my dear parents, wherefore should I go? Ah, ha, outspake another maiden bold, little care you for silver or for gold. But on a certain morn I mind it well, forgive me, dear, that I the tale should tell. 'Twas Tuesday. I had gathered sticks that day, and, faggot on my hip, had won my way almost to La Cruz Blanco, when I spied you in a tree, with someone by your side, who chatted gaily. A lithe form he had. Whence did he come? They cried. Who was the lad? Said Noro, to tell that were not so easy, because among the thick-leaved mulberry trees he was hidden half. Yet think I 'twas the clever Vincent, the Valabregan basket weaver? Oh, cried the damsels all, with peals of laughter, see you not what the little cheat was after? A pretty basket she would fain receive, and made this poor boy in her love believe. The fairest maiden the whole country over has chosen the barefoot Vincent for her lover. So mocked they, till o'er each young countenance in turn there fell a dark and sidelong glance. Tavins, who cried, 1,000 curses fall upon you, and the vampire 34 seize you all. If the good Lord from heaven this way came, you girls, I think, would giggle all the same. 'Tis brave to laugh at this poor lad of Ossia's, but mock? The future may make strange disclosures, poor though he be. Now hear the oracle. God in his house once wrought a miracle, and I can show the truth of what I say, for lasses, it all happened in my day. Once, in the wild woods of the Luberon, 35 a shepherd kept his flock. His days were long, but when at last the same were well nigh spent, and toward the grave his iron frame was bent, he sought the hermit of St. Auquery, to make his last confession piously. Alone, in the Vomasco 36 valley lost, his foot had never sacred threshold crossed since he partook his first communion. Even his prayers were from his memory gone, but now he rose and left his cottage lowly, and came and bowed before the hermit holy. With what sin chargest thou thyself, my brother? The solitary said, Replied the other, the aged man, once, long ago, I slew a little bird about my flock that flew. A cruel stone I flung its life to end. It was a wagtail, and the shepherd's friend. Is this a simple soul, the hermit thought, or is it an impostor? And he sought right curiously to read the old man's face until, to solve the riddle, go, he says, and hang thy shepherd's cloak yon beam upon, and afterward I will absolve my son. A single sunbeam through the chapel strayed, and there it was the priest the suppliant bade to hang his cloak. But the good soul arose, and drew it off with mien of all repose, and threw it upward, and it hung in sight suspended on the slender shaft of light. Then fell the hermit prostrate on the floor, O man of God, he cried and he wept saw, let but the blessed hand these tears bedew, fulfill the sacred office for us too. No sins of thine can I absolve, 'tis clear, thou art the saint and I the sinner here. Her story ended, the crone said no more, but all the laughter of the maids was awe. Only Lorito dared one little joke. This tells us ne'er to laugh at any cloak. Good may the beast be, although rough the hide, but girls, methought young mistress I espied grow crimson as an autumn grape, because Vincent's dear name so lightly uttered was. There's mystery here. Mirèio, we are jealous, lasted the picking long that day. Pray tell us, when two friends meet the hour is winged with pleasure, and for a lover one has always leisure. Oh fie, Mirèio said. Enough of joking, mind your work now and be not so provoking. You would make swear the very saints. But I promise you one and all, most faithfully, I'll seek a convent while my years are tender, sooner than ere my maiden heart surrender. Then break the damsels into merry chorus. Have we not pretty Magali before us, who love and lovers held in such disdain that, to escape their torment, she was fain to St. Blasius in alls away to hie, and bury her sweet self from every eye. Come, Noro, you, whose voice is ever thrilling, who charm us all, sing now, if you are willing, the song of Magali, the cunning fairy, who love had shunned by all devices airy. A bird, a vine, a sunbeam she became, yet fell herself, love's victim all the same. Queen of my soul, sang Noro, and the rest fell straightway to their work with twofold zest. And as, when one cicala doth begin its high midsummer note, the rest fall in and swell the chorus, so the damsels here sang the refrain with voices loud and clear. I 37 Magali, queen of my soul, the dawn is near. Hark to my tambourine, hide not thy bower within, open and hear. Roman 2 The sky is full of stars and the wind soft, but when thine eyes they see, the stars, O Magali, will pale aloft. Roman 3 Idle as summer breeze the tune thou playest, I'll vanish in the sea, a silver eel will be, ere thou me stayest. Roman 4 If thou become an eel, and so forsake me, I will turn fisher too and fish the water blue until I take thee. V in vain with net all line thou me implorest, I'll be a bird that day, and wing my trackless way into the forest. Vi if thou become a bird, and so dost dare me, I will a fowler be, and follow cunningly until I snare thee. Roman 7 When thou thy cruel snare settest full surely, I will a flower become, and in my prairie home hide me securely. Roman 8 If thou become a flower, before thou thinkest I'll be a streamlet clear, and all the water bear that thou, love, drinkest. Roman 9 When thou, a stream, dost feed the flower yonder, I will turn clouds straightway, and to America away I'll wander. X Though thou to India fly from thy lover, still I will follow thee, I the sea breeze will be to waft thee over. Roman 11 I can outstrip the breeze fast as it flieth, I'll be the swift sunray that melts the ice away and the grass drieth. Roman 12 Sunlight if thou become, on my wiles ended, I'll be a lizard green, and quaff the golden sheen to make me splendid. Roman 13 Be thou a Triton, hid in the dark sedges, I'm the moon by whose ray fairies and witches pay their mystic pledges. Roman 14 If thou the moon wilt be sailing in glory, I'll be the halo white hovering every night around and awe thee. Roman 15 Yet shall thy shadowy arm embrace me never, I will turn virgin rose, and all my thorns oppose to thee forever. Roman 16 If thou become a rose, vain too shall this be, seest thou not that I, as a bright butterfly, freely may kiss thee. Roman 17 Urge then, thy mad pursuit, idly thou'lt follow, I'll in the deep wood bide, I'll in the old oak hide, gnarled and hollow. Roman 18 In the dim forest glade wilt thou be hidden, I'll be the ivy vine, and my long arms entwine round thee unbidden. Roman 19 Fold thine arms tightly, then, clasp the oak only, I'll a white sister be, far off in St. Blasi, secure and lonely. Roman 20 Be thou a white-veiled nun come to confession, I will be there as priest, thee freely to divest of all transgression. The startled women their cocoons let fall. Noro, make haste. Outspake they one and all. What could our hunted Magali answer then? A nun, poor dear, who had already been a cloud, a bird, a fish, an oak, a flower, the sun, the moon, the stream in one short hour. Ah, yes, said Noro. I the rest will sing. She was, I think, the cloister entering, and that mad fowler dared to promise her he would in the confessional appear and shrive her. Therefore hear what she replies. The maid hath yet another last device. Roman 21, enter the sacred house. I shall be sleeping, robed in a winding sheet, nuns at my head and feet above me weeping. Roman 22, if thou wert lifeless dust, my toils were awe. I'd be the yawning grave, thee in my arms to have for evermore. Roman 23, now know I thou art true, leave me not yet. Come, sing a fair, and take, and wear it for my sake, this annulet. Roman 24, look up, my blessed one, the heavens scan. Since the stars came to see thee, O my Magali, they are turned wan. A silence fell, the sweet song being ended. Only with the last moving notes had blended the voices of the rest. Their heads were drooping, as they before the melody were stooping, like slender reeds that lean and sway forever before the flowing eddies of a river. Till Noro said, now is the air serene, and here the mowers come, their scythes to clean beside the Vivery brook. Mirèio, dear, bring us a few cent. John's day apples here, and we will add a little new-made cheese, and take our lunch beneath the lotus trees. Canto Roman 4, the suitors when violets are blue in the blue shadows of the o'erhanging trees. The youth who stray in pairs about the meadows are glad to gather these. When peace descends upon the troubled ocean, and he his wrath forgets, flock from Martigues the boats with wing-like motion, the fishes fill their nets. And when the girls of Crow bloom into beauty, and fairer earth knows not, are their suitors ready for their duty in castle and in cot. Thus to Mirèio's home came seeking her a trio notable, a hostamer, a herdsman, and a shepherd. It befell the last was first who came his tale to tell. Alari was his name, a wealthy man. He had 1,000 sheep, the story ran. The same were wont to feed the winter long in rich salt pastures by lake and Tresson. And at wheat boiling time, in burning May, himself would often lead his flock, they say, up through the hills to pastures green and high. They say moreover, and full faith have I, that ever as St. Mark's came round again, 9 noted shearers, Alari would retain 3 days to shear his flock. Added to these a man to bear away each heavy fleece, and a sheep boy who back and forward ran and filled the shearer's quickly emptied can. But when the summer heats began to fail, and the high peaks to feel the snowy gale, a stately sight it was that flock to see wind from the upper vales of Dauphiny, and all the crowd pursue their devious ways, upon the toothsome winter grass to graze. Also, to watch them there where they defile into the stony road were well worth while, the early lambkins all the rest outstripping, and merrily about the lamb-herd leaping, the bell-decked asses with their foals beside, all following after them. These had for guide a drover, who a patient mule bestrode. Its wattled panniers bear a motley load, food for the shepherd folk, and flasks of wine, and the still bleeding hides of slaughtered kine, and folded garments whereon oft there lay some weakly lamb, weary of the way. Next came abreast, the captains of the host, 5 fiery bucks, their fearsome heads uptossed, with bells loud jingling, and with sidelong glances and backward curving horns, each one advances. The sober mothers follow close behind, striving their lawless little kids to mind. A rude troop and a ravenous they are, and these the goat-herd hath in anxious care. And after them there follow presently the great ram chiefs, with muzzles lifted high. You know them by the heavy horn that lies thrice curved about the ear in curious wise. Their ribs and backs with tufts of wool are decked, that they may have their meed of due respect as the flock's grandsires. Plain to all beholders, with sheepskin cloak folded about his shoulders, strides the chief shepherd next, with lordly swing, the main corps of his army following. Tumbling through clouds of dust, the great ewe-dams call with loud bleatings to their bleating lambs. The little horned ones are gaily dressed, with tiny tufts of scarlet on the breast and o'er the neck, while, filling the next place, the woolly sheep advance at solemn pace. Amid the tumult now and then the cries of shepherd boy to shepherd dog arise, for now the pitch-mocked herd innumerable press forward, yearlings, 2-year-olds as well, those who have lost their lambs, and those who bear twin lambs unborn, and wearily they fare. A ragamuffin troop brings up the rear. The barren and past-breeding ewes are here, the lame, the toothless, and the remnant sorry of many a mighty ram, lean now and hoary, who from his earthly labours long hath rested, of honour and of horns alike divested. All these who fill the road and mountain passes, old, young, good, bad, and neither, sheep, goats, asses, are Alaris, every one. He stands the while and watches them, 100 in a file, pass on before him, and the man's eyes laugh. His wand of office is a maple staff, and went to pasture with his dog's highs he, and leathern gate as buttoned to the knee, his forehead to an ample wisdom grown and ere serene might be King David's own, when in his youth he led, as the tale tells, the flocks at eve beside his father's wells. This was the chief toward Lotus Farm who drew, and presently Mirèio's self who knew flitting about the doorway. His heart bounded. Good heaven! He cried, her praises they have sounded nowise too loudly. Ne'er saw I such grace or high or low, in life or pictured face. Only that face to see, his flock forsaking, Alari had come. Yet now his heart was quaking when, standing in the presence of the maid, would you so gracious be, fair one, he said, as to point out the way these hills to cross? For else find I myself at utter loss. Oh, yes, replied the girl, ingenuously. Thou takest the straight road and comest thereby into Pero Malo desert, then follow the winding path till thou attain a portico 38 with an old tomb Ana, 2 statues of great generals it doth bear. Antiquities they call them hereabout. Thanks many, said the youth. I had come out 1,000 of my woolly tribe or so to lead into the mountains from Lacroix. We leave tomorrow. I their way direct, and sleeping spots and feeding grounds select. They bear my mark, and are of fine breed, all, and for my shepherdess, when one I call my own, the nightingales will ever sing. And dead I hope you'd take my offering, Mirèio dear, no gems I'd tender you, but a carved boxwood cup, mine own work too? Therewith he brought to light a goblet fair, wrapped like some sacred relic with all care, and carven of boxwood green. It was his pleasure such things to fashion in his hours of leisure, and sitting wrapped upon some wayside stone, he wrought divinely with a knife alone. He carved him castanets with fingers light, so that his flock would follow him at night through the dark fields, obedient to their tones. And on the ringing collars, and the bones that served for bell tongues, he would cut with skill faces and figures, flowers and birds, at will. As for the goblet he was tendering, you would have said that no such fairy thing was ever wrought by shepherd's knife or wit. A full-flowered poppy wreathed the rim of it, and in among the languid flowers their 2 chamois browsed, and these the handles were. A little lower down were maidens 3, and certes they were marvellous to see near by, beneath a tree, a shepherd lad slept, while on tiptoe stole the maidens glad, and sought to seal his lips, ere he should waken, with a grape cluster from their basket taken. Yet even now he smiles at their illusion, so that the foremost maid is all confusion. The odor of the goblet proved it new, the giver had not drunk therefrom, and you had said, but for their woody coloring, the carven shapes were each a living thing. Mirèio scanned the fair cup curiously. A tempting offering thine, shepherd, said she, but suddenly, a finer one than this hath my heart's laud. Shepherd, his love it is. Mine eyes close, his impassioned glances feeling, I falter with the rapture on me stealing. So saying, she vanished like a tricksy sprite, and Alari turned, and in the grey twilight ruefully, carefully, he folded up and bore away again his carven cup, deeming it sad and strange this winsome elf her love should yield to any but himself. Soon to the farm came suitor number 2, a keeper of wild hosses from Sambu 39, Varon by name. About his island bower in the great prairies, where the astas flower, he used to keep 100 milk-white steeds, who nipped the heads of all the lofty reeds. 100 steeds? Their long manes flowing free as the foam-crested billows of the sea? Wavy and thick and all unshorn were they, and when the hosses on their headlong way plunged all together, their dishevelled hair seemed the white robes of creatures of the air. I say it to the shame of humankind. Camog and 40 steeds were never known to mind the cruel spur more than the coaxing hand. Only a few or so, I understand, by treachery seduced, have holte won, and from their own salt prairies been born. Yet the day comes when, with a vicious start, their riders throwing, suddenly they pot, and 20 leagues of land unresting scour, snuffing the wind, till vacares 41 once more they find, the salt air breathe, and joy to be in freedom after 10 years' slavery. For these wild steeds are with the sea at home, have they not still the color of the foam? Perchance they break from old King Neptune's car, for when the sea turns dark and moans afar, and the ships pot their cables in the bay, the stallions of Camog rejoicing neigh, their sweeping tails like whipcord snapping loudly, all pawing the earth, all fiercely and proudly, as though their flanks were stung as with a rod by the sharp trident of the angry god, who makes the rain a deluge, and the ocean stirs to its depths in utmost commotion. And these were all Varons. Therefore one day the island chieftain paused upon his way across Lacroix beside Mirèio's daw, for she was famed, and shall be evermore, for beauty, all about the delta wide where the great Rhone meeteth the ocean tide. Confident came Varan to tell his passion, with paletot, in the Arlesian fashion, long, light, and backward from his shoulders flowing, his gay-hued girdle like a lizard glowing, the while his head an oilskin cap protected, where from the dazzling sun rays were reflected. And first the youth to Master Ramoun drew. "Good morrow to you, and good fortune too," he said. "I come from the Camogan Rhone, as Keeper Pear's grandson I am known. Thou mindest him. For 20 years or more my grandsire's horses trod thy threshing floor. 3 dozen had the old man venerable as thou, beyond a doubt, rememberest well. But would I, Master Ramoun, it were given to thee to see the increase of that leaven. Let ply the sickles. We the rest will do, for now have we 100 lacking too. And long, my son, the old man said, pray I that you may see them feed and multiply. I knew your grandsire well for no brief time, but now on him and me the hoary rime of age descends, and by the home lamp's ray we sit content, and no more visits pay. But, Master Ramoun, cried the youthful lover, all that I want thou dost not yet discover. For down at Sambu, in my island home, when the crow folk for loads of lit come, and we help cod them down, it happens so we talk sometimes about the girls of Crow. And thy Mirèio they have all portrayed so charmingly, that if thou wilt, he said, and if thou like me, I would gladly be thy son-in-law. God grant me this to see, said Ramoun. The brave scion of my friend to me and mine can only honour lend. Then did he fold his hands and them upraise in saint-like gratitude. And yet, he says, the child must like you too, O Varanet. 42 the only one will always be a pet. Meanwhile, in earnest of the dower I'll give her, the blessing of the saints be yours for ever. Forthwith summoned Ramoun his little daughter, and told her of the friend who thus had sought her. Pale, trembling, and afraid, O father dear, she said, is not thy wisdom halting here? For I am but a child, thou dost forget. Surely thou wouldst not send me from thee yet. Slowly, so thou hast often said to me, folk learn to love and live in harmony. For one must know, and also must be known. And even then, my father, all's not done. Here the dark shadow on her brow was lit by some bright thought that transfigured it. So the drenched flowers, when morning rains are o'er, lift up their heavy heads, and smile once more. Mirèio's mother held her daughter's view. Then blandly rose the keeper. Adieu, master, he said. Who in Camog hath dwelt knows the mosquito sting as soon as felt. Also that summer came to Lotus Place one from Petit Camog, 43 named Aurias. Breaker and brander of wild cattle, he, and black and furious all the cattle be over those briny pastures wild who run, maddened by flood and fog and scalding sun. Alone this Aurias had them all in charge summer and winter, where they roamed at large. And so, among the cattle born and grown, their build, their cruel heart, became his own, his the wild eye, dark colour, dogged look. How often, throwing off his coat, he took his cudgel, savage weena, never blenching, and first the young calves from the udders wrenching. Upon the wrathful mother fell so madly that cudgel after cudgel brake he gladly, till she, by his brute fury mastered, wild-eyed and lowing to the pine copse fled. Oft in the branding at Camog had he oxen and heifers, 2-year-olds and 3, seized by the horns and stretched upon the ground. His forehead bare the scar of an old wound fiery and forked like lightning. It was said that once the green plain with his blood was red. On a great branding day befell this thing, to aid the mighty herd in mustering, lie Santo, Aguimato, Albaran, and Faraman 44 100 horsemen strong had sent into the desert. And the herd roused from its briny lairs, and, forward spurred by tridents of the brandas close behind, fell on the land like a destroying wind. Heifers and bulls in headlong gallop bon plunged, crushing Centauri and Salicon. 45 and at the branding booth at last they mustered, just where a crowd 300 strong had clustered. A moment, as if scared, the beasts were still. Then, when the cruel spur once more they feel, they start afresh, into a run they break, and thrice the circuit of the arena make, as martins fly a dog, or hawks afar by eagles in the lubern hunted are. Then Aurias, what ne'er was done before, leaped from his horse beside the circus door amid the crowd. The cattle start again, all saving 5 young bulls, and scour the plain. But these, with flaming eyes and horns defying heaven itself, are through the arena flying. And he pursues them. As a mighty wind drives on the clouds, he goads them from behind, and presently outstrips them in the race. Then thumps them with the cruel goad he sways, dances before them as infuriate, and lets them feel his own fist's heavy weight. The people clap and shout, while Aurias, white with Olympic dust, encountered has one bull, and seized him by the horns at length. and now 'tis head to muzzle, strength for strength. The monster strains his prisoned horns to free until he bleeds, and bellows horribly. But vain his fury, useless all his trouble. The neatherd had the art to turn and double and foss the huge head with his shoulder round, and shove it roughly back, till on the ground Christian and beast together rolled, and made a formless heap like some huge barricade. The tamarisks 46 are shaken by the cry of "Bravo, our ears!" That's done valiantly. While 5 stout youths the bull pin to the sward, and our ears, his triumph to record, seizes the red-hot iron with eager hand, the vanquished monster on the hip to brand. Then came a troop of girls on milk-white ponies, Elysians, flushed and panting every one is, as are the arena at full gallop bon they offer him a noble drinking horn brimful of wine, then turn and disappear, each followed by her faithful cavalier. The hero heeds them not. His mind is set on the far monsters to be branded yet. The mower toils the harder for the grass he sees unmown. And so this Aureus fought the maw savagely as his foes warmed, and conquered in the end, but not unharmed. White-spotted and with horns magnificent, the fourth beast grazed the green in all content. Now man enough. In vain the neitherds shouted, couched is the trident and the caution flouted, with perspiration streaming, bosom bare, Aureus the spotted bull charged then and there. He meets his enemy, a blow delivers full in the face, but the trident shivers. The beast becomes a demon with the wound, the brander grasps his horns, is whirled around. They start together, and a bon amain, crushing the salicons along the plain. The mounted herdsmen, on their long goads leaning, regard the mortal fray, for each is meaning dire vengeance now. The man the brute would crush, the brute bears off the man with furious rush, the while with heavy, frothy tongue he clears the blood that to his hanging lip adheres. The brute prevailed. The man fell dazed and lay like a vile rakeful in the monster's way. Sham dead? Went up a cry of agony. Vain words. The beast his victim lifted high on cruel horns and savage head inclined, and flung him 46 feet behind. Once more a deafening outcry filled the place and shook the tamarisks. But Aureus fell prone to earth, and ever after he the ugly scar that marred his brow so sorely. Now, mounted on his mare, he paces slow with goad erect to seek Mirèio. It chanced the little maid was all alone. She had that morning to the fountain gone, and here, with sleeves and petticoats uprolled and small feet dabbling in the water cold, she was her cheese farms cleaning with shave grass, and, Lady Saints, how beautiful she was. "Good morrow, pretty maid," began the wooer. "Thy farms will shine like mirrors, to be sure. Will it offend thee if I lead my mare to drink out of thy limpid streamlet there? Pray give her all thou wilt at the dam head. We've water here to spare." The maiden said, "Fair one," spake the wild youth, "if e'er thou come as pilgrim or as bride to make thy home at Silverial 47 by the noisy wave, no life of toil like this down here thou'lt have. Our fierce black cows are never milked, but these roam all at large, and women sit at ease. Young man, in cattle land, I've heard them say, maids die of languor. Pretty maiden, nay, there is no languor where two are together. But brows are blistered in that burning weather, and bitter waters drunk. When the sun shines, my lady, thou shalt sit beneath the pines. But they say, young man, those pines are laden with coils of emerald serpents. Fairest maiden, we've herons also, and flamingos red that chase them down the Rhone with wings outspread like rosy scoffs. Then, I would have thee no lotus and pine too far asunder grow. But priests and maids, my beauty, ne'er can tell, the saw affirms, the land where they may dwell and eat their bread. Let mine but eaten be with him I love, that were enough, said she, to lure me from the home nest to remove. If that be so, sweet one, give me thy love. Thy suit, Mirèio said, mayhap I'll grant. But first, young man, yon water lily plant will bear a cluster of Columbine 48 grapes. Yon hills will melt from all their solid shapes, that goad will flower, and all the world will go in boats unto the citadel of Box. Canto v the battle cool with the coming eve the wind was blowing, the shadows of the poplars longer growing. Yet still the westering sun was 2 hours high, as the tired ploughman noted wistfully. 2 hours of toil ere the fresh twilight come, and wifely greeting by the door at home. But Aureus the brander left the spring, the insult he had suffered pondering. So moved to wrath was he, so stung with shame, the blood into his very forehead came, and muttering deadly spite beneath his teeth, he drave at headlong gallop o'er the heath. As damsons in a bush, the stones of crow are plentiful, and Aureus, fuming so, would gladly with the senseless flints have striven, all through the sun itself his lance have driven. A wild boar from its lair fast to decamp, and scour the desert slopes of Black Owlimp, 49 ere turning on the dogs upon his track, erects the rugged bristles of his back, and whets his tusks upon the mountain oaks. And now young Vincent with his comely looks must needs have chosen the herdsman's very path, and meets him squarely, boiling awe with wrath. Whereas the simple dreamer wondered smiling, his memory with a sweet tale beguiling, that he had heard a fond girl whispering beneath a mulberry tree one morn in spring. Straight is he as a cane from the durance, and love, peace, joy, beam from his countenance. The soft air swells his loose, unbuttoned shirt, his firm, bare feet are by the stones unhurt, and light as lizard slips he o'er the way. Oh, many a time when eve was cool and grey, and all the land in shadow lay concealed, he used to roam about the darkling field, where the chill airs had shut the tender clover. Aw, like a butterfly, descend and hover around the homestead of Mirèio. Aw, hidden cleverly, his hiding show, like a gold-crested or an ivy wren, by a soft cheer-up uttered now and then. And she would know who called her, and would fly swift, silent, to the mulberry tree hard by, with quickened pulses. Fair is the moonlight upon narcissus buds in summer night, and sweet the rustle of the zephyr born in summer eve over the ripening corn, until the whole, in infinite undulation, seems like a great heart palpitant with passion. Also, the chamois hath a joy most keen when through the quarras, 50 that most wild ravine all day before the huntsman he hath flown, and stands at length upon a peak, alone with larches and with ice fields, looking forth. But all these joys and charms a little worth, with the brief rapture of the hours compared, brief, that Vincent and Mirèio shared when by the friendly shadows favored. Speak low, my lips, for trees can hear, 'tis said, their hands would seek each other and would meet, and silence fall upon them, while their feet played idly with the pebbles in their way. Until, not knowing better what to say, the tyro lover laughingly would tell of all the small mishaps that him befell, of nights he passed beneath the open heaven, of bites the farmer's dogs his legs had given, and show his scars. And then the maid told all her tasks of that day and the day before, and what her parents said, and how the goat with trellis flowers had filled his greedy throat. Once only, Vincent knew not what he did, but stealthy as a wild cat, he had slid along the grasses of the barren moor, and prostrate lay his darling's feet before. Then, soft my lips, because the trees can hear, he said, give me one kiss, Mirèio dear. I cannot eat nor drink, he made his moan, for the great love I bear you. Yeah, mine own, your breath the life out of my blood has taken. Go not, Mirèio, leave me not forsaken. From dawn to dawn at least let a true lover kneel, and your garments hem with kisses cover. Why, Vincent, said Mirèio, that were sin. Then would the black cap and the pendulum 51 tell everywhere the secret they had heard. No fear of that. For every telltale bird I'd banish from Lacroix to Alls, said he. For you, Mirèio, are as heaven to me. Now list, there grows a plant in River Rhone, eelgrass, 52 the name whereby that plant is known, 2 flowers it beareth, each on its own stem, and a great space of wat assevers them, for the plant springs out of the river's bed. But when the time for wooing comes, he said, one flower leaps to the surface of the flood, and in the genial sunshine opes its bud. Whereon the other, seeing this so fair, swims eagerly to seize and kiss her there, but for the tangled weeds can she not gain her love, till her frail stem breaks with the strain. Now free at last, but dying, she doth raise her pale lips for her sister's lost embrace. So I, one kiss and I will die tonight? We are all alone. Mirèio's cheek grew white. Then sprang he, wild-eyed as a lissome beast, and clasped her. Hurriedly the maid released herself from his too daring touch. Once more he strove to seize, but my lips, speak lower, for the trees here? Give over, cried the girl, and all her slender frame did writhe and curl. Yet would he frantic cling, but straight thereafter she pinched him, bent, slipped, and with ringing laughter, the saucy little damsel sped away, and lifted up her voice in mocking lay. So did these two, upon the twilight wold, their moonwheat 53 so, after the proverb old. Flowery the moments were, and fleet with pleasure. Of such our Lord giveth abundant measure to peasants and to kings alike. And so I come to what befell that eve on Crow. Aurias and Vincent met. As lightning cleaves the first tall tree, Aurias his wrath relieves. 'Tis you son of a hag, for aught I know, who have bewitched her, this Mirèio. And since your path would seem to lie her way, tell her, tatterdemalion, what I say. No more for her nor for her weasel face care I than for the ancient clout, he says, that from your shoulders fluttering I see. Go, pretty coxcomb, tell her this from me. Stopped Vincent thunderstruck. His wrath leaped high as leaps a fiery rocket to the sky. Is it your pleasure that I strangle you, base churl? He said. Double you in two? And faced him with a look he well might dread, as when a starving leopard turns her head. His face was purple, quivered all his frame. Oh, better try. the mocking answer came. You'll roll head first upon the gravel, neighbor? Bah, puny hands, meet for no better labor than to twist osiers when they're supple made, or to rub hen roosts lurking in the shade? Stung by the insult, yeah, I can twist osier, and I can twist your neck with all composure, said Vincent. Coward, it were well you ran, else vow I by St. James the Gallican, you'll never see your tamarisks any more. This iron first shall bray your limbs before. Wondering and charmed to find by such quick chance a man whereon to wreak his vengeance. Wait, said the herdsman, be not overhot, first let me have a pipe, young idiot, and brought to light a buckskin pouch and set between his teeth a broken calumet. Then scornfully, while rocking you, my lamb, under the goosefoot, 54 did your gypsy dam ne'er tell the tale of Jander Ellers, 55 I pray? 2 men in one, who having gone one day by orders to plough stubble with 2 yoke, seized plough and teams as shepherds do a crook, and hurled them o'er a poplar tree hard by. Well for you, urchin, there's no poplar nigh, you couldn't lead a stray ass whence it came. But Vincent stood like pointed to the game. I say, he rawed in tones stentorian, will you come down, or must I fetch you, man? Ah, hog, come. Brag no more your beast astride, you flinch now, we are going to decide which sucked the better milk, or you or I. Was it you, bearded scoundrel? We will try. Why, I will tread you like a sheaf of wheat if you dare flout yon maiden true and sweet. No fairer flower in this land blossomed ever, and I who am called Vincent, basket weaver, yes, I, her suitor, be it understood, will wash your slanders out in your own blood, if such you have. Quoth our Rias, I am ready, my gypsy suitor to a cupboard steady. Therewith alights. They fling their coats away, fists fly and pebbles roll before the fray. They fall upon each other in the manner of 2 young bulls who, in the vast savannah, where the great sun glares in the tropic sky, the sleek sides of a dark young heifer spy in the tall grasses, lowing amorous. The thunder bursts within them, challenged thus. Mad, blind with love, they paw, they stare, they spring, and furious charge, their muzzles lowering, retire, and charge again. The ominous sound of crashing horns fills all the spaces round, and long, I ween, the battle is and dire. The combatants are maddened by desire. Puissant love urges and goads them on. So here, with either doughty champion, 'twas Aureas who received the first hard touch, and being threatened with another such, lifts his huge fist and lays young Vincent flat as with a club. There, urchin, parry that. See if I have a scratch, man, cried the lad. The other, bastard, count the knocks you've had. Count you the ounces of hot blood, he shouted, monster, that from your flattened nose have spouted. And then they grapple, bend and stretch their best, with foot to foot, shoulder to shoulder, pressed. Their arms are wreathed and coiled like serpents, fell the veins within their necks to bursting swell, and tense their muscles with the mighty strain. Long time they stiff and motionless remain, with pulsing flanks, like flap of bustard's wing. And, one against the other steadying, bear up like the abutments huge and wide of that great bridge the Godown 56 doth bestride. Anon they pot, their doubled fists upraise, once more the pestle in the mott abrase, and in their fury ply they tooth or nail. Good God! The blows of Vincent fall like hail. Yet, ah, what club-like hits the herdsman deals. And as the crushing weight the weaver feels, he whirls as whirls a sling about his foe, and backward bends to deal his fiercest blow. Look your last, villain! Ere the word said he, the mighty herdsman seized him bodily, and flung him on his shoulder far away, as a Provençal shovels wheat. He lay a moment on his side, not sorely hurt. Pick up, O worm, cried Aureas, pick the dirt you have displaced, and eat it if you will. Enough of that. Brute who was broken ill will have 3 rounds before this game is over. With bitter hate retorts the poor boy lover, and, reddening to his very hair for shame, rears like a dragon to retrieve his fame. And daring death, he on the brute hath flown, and dealt a blow marvellous in such an one straight from the shoulder to the other's breast, who reeled and groped for that whereon to rest, with darkening eyes and brow cold-beaded, till he crashed to earth, and all a crow was still. Its misty limit blent with the far sea, the seas with the blue ether, dreamily. Still in mid-air there floated shining things, swans, and flamingos on their rosy wings, come to salute the lost of the sunset along the desert meres that glimmered yet. The white mare of the herdsman lazily pulled at the dwarf oak leaves that grew thereby. The iron stirrups of the creature jangled, as loose and heavy at her sides they dangled. Stir, and I crush you, ruffian, Vincent said, 'tis not by feet that men are measured. Then in the silent wold the victor pressed his heel upon the brander's prostrate breast, who writhed beneath it vainly, while the blood sluggish and dark from lips and nostrils flowed. Thrice did he strive the haughty foot to move, and thrice the basket weaver from above dealt him a blow that levelled him once more, until he haggard lay, and gasping saw like some sea monster. So your mother, then, was not, it seems, the only mold of men, said Vincent, jeeringly. Go tell the tale of my fists wait to bulls in Silverial. Go to the waste of the Camogan Isle, and hide your bruises and your shame a while among your beasts. So saying, he loosed his hold as some great ram, a shearer in the fold pins with his knees till shone, then, with a blow upon the crupper, bids him freely go. Bursting with rage and all defiled with dust, the herdsman went his ways. But wherefore must he linger ferreting about the heath, amid the oaks and broom, under his breath muttering curses, until suddenly he stoops, then swings his savage trident high, and darts on Vincent, for him all is done. Vain were the hope that murderous lance to shun, and the boy paled as on the day he died, not fearing death, but that he could not bide the treachery. A felon's prey to be, that stung the manly soul to agony. Traitor, you dare not. But the lad restrains the word, firm as a martyr in his pains, for yon's the farmstead hidden by the trees. Tenderly, wistfully, he turns to these. Oh, my Mirèio, said the eager eye, look hither, darling, 'tis for you I die. Great heart, intent as ever on his love. Say your prayers? Thundered our ears from above in a hoarse voice and pitiless to hear, and pierced the victim with his iron spear. Then, with a heavy groan, the fated lover upon the green sward rolled, and all was over. The beaten grass is dark with human gaw, and the field ants already coursing o'er the prostrate limbs ere our ears mounts, and hies under the rising moon in frantic wise, muttering, as the flints beneath him fly, tonight the crow wolves will feast merrily. Deep stillness reigned in Crow, its limit dim blent with the seas on the horizon's rim, the seas with the blue ether. Gleaming things, swans and flamingos on their ruddy wings, came to salute the lost declining light among the desert meres that glimmered white. Away, our ears, away, draw not the rein, urge thy unresting gallop o'er the plain, while the green heron 57 shout their fearsome cries in thy mare's ear, as the good creature flies till her ear trembles and her nostrils quiver and eyes dilate. That night the great Rhone river slept on his stony bed beneath the moon, as pilgrim of St. Baume 58 may lay him down, fevered and weary, in a deep ravine. Ho! Cries the ruffian to 3 boatmen seen. Ho, boat ahoy! We must cross, hark ye there, on board or in the hold I and my mare. On board, my hearty, then, without delay, there shines the night lamp, and lured by its ray, answered a cheery voice. About our prow and oars the fish frisk playfully eno. It is good fishing, and the hour is fair. On board at once, we have no time to spare. Therewith upon the poop the villain clomb, while, tethered to the stern, amid the foam swam the white mare. Now fishes huge and scaly forsook their grottos, and leaped upward gaily, and flashed on the smooth surface of the stream. Have a care, pilot, for this craft I deem nowise too sound, and he who spake once more lay foot to stretcher, bent the supple awe. So I perceive? Ah, was the pilot's word, I tell thee we've an evil freight on board. No more, and all the while the vessel old staggered and pitched and like a drunkard rolled, a crazy craft, rotten its timbers all. Thunder of God? Our ears began to call, seizing the helm his tottering feet to stay, whereon the boat in some mysterious way seemed moved to writhing, as a wounded snake whose back a shepherd with a stone doth break. Doth all this tumult, comrades, bode disaster? Appealed the brander, growing pale as plaster. And will you drown me? Break the pilot out, I cannot hold the craft, she springs about and wriggles like a cop. Villain, I know you've murdered someone and not long ago. Who told you that? May Satan if I have thrust me with his pitchfork beneath the wave. Ah, said the livid pilot, then I had forgot the cause of all this stir. 'Tis St. Medard's tonight, when poor drowned men come from their dismal pits to land again. How deep and dark soe'er their watery prison. Look, even now hath from the wave arisen the long procession of the weeping dead. Barefoot, poor things. The shingly shaw they tread, the turbid water dripping, see, from matted hair and stained clothes heavily. See them defile under the poplars tall, carrying lighted tapers, one and all, while up the river's bank, now and anon, eagerly clambereth another one. 'Tis they who toss our wretched craft about so like a raging storm, I make no doubt. Their cramped legs and their mottled arms, ah, see, and heavy heads they from the weeds would free. Oh, how they watch the stars as on they go, quaff the fresh air and thrill at sight of Crow, and scent the harvest odors the winds bring, in their brief hour of motion reveling. And still the water from their garments raineth, and still another and another gaineth the river bank. And there, the boatman moans, are the old men, women, and little ones, they spurn the clinging mud. Ah me, he said, yon ghastly things upon the fish's trade. The lamprey and the perch they made their game, and now are they become food for the same. But what is this? Another piteous band, travelling in a line along the sand? Ah, yes, the poor deserted maids, quoth he, who asked the Rhone for hospitality, and sought to hide their shame in the great river. Alas, alas, they seem to moan for ever. And oh, how painfully, fond hearts, ill-fated, labour the bosoms by the dank weeds weighted. Is it the water dripping that one hears from their long veils of hair, or is it tears? He ceased. The wending souls bear each a light, intently following in the silent night the river shaw, and those two listening might even have heard the whir of a moth's wing. Are they not, pilot? Asked the awestruck Brander, seeking somewhat in the gloom where they wander. Ah, yes, poor things. The master boatman said, see how from side to side is turned each head. 'Tis their good works they seek, their acts of faith sown upon earth ere their untimely death. And when they spy the same, 'tis said moreover, they haste thereto, as haste the sheep to clover, the good work or the act of faith to cull. And when of such as these their hands are full, lo, they all turn to flowers, and they who gather go tender them with joy to God the Father, being by the flowers to Peter's gate conveyed. Thus those who find a watery grave, he said, the gracious God granteth a respite to, that they may save themselves. But some anew ere the day dawn will bury their good deeds deep underneath the surging river weeds. And some, the pilot whispered, some are worse, devourers of the needy, murderers, atheists, traitors, that worm-eaten kind. These hunt the river shaw, but only find their sins and crimes like great stones in the gravel whereon their bare feet stumble as they travel. The mule when dead is beaten nevermore, but these God's mercy shall in vain implore under the roaring wave. Here, sore afraid, our ears a hand upon the pilot laid, like rubber at a turning. Look, he cries, there's water in the hold. Whereon replies the pilot coolly, and the bucket's there? The herdsman bails for life in his despair. I bail, brave Aureas. But there danced that night, on Trincateo Bridge, the water sprite .59 madly the white mare strove to break her halter. What ails you, Blanco? Aureas gan falter. Fear you the dead yonder upon the verge? Over the gunwale plashed the rising surge. Captain, the craft sinks, and I cannot swim. I know no help, the pilot answered him. We must go down. But presently, he said, a cable will be heaved us by the dead you fear so, on the river bank. And even as he spake the vessel sank. The tapers gleaming far and fitfully in the poor ghostly hands flared forth so high, they sent a shaft of vivid brilliance across the murky river's broad expanse. Then, as a spider in the main you see glide o'er his late-spun thread, the boatmen three, being all spirits, leaped out of the stream, and caught and swooped along the dazzling beam. And Aureas, too, the cable sought to seize amid the gurgling waters, even as these, but sought it vainly, and the water sprite danced upon Trincateo Bridge that night. Canto vi the witch, the merry birds, until the white dawn showeth clear in the east, a silent every one. Silent the odorous earth, until she knoweth in her warm heart the coming of the sun, as maiden in her fairest robes, bedight breathless, awaits her lover and her flight. Across La Crow, 3 swineherds held their way from St. Chamas the wealthy, whither they had to the market gone. Their herds were sold, and all their shoulders pouches full of gold were hung, and by their hanging cloaks concealed, so, chatting idly, they attained the field of the late strife. Suddenly one cried, Hush, comrades, I hear a moaning in the bush. 'Tis but a tolling bell, the rest averred, from St. Martin's or from Mossano 60 heard, or the north wind the dwarf folk limbs a-swaying. But ere they spake, all were their steps delaying, arrested by so piteous a groan it rent the very heart, and every one cried, Holy Jesus? Here has been foul play, then crossed themselves, and gently took their way toward the sound. Ah, what a sight there was! Vincent, supine upon the stony grass, the grass blood-stained, the trampled earth besprent with willow rods. His shirt to ribbons rent, stabbed in the breast, left on the moor alone, had lain the poor lad through the night now gone, with but the stars to watch. But the dim ray of early dawn, as ebbed his life away, falling upon his lids had oped them wide. Straightway the good Samaritans turned aside from their home path, stooped, and a hammock made of their 3 cloaks, thereon the victim laid, then bare him tenderly upon their arms unto the nearest door, the Lotus Farms. O friends, Provençal poets brave and dear, who love my songs of other days to hear, you, Raumanil, who blend with songs you sing tears, girlish laughter, and the breath of spring, and you, proud Aubanal, who stray where quiver the changing lights and shades of wood and river, to soothe a heart oppressed by love's fond dream. You, Crauselet, who your beloved stream, the bright Tulaubro, make more truly famous than did the grim Stargazer Nostradamus. 61 and you, Anselmi, who see, half sad, half smiling, fair girls under the trellised arbors whiling their hours away. And you, my Paul, the witty and peasant Tavan, who attune your ditty unto the cricket's chirrup, while you peer wistful at your poor pickaxe. And most dear, Adolphe Dumas, who endurance is deep with his spring flood, come back your thoughts to steep and warm the Frenchman at Provençal suns. 'Twas you who met my own Mirèio once at your great Paris. Met her tenderly, where she had flown, impetuous, daring, shy, and lost Gaussen, brave son of a brave sire, whose soul mounts upward on a wind of fire. Upbear me with your holy breath, as now I climb for the fair fruit on that high bough. The swineherds paused at Master Ramoun's door, crying, Good morrow. Yonder on the moor we found this poor lad wounded in the breast. 'Twere well that his saw hurt were quickly dressed. So laid their burden on the broad, flat stone. They tell Mirèio, to the garden gone to gather fruit, who, basket on her side, fled wildly to the spot. Thither, too, hied the labourers all, but she, her basket falling, stretched forth her hands on Mother Mary, calling, Vincent is bleeding? Ah, what have they done? Then, lovingly, the head of the dear one she lifted, turned, and long and mutely gazed as though with horror and with grief amazed, her large tears dropping fast. And well he knows that tender touch to be Mirèio's, and faintly breathes, pity and pray for me, because I need the good God's company. Your parched throat moisten with this cordial .62 strive to drink. Old Ramoun said, You will revive. The maiden seized the cup, and drop by drop she made him drink, and spake to him of hope till his pain lulled. May God keep you alway from such distress, and your sweet care repay, said Vincent, and the brave boy would not tell it was for her sake that he fought and fell, but splitting osier on my breast, he said, the sharp knife slipped and pierced me. Therewith straight his thought back to his love as bee to flower. The anguish on thy face, dear, in this hour is far more bitter than my wound to me. The pretty basket that in company we once began will be unfinished now. Would I had seen it full to overflow, dear, with thy love. Oh, stay, life's in thine eyes. Ah, if thou couldst do something, the lad cries, for him, the poor old basket weaver there, my father, wan with toil. In her despair, Mirèio bathes the wound, while some bring lint, and some run to the hills for healing mint. Then the maid's mother spake, Let 4 men rally, and to the fairies' cavern, 63 in the valley they call in fur, bear up this wounded man. The deadlier the hurt, the sooner can the old witch heal. Scale first the cliffs of box, and circling vultures the cave's mouth will show. A hole flush with the rocks, by lizards haunted, and veiled by tufts of rosemary thereby planted. Forever, since the holy Angelus swells, in Mary's honour from the minster bells, the antique fairies have been forced to hide from sunlight, and in this deep cavern bide. Strange, airy things, they used to flit about dimly, twixt form and substance, in and out, half earthly made, to be the visible spirit of nature. Female made as well, to tame the savagery of primal men. But these were fair in fairies' eyes, and then they loved. And so, infatuate, lifted not mortals unto their own celestial lot, but lusting, fell into our low estate, as birds fall, whom a snake doth fascinate from their high places. But while thus I write, the bearers have borne Vincent up the height. A dim, straight passage led the cavern toward, a rocky funnel where they gently lowered the sufferer, and he did not go alone. Yet was Mirèio's self the only one who dared to follow down that awesome road, commending, as she went, his soul to God. The bottom gained, they found a grotto cold and vast, midway whereof a beldam old, the witch Tavan, sat silent, crouching lowly as lost in thought and utter melancholy, holding a sprig of brome, and muttering, Some call thee devil's wheat, poor little thing, yet art thou one of God's own signs for good. Therewith Mirèio, trembling where she stood, was fain to tell why they had sought her thus. I knew it, cried the witch, impervious, the brome addressing still, with bended head. Thou poor field flower, the trampling flock, she said, browse on thy leaves and stems the whole year long, but all the more thou spreadest and art strong, and north and south with verdure deckest yet. She ceased. A dim light in a snail-shell set danced o'er the dank rock-wall in lurid search. Here hung a sieve, there, on a forked perch, roosted a raven, a white hen beside. Suddenly, as if drunken, rose and cried the witch, And what care I woe you be? Faith walketh blindfold, so doth charity, nor from her even tenor wandereth. Say, Valabregan weaver, have you faith? I have. Then wildly, their pursuit inviting, like a she-wolf her flanks with her tail smiting, dotted the hag into a deeper shaft, while the fowl cackled and the raven laughed before her footsteps, and the boy and maid followed her through the darkness, sore afraid. Stay not, she cried. The time is now to find the mystic mandrake. And with hands entwined, obedient to the voice the two crept on, through the infernal passage, till they won a grotto larger than the rest. Lo, now, Laud Nostradamus plant, the golden bough, the staff of Joseph and the rod of Moses. Thus crying, Tavan a slender shrub discloses, and kneeling, with her chaplet crowns. Then said, arising, we too must be garlanded with mandrake. And the plant in the rock's cleft of 3 fair sprays mysteriously bereft, herself crowned first and next the wounded man, and last the maid. Then, crying, forward, ran down the weird way, before her footsteps lit by shining beetles trooping over it, yet turned with a sage word. All paths of glory, my children, have their space of purgatory. Therefore have courage, for we must, alas, the terrors of the sabatory 64 pass. And while she spake, their faces cut they find, and breathing stopped by rush of keenest wind. Lie down, she whispered hurriedly. Lie low, the triumph of the whirlwind sprites is now. Then fell upon them, like a sudden gale, a white squall on the water fraught with hail, a swarm of whirling, yelping, vicious things, under the fanning of whose icy wings the mottles, drenched with sweat and struck with cold, stood shivering. Away, ye overbold, ye spoilers of the harvest, unlicked whelps, Tavan exclaimed. Must we then use such helps to the fair deeds we do? Yet, as by skill the sage physician bringeth good from ill, we witches, by our hidden arts, compel evil to yield its fruit of good as well. Naught's hid from us, for where the vulgar see a stone, a whip, a stag, a malady, we witches can the inner fosse divine like that which works under the scum of wine in fermentation. Pierce the vat, you know, a seething, boiling scum will outward flow. Find, if you can, the key of Solomon, or speak unto the mountain in its own dread language, it shall move at your behest, and roll into the valley ere it rest. Meanwhile they wended lower, and were ware of a small, roguish voice a-piping there, most like a goldfinch. Our good granny spins, and wins and spins, and then anew begins, and thinks that she spins worsted night and day, and gossip, she spins only hay, he spin, anti-spin, and long-drawn laughter, like whinnying of young colts, followed thereafter. Why, what can that be? Asked Mirèio, the little voice that laughs and jeers us so. Again the childish treble came, who is this pretty model? Let us see, we'll raise the neckerchief a little bit, on nuts and pomegranates under it. Then the poor maid had nearly cried outright, but the hag stayed her. Here's no cause for fright. The singing, jeering thing is but a glory. Fantasty is his name, a sprightly fairy. In his good mood he will your kitchen sweep, mind fire, turn roast, and a full hen's nest keep. But what a moplot when he takes the whim. He'll salt your broth just as it pleaseth him, or blow your light out ere you're half in bed. Ah, if to vespers you would go, she said, at St. Trophime, 65 in all your best bedight, he'll hide your Sunday suit, or spoil it quite. Here, shrieked the imp. Now hear the old hag talk, 'tis like the creak of an ill-greased block. No doubt, my withered olive, the thing said. I twitch the bedclothes off a sleeping maid sometimes at midnight, and she starts with fear and trembles, and her breast heaves. Oh, I see her. And with its whinnying laugh the sprite was gone. Then, for a brief space, as they journeyed on under the gruts, the witcheries were stayed, and in the gloomy silence, long delayed, they heard the water drop from vaulted roof to crystal ground. Now there had sat aloof upon a ledge of rock, a tall, white thing, which rose in the half-light as menacing with one long arm. Then stiff as a quartz rock stood Vincent, while, transpotted by the shock, Mirèio would have leaped a precipice, had such been there. Old scarecrow, what is this? What mean you? Cried Tavan, by swaying so your limp head like a poplar to and fro. Then turning to the stricken twain, my dears, you know the laundress? Oft-times she appears on Mount Ventoux, and then the common crowd are wont to take her for a long, white cloud. But shepherds, when they see her, pen their sheep. The laundress of destruction, who doth keep the errant clouds in hand, is known too well. She scrubs them with a strength right terrible, wringing out buckets full of rain and flame. And neither's house the cattle at her name, and seamen on the angry, tossing wave upon Our Lady call, the craft to save. Here drowned her speech a discord most appalling, rattling of latches, whimpering, caterwauling, with uncouth words half-uttered intervening, whereof the devil only knows the meaning, and brazen din through all the cave resounding, as one were on a witch cauldron pounding. Then whence those shrieks of laughter, and those wails as of a woman in her pains, prevails hardly amid the howl the beldam's speech? Give me a hand that I may hold you each, and let your magic garlands not be lost. Here were they jostled from their feet almost by rush of something puffing, grunting, snotting, most like a herd of ghostly swine compotting. On starlit winter nights, when nature slumbers under her snowy sheets, come forth in numbers the fowlers, torch in hand, who bush and tree by riverside will beat right vigorously, till all the birds at roost arise in haste, and, as by breath of smithy bellows chased, affrighted, rush until the net receive. So drave Tavern the foul herd with her sieve into the outer darkness. With the same she circles traced, luminous, red as flame, and divers other figures. All the while, "Avaunt," she cried, "ye locusts, ye who spoil the harvest, quit my sight, or woe betide you. Workers of evil, in your burrows hide you. Since, by the pricking of your flesh, ye know the hills are still with sunshine all aglow, go hang yourselves again on the rock angles, ye bats." They flit. The clamour disentangles and dies away. Then to the children spake the witch. "All birds of night themselves betake to this retreat what time shines the daylight on the ploughed land and fallow. But at night the lamps are lighted without hand in churches void and triply fastened, and the bells toll of themselves, and pavement stones upstart, and tremble all the buried bones, and the poor dead arise and kneel to pray, and mass is said by priests as pale as they. Ask the owls else, who clamber down the steeple to drain the lamps of oil, and if the people who thus partake of the communion be not all dead except the priests alone. What time the beldam jeers at February, 66 let women everywhere be wondrous wary, nor fall asleep on chairs for awful reason. Shepherds as well, at yon uncanny season early your charges fold, and it mislike you a spell should motionless and rigid strike you for 7 years' time. The fairies' cavern too, looses about these days its eerie crew. Winged or far-footed, they all crowd disperse, while from their lairs aroused, the sorcerers gather, the farandulo 67 dance, and sup an evil potion from a golden cup. The dwarf folks dance as well. Laud, how they trip it! Meanwhile there's Garamond in wait for grip at .685, cruel flirt. I seize the carrion and claw her bowels out. Now they are gone, nay, but they come again. And oh despair! The monster stealing through the sea-kale there, the one who like a burglar crouched and ran, is Bambarouch, babe-stealing harridan. Her wailing prey in her long claw she takes, lifts on her haughty head, and off she makes. And yon's another, she's the nightmare sprite comes down the chimney flue at dead of night, and stealthy climbs upon the sleeper's breast, who, as with weight of a tall tower oppressed, hath horrid dreams. Hi, what a hideous racket! My dears, 'tis the foul weather fiends who make it. That sound of rusty hinges, groaning daws, is they who beat up fog upon the moors, and ride the winds that homestead roofs uptier and bare afar. Ha, moon, what ails you there? What dire indignity hath made you scowl so red and large our box? Where the dogs howl? Yon dog can snap you like a cake, be sure. He minds the filthy demon of the sewer. Now see the home oaks bend their heads like ferns, and see that flame that leaps and writhes and burns. It is St. Elmo's, and that ringing sound of rapid hoofs upon the stony ground is the wild huntsman riding over crow. Here hoarse and breathless paused the witch of Box, but straight thereafter, cover ears and eyes, for the black lamb is bleating, wildly cries. That barring lambkin, Vincent dared to say, but she, hide eyes and ears without delay. Woe to the stumbler here, Sambuco's 69 path less peril than the black Han's passage hath. Tend to his bleating as you hear, and soft, thereby he lures to their destruction oft the heedless Christians who attend his moan. To them he shows the sheen of Herod's throne, the gold of Judah's, and the fatal spot where Saracens made fast the golden goat. Her they may milk till death, to heart's content, but when they call for their lost sacrament, the black lamb only butts them savagely. And yet so evil is the time, quoth she, unnumbered greedy souls that bait will seize, burn incense unto gold, then die as these. Now, while the white hen gave 3 piercing crows, the eerie guide did to her guests disclose the 13th grotto, and the last, and lo, a huge, wide chimney and a hearth aglow, and 7 black tomcats warming round the flame, and hanging from a hook above the same, an iron cauldron of gigantic size, and underneath 2 firebrands, dragon-wise belching blue flame. "Is it with these you brew, grandmother?" asked the lad, "your magic stew?" "With these, my son, they're branches of wild vine, no better logs for burning be than mine." "Well, call them branches if it be your taste, but I may not jest." "Haste, mother, haste!" Now, midway of the grotto, they descry a large, round table of red porphyry, and radiating from this wondrous place, lower than root of oak or mountain base, infinite aisles whose gleaming columns cluster like pendant icicles in shape and lustre. These are the far-famed galleries of the Fays. Here evermore a hazy brightness plays. Temples and shining palaces are here, majestic porticos their fronts uprear, and many a labyrinth and peristyle the like whereof was never seen a Ruhile, even in Corinth or in Babylon. Yet let a fairy breathe, and these are gone, and here, like flickering rays of light, disperse through he dim walks of this serene chartreuse, the fairies with their knights long since enchanted. Peace to the isles by their fair presence haunted. And now the witch was ready. First of all, she lifted high her hands, then let them fall, while Vincent had like holy Lawrence lain upon the porphyry table, mute with pain. And mightily the spirit of the crone appeared to work within her. And as grown she seemed, when, rising to her height anew, she plunged her ladle in the boiling stew that overflowed the cauldron in the heat, while all the cats arose and wringed her feet, and with her left hand, unto Vincent's breast applied the scalding drops with solemn zest, gazing intently on him where he lay, until the cruel hurt was charmed away, and all the while, the Lord is gone, is dead, is risen, shall rise again, she murmured. Lost on the quivering flesh the cross she made thrice with her toenail, as in forest glade a tigress fiercely claws her fallen prey. And now her speech maketh tumultuous way to where the dim gates of the future are. Yea, he shall rise. I see him now afar amid the stones and thistles of the hill, his forehead bleeding heavily, and still over the stones and briars he makes his way, bowed by his cross. Where is Veronica to wipe the blood, and him of Siren to stay him when he fainteth? Where is he? And where the weeping Marys, hair dishevelled, all gone, and rich and poor before him levelled, gaze while he mounts. And who is this, one saith, who climbs with shouldered beam, and never stayeth? O carnal sons of men, the cross-bearer is unto you but as a beaten cur. O cruel Jews, wherefore so fiercely bite you the hands that feed, and lick the hands that smite you? Receive the fruit of your foul deeds you must. Your precious gems shall crumble into dust, and that you deemed fair pulse or wholesome wheat shall turn to ashes even while you eat, and scare your very hunger. Woe is me! Rivers that foam are carrion heaps I see, and sods and lances in tumultuous motion. Peace to thy stormy waves, thou vexed ocean! Shall Pita's ancient bark withstand the shock? Alas, it strikes upon the senseless rock. Nay, but there cometh one with power to save. Fisher of men, he quells the rebel wave. A fair new bark the Rhone is entering now, she hath God's cross uplifted on her prow, rainbow divine. Eternal clemency, another land, another sun I see. Dance olive pickers where the fruit is shining, drink reapers on the barley sheaves reclining. Revealed by signs so many, God, she said, is in his holy temple worshipped. And stretching forth her hand, the witch of box pointed the way and bade the children go. Light gleamed afar. They haste the ray to follow. They thread their way to the Cotavan hollow, 70 where sun and air await them, and they seem to see Montmaja's wrecks as in a dream, strewn o'er the hill. Yet on the sunlit verge pause for one kiss or ever they emerge. Canto Roman 7 The old men fixing a troubled eye on the old man. Vincent to Master Ambroy thus began, the while a mighty wind, 71 the poplars bending, its howl unto the poor lad's voice was lending. I am mad, father, as I oft of late have said. Thinkest thou I'm jesting when I say? Before his nutshell caught the roan beside sat Ambroy on a fallen trunk and plied his trade. And as he peeled the osier with, Vincent received it, and with fingers lithe and strong, bent the white rods to basket form, sitting upon the dawstone. With the storm of wind was the roan's bosom agitated, the waves drove seaward like a herd belated, but round about the but an azure mere spread tranquilly. The billows break not here, a pleasant shelter gave the willow trees, and beavers gnawed their bitter bark in peace. While yonder, through the deep of limpid water, darted at intervals the dark brown otter, following the silver-flashing fish. Among the reeds and willows, pendulins had hung their tiny nests, white woven with the wool plucked from the poplar when its flowers are full. And here the small things fluttered full of glee, or swung on wind-rocked stems right lazily. Here, too, a sprightly lassie, golden-haired, head like a crown cake, 72, back and forward fared, and spread on a fig tree a fishing net unwieldy, and with water dripping yet. Birds, beavers, otters, feared the maid no more than whispering reeds or willows of the shaw. This was the daughter of the basket weaver, the little Vincenito. No one ever had even bawed her ears, poor child. Yet so her eyes were damson blue, her bosom low, a cape blossom by the riverside, wooed by the splashing of the amorous tide. But now old Ambroy, with his long white beard flowing o'er all his breast, his head upreared, and answered Vincent's outcry. What is't, mad, you are a blockhead? That is all, my lad. Ah, said the other, for the ass to stray, sweet must the mead be. But what do I say? Thou knowest her. If she to alls should fare, all other maids would hide them in despair. For after her, I think the mould was broken. And what say to the words herself hath spoken? You I will have. Why not, poor fool, say I, let poverty and riches make reply. Oh, father, Vincent cried, go, I implore thee, to Lotus Farm, and tell them all the story. Tell them to look for virtue, not for gain. Tell them that I can plough a stony plain, or harrow, or prune vines with any man. Tell them their 6 yoke with my guiding can plough double. Tell them I revere the old, and if they pot us for the sake of gold, we shall both die and they may bury us. Oh, fie, but you are young who maunder thus, quoth Master Ambroy. All this talk I know. The white hen's egg, 73 the chaffinch on the bough, you'll have the pretty bird this very minute. Whistle, bring sugared cake, or die to win it. Yet will the chaffinch never come. Be sure, and perch upon your finger, you are poor. Plague on my poverty? Poor Vincent cried, tearing his hair. Is God who hath denied all that could make life worthy, is he just? And wherefore are we poor? And wherefore must we still the refuse of the vineyard gather, while others pluck the purple clusters rather? Lifting his hands, the old man sternly said, Weave on, and drive this folly from your head. Shall the carneers rebuke the reaper, pray? Or silly worm to God the Father say, Why am I not a star in heaven to shine? Or shall the ox to be a drover pine, so to eat corn instead of straw? Nay, nay, through good and ill we all must hold our way. The hand's 5 fingers were unequal made. Be you a lizard, as your master bade, and dwell content upon your wall apart, and drink your sunbeam with a thankful heart. I tell thee, father, I this made a daw more than my sister, than my maker more, and if I have her not, 'tis death, I say. Then to the rough stream Vincent fled away, while little Vincenito burst out weeping, let fall her net, and near the weaver creeping. O father, ere thou drive my brother wild, listen to me, began the eager child, for where I served the master had a daughter, and had a laborer too, who loved and sought her, just as our Vincent loves Mirèio. She was named Ollie's, he's Sivesta, and so, he labored like a wolf because he loved. Skillful and prompt, quiet and saving proved, and took such care, master slept tranquilly. But once, mark, father, how perverse men be. One morning master's wife, as it befell, heard Sivesta his love to Ollie's tell. So when at dinner all the men were sitting, the master gave Sivesta a wrathful greeting. Traitor, he cried, with his eyes all aglow, you are discovered. Take your wage and go. We looked at one another in dismay, as the good servant rose and went his way. Thereafter, for 3 weeks, when we were working, we used to see him round the farmstead lurking, a sorry sight, for all his clothes were torn, and his face very pale and wild and wan. And oft at eve he to the trellis came, and called the little mistress by her name. Irelong the hayrick at its corners far burnt all aflame, and father, something more? They drew a drowned man out of the well. Then Ambroy, in gruff tones half audible, a little child a little trouble gives, and ma for every year he lives. Therewith put his long spatted ashes on which he himself had made in days bygone, his hobnailed shoes, and long red cap, and so straightway set forth upon the road to Crow. 'Twas harvest time, the eve of St. John's Day. The hedgerow paths were crowded all the way with troops of dusty, sunburnt mountaineers hired for the reaping of the golden ears. In figwood quivers were their sickles bawn, slung to a belt across the shoulder wan. By 2s and 2s they came, and every pair had its own sheaf binder. And cots were there, bearing the weary elders, and beside the pipes and tambourines with ribbons tied. Anon by fields of beardless wheat they passed, lashed into billows by the noisy blast. And mon Dieu, but that is noble grain, they cried. What tufts of ears, there shall we gain right pleasant reaping. The wind bows them over, but see you not how quickly they recover? Is all the wheat crop of Provence thus cheering? Grandfather, asked a youth, old Ambroy nearing. The red is backward still, he made reply. But if this windy weather last, deem I sickles will fail us ere the work be done. How like 3 stars the Christmas candles shone. That was a blessed sign of a good year. Now, grandfather, may the good God thee hear, and in thy granary the same fulfill? So Ambroy and the reapers chatted still in friendly wise, under the willows wending, for these as well to Lotus Farm were tending. It also chanced that Master Ramoun went that eve to hearken for the wheat's complaint against the wind, wild waster of the grain. And, as he strode over the yellow plain from north to south, he heard the golden con murmuring, See the ills that we have borne, master, from this great gale. It spills our seed and blurs our bloom. Put on your gloves of reed, sang others, else the aunts will be more fleet and rob us of our all but hardened wheat. When will the sickles come? And Ramoun turned toward the trees, and even then discerned the reapers rising in the distance dim, who, as they nearer drew, saluted him with waving sickles flashing in the sun. Then rod the master, Welcome, everyone. A very God send, cried he, loud and long, and soon the sheaf-binders about him throng, saying, Shake hands. Why, Holy Cross, look here. What heaps of sheaves, good master, will this year cumber your treading floor? Mayhap, said he, we cannot always judge by what we see. Till all is trod, the truth will not be known. I have known years that promised, he went on, 80 full bushels to the acre fairly, and yielded in their stead a dozen barely. Yet let us be content. And with a smile he shook their hands all round in friendly style, and gossiped with old Ambroy affably. So entered all the homestead path, and he called out once more, "Come forth, Mirèio mine, prepare the chicory and draw the wine." And she right lavishly the table spread, while Ramoun first him seated at its head, and the rest in their order, for the lunch. Forthwith the labourers began to crunch hard-crusted bread their sturdy teeth between, and hail the salad made of goat's beard green, while fair as an oat leaf the table shone, and in superb profusion heaped thereon were odorous cheese, onions and garlic hot, grilled eggplant, fiery peppers, and what not, to sting the palate. Master Ramoun pawed the wine, king in the field and at the baud, raising his mighty flagon now and then, and calling for a bumper on the men. To keep the sickles keen on stony ground, they must be often wetted, I have found. The reapers held their goblets bidden so, and red and clear the wine began to flow. Aye, wet the blades. The cheery master cries, and furthermore gives order in this wise, "Now eat your fill, and all your strength restore. But go thereafter, as you used of yore, and branches in the copsewood cut, and bring in faggots, thus a great heap gathering. And when 'tis night, my lads, we'll do the rest. For this the fete is of St. John the Blessed, St. John the Reaper, and the friend of God." So spake the Lord of all these acres broad. The high and noble art of husbandry, the rule of men, none better knew than he, or how to make a golden harvest grow from dark sods moistened by the toiler's brow. A grave and simple master of the soil, whose frame was bending now with years and toil. Yet oft, of old, when flaws were full of wheat, glowing with pride he had performed the feat before his youthful car, upright to stand bearing 2 pecks upon each horny hand. He could the influence of the moon rehearse, tell when her look is friendly, when adverse, when she will raise the sap, and when depress the coming weather from her halo guess, and from her silver pale or fiery face. Clear signs to him were birds and keen March days, and mouldy bread and noisome August fogs, St. Clara's dawn, the rainbow-hued sundogs, wet seasons, times of drought and frost and plenty. Full oft in pleasant years, a-ploughing went he with 6 fair, handsome beasts. And verily myself have seen, and it was good to see, the soil pot silently before the share, and its dark bosom to the sun lay bare. The comely mules, ne'er from the furrow breaking, toiled on as though they care and thought were taking for what they did. With muzzles low they went, and arching necks like bows when these abent, and hasted not, nor lagged. Followed along, eye on the mules and on his lips a song, the ploughman with one handle only guiding. So, in the realm where we have seen presiding our old friend Ramoun, flourished everything, and he bare sceptre like a very king. Now says he grace, and lifts his eyes above, and signs the holy cross. The laborers move away to make the bonfire ready. These bring kindling, those the boughs of dark pine trees, and the old men alone at table staying. A silence fell. But Ambroy brake it, saying, "For counsel, Ramoun, am I come to thee, for I am in a great perplexity thou only canst resolve. Cure see I none. Thou knowest, master, that I have a son who has been passing good until this day. It were ingratitude aught else to say. But there are flaws even in precious stones, and tender lambs will have convulsions, and the still wat is a perfidious ever, so my mad boy, thou wilt believe it never, he loves the daughter of a rich freeholder, and swears he will in his embrace enfold her. Aye, swears he will, the maniac, and his love and his despair my soul to terror move. I showed him all his folly, be thou sure, and how wealth gains and poverty grows poor in this hard world. In vain, he would but call, cost what it may. Tell thou her parents all. Tell them to look for virtue, not for gain. Tell them that I can plough a stony plain, or harrow, or prune vines with any man. Tell them their 6 yoke with my guiding can plough double. Tell them I revere the old, and if they pot us for the sake of gold, we shall both die and need but burial. Now, Master Ramoun, I have told thee all. Shall I, clad in my rags for this maid sue, or leave my son to die of sorrow? Few, the other. To such wind spread thou no sail, nor he nor she will perish of this ale. So much, good friend, I say in utmost faith. Nor would I, Ambroy, fret myself to death if I were thou, but seeing him so mad, I would say plainly, calm your mind, my lad, for if you raise a tempest by your passions, I'll teach you with a cudgel bet of fashions. If an ass, Ambroy, from off fought a bray, throw him none down, but let thy bludgeon play. Provençal families in days bygone were healthy, brave, and evermore at one, and strong as plane trees when a storm befell. They had their strifes, indeed, we know it well. But when returned the holy Christmas Eve, the grandsire all his children would receive at his own bod, under a star-sown tent, and cease the voice of strife and all dissent, when lifting hands that wrinkled were and trembled, he blessed the generations there assembled. Moreover, he who is a father truly will have his child yield him obedience duly. The flock that drives the shepherd, soon or late, will meet a wolf and a disastrous fate. When we were young, had any son withstood his father, he belike had shed his blood. Thou wilt kill me then, father? It is I whom Vincent worships thus despairingly, and before God and our most holy mother, I give my soul to him, and to no other. A death-like hush followed Mirèio's word. The wife of Ramoun was the first who stirred. Upspringing with clasped hands and utterance wild, your speech is an atrocious insult, child. Your love's a thorn that long hath stung us deep. Alari, the owner of 1,000 sheep, you sent away, and keep a Varan too, disgusted with your scorn, his suit withdrew. Also the wealthy herdsman, Aurias, you treated as a dog and a scapegrace. Tramp through the country with your beggar then, herd with strange women and with outcast men, and cook your pot with fortune-telling crones under a bridge mayhap, upon 3 stones. Go, gypsy, you are free, the mother said, nor stayed Ramoun her pitiless tirade, though his eye like a taper burned. But now the lightning flashed under his shaggy brow, and his wrath brake, all barriers overbearing, like swollen torrent down a mountain tearing. Your mother's right, he said. Go, travel yonder, and take the tempest with you where you wander. Nay, but you shall not. Here you shall remain, though I should bind you with an iron chain, or hold like a rebellious Jumat, look, dragged by the nostrils with an iron hook. Yea, though you pine with sickly melancholy, till from your cheeks the roses perish wholly, or fade as snow fades when the sun is hot on the hillsides in spring, go shall you not. And mark, Mirèio, sure as the hearth's ashes rest on that brick, and sure as the Rhone dashes above its banks when it is overfull, and sure as that's a lamp, and here I rule, you'll see him never more. The table leapt beneath his fist. Mirèio only wept, her heavy tears like dew on smallage rain, or grapes all ripe before a hurricane. And who, resumed the old man, blind with rage, curse it? I say, who, Ambroy, will engage thou didst not with the younger ruffian plot this vile abduction, yonder in thy cot. Then Ambroy also sprang infuriate. Good God, he cried, we are of low estate, but let me tell you that our hearts are high. No shame, no stain, is honest poverty. I've served my country 40 years or more on shipboard, and I know the cannons raw, so young that I could scarce a boat hook swing, when on my first cruise I went wandering. I've seen Melinda's empire far away, and with Suffren have haunted India, and done my duty over all the world in the great wars, where our flag unfurled that southern chief who passed his conquering hand with one red sweep from Spain to Russian land, and at whose drumbeat every clime was quaking like aspen tree before the tempest shaking, horrors of boarding, shipwreck's agonies. These have I known, and darker things than these, days than the sea more bitter. Being poor, no bit of motherland might I secure. Scorned of the rich, I might not dress the sward, but suffer 40 years without reward. We ate dog's food, on the hearth-rust we lay, weary of life we rushed into the fray, and so upbore the glorious name of France. But no one holds it in remembrance. His caddy's cloak upon the ground he threw, and spake no more. What great thing wilt thou do? Asked Ramoun, and his tone was full of scorn. I, too, have heard the cannon thunder borne along the valley of Toulon, have seen the bridge of Acol stormed, and I have been in Egypt when her sands were red with gore. But we, like men, when those great wars were returning, fiercely fell upon the soil, and dried our very marrow up with toil. The day began long ere the eastern glow, the rising moon surprised us at the hoe. They say the earth is generous. It is true, but like a nut tree, naught she gives to you unless well beaten. And if all were known, each clod of landed ease thus hardly won, he who should number them would also know the sweat drops that have fallen from my brow. And must I, by Anne of Apt, be still? Like satta toil, of siftings eat my fill, that all the homestead may grow wealthy, and myself before the world with honour stand, yet go and give my daughter to a tramp, a vagabond, a straw-loft sleeping scamp. God's thunder strike you and your dog, begone? But I, the master said, will keep my swan. These were his last rough words, and steadily Ambroy arose, and his cloak lifted he, and only rested on his staff to say, Adieu, mayst thou not regret this day. And may the good God and his angels guide the orange-laden bark across the tide. Then, as he passed into the falling night, from the branch-heap arose a ruddy light, and one long tongue of flame the wanderer sees, curled like a hawn by the careering breeze. And round it reapers dancing blithesomely, with pulsing feet, and haughty heads and free thrown back, and faces by the bonfire lit, loud crackling as the night wind fanneth it. The sound of coals that to the brazier fall blends with the fife notes fine but musical, and merry as the song of the hedge sparrow. Ah, but it thrills the old earth to her marrow when thou dost visit her, beloved St. John. The sparks went whirling upward and hummed on the tabor gravely and incessantly, like the low surging of a tranquil sea. Then did the dusky troop their sickle wave, and 3 great leaps athwart the flame they gave, and cloves of odorous garlic from a string upon the glowing embers they did fling, and holy herb and John's wat bare anig, and these were purified and blessed thereby. Then, Hail St. John! Thrice rose a deafening shout, and hills and plain, illumined round about, sparkled as though the dark were showering stars. And sure the saint, above the heaven's blue bars, the breath of all this incense doth inhale, wafted aloft by the unconscious gale. Canto Roman 8. La crow the rage of the mighty lioness who shall restrain? She came to her den, and she found it bare. A Moorish huntsman had entered there. The huntsman came, and the whelp is gone. Away through the canebrake they have flown, galloping far at a headlong pace. To follow vain? She raws a while in her deep despite, then rises and causes, lank and light, over the hills of Barbary. As a maid bereft of her love is she. Mirèio lay upon her little bed, clasping in both her hands her burning head. Dim was the chamber, for the stars alone saw the maid weep and heard her piteous moan. Help, Mother Mary, in my sore distress. Oh, cruel fate! Oh, Father pitiless! Who tread me under foot? Could you but see my heart's mad tumult, you would pity me? You used to call me darling long ago, and now you bend me to the yoke as though I were a vicious colt that you were fain to break. Why does the sea not flood this plain? I would the wealthy lands that make me weep were hid for evermore in the great deep. Ah, had I in a serpent's hole been born, of some poor vagrant I were less fall on. For then if any lad, my Vincent even, had asked my hand, mayhap it had been given. Oh Vincent, who so handsome and true, if only they would let me go to you, I'd cling as clings the tender ivy vine unto the oak. I would not ever pine for food, but life in your caresses find, and drink at wayside pools with happy mind. So on her pallet the sweet maid lay sobbing, fire in her heart and every vein a-throbbing, and all the happy time remembering. Oh, calm and happy, of her love's fair spring, until a word in Vincent's very tone comes to her memory. "'Twas you, my own, 'twas you," she cried, came one day to the farm and said, "If ever thou dost come to harm, if any lizard, wolf, or poisonous snake ever should wound thee with its fang, betake thyself forthwith to the most holy saints, who cure all ills and hearken all complaints. And sure I am in trouble now," she said, "therefore will go, and come back comforted." Then lightly from her white cot glided she, and straightway opened, with a shining key, the wardrobe where her own possessions lay. It was of walnut wood, and carven gay. Here were her childhood's little treasures all. Here sacredly she kept the coronal wand at her first communion, and thereby a faded sprig of lavender and dry, and a wax taper almost burned as well, once blessed, the distant thunder to dispel. A smart red petticoat she first prepares, which she herself had quilted into squares, of needlework a very masterpiece, and round her slender waist she fastens this, and over it another, finer one she draws, and next doth a black bodice don, and fasten firmly with a pin of gold. On her white shoulders, her long hair unrolled, curling, and loose like a dark garment, lay, which, gathering up, she swiftly coils away under a cap of fine, transparent lace, then decks the veiled tresses with all grace, thrice with a ribbon blue encircling them, the fair young brows Elysian diadem. Lastly, she adds an apron to the rest, and folds a muslin kerchief on her breast. In her dire haste, alone, the child forgat the shallow-crowned, broad-brimmed Provençal hat, that might have screened her from the mottle heat. But so arrayed, crept forth on soundless feet adown the wooden staircase, in her hand her shoes, undid the heavy dawbar, and her soul unto the watchful saints commended, as away like a wind of night she wended. It was the hour when constellations keep their friendly watch all followers of the deep. The eye of St. John's eagle flashed afar, as it alighted on a burning star, one of the 3 where the evangelist hath his alternate dwelling. Cloud nor mist defaced the dark serene of starlit sky, but the great chariot of souls went by on winged wheels along the heavenly road, bearing away from earth its blessed load. Far up the shining steeps of paradise, the circling hills behold it as it flies. Mirèio hasted no less anxiously than Magalhaeno 74 in the days gone by, who searched the wood with sad, inquiring glance for her lost lover, pair of Provence, when cruel waves devossed him from her side, and left her lone and wretched. Soon espied the maid, upon the boundary of the lea, folds where her sire's own shepherds could she see already milking. Some the sheep compelled, against the pen side by the muzzle held, to suckle quietly their tawny lambs. Always arose the bleat of certain dams, while other childless ones the shepherd's guide toward the milker. On a stone astride, mute as the very night sits he, and dim, while pressed from swollen udders a long stream of warm fine milk into the pail goes leaping, the white froth high about its border creeping. The sheep-dogs all in tranquil slumber lay. The fine, large dogs, as white as lilies they, stretched round the enclosure, muzzles deep in time. And peace was everywhere, and summer clime, and all the balmy country, far and near, brooded a heaven full of stars and clear. So in the stillness doth Mirèio dash along the hurdles, like a lightning flash, lifting a wailing cry that never varies. Will none go with me to the Holy Marys, of all the shepherds? They and the sheep hear it, and see the maiden flitting like a spirit, and huddle up and bow their heads, as though smit by a sudden gale. The farm dogs know her voice, but never stir her flight to stay. And now is she already far away, threads the dwarf folks, and like a partridge rushes over the holly and the camphire bushes, her feet scarce touching earth. And now she passes curlews in flocks asleep amid the grasses under the oaks, who, roused from slumber soft, arise in haste, and wing their flight aloft over the sad and barren plain, and all together, curly, 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 call, until the dawn, with her dew-glittering tresses, from mountain-top to level slow progresses, sweetly saluted by the tufted lark, soaring and singing o'er the caverns dark in the great hills, whose pinnacles each one appear to sway before the rising sun. Then was revealed La Crow, the bare, the waste, the rough with stones, the ancient and the vast, whose proud old giants, if the tale be true, once dreamed, poor fools, the Almighty to subdue with but a ladder and their shoulders brave. But he them whelmed in a destroying wave. Already had the rebels dispossessed the Mount of Victory 75 of his tall crest, lifted with lava from its place, and sure they would have helped it high upon Ventua, as they had piled the rugged escarpment they from the Alpine range had earlier rent. But God his hand extended o'er the plain, the northwest wind, thunder, and hurricane he loosed, and these arose like eagles three from mountain clefts and caverns and the sea, wrapped in thick fog, with fury terrible, and on the marble pile together fell. Then were the rude colossi overthrown, and a dense covering of pudding stones spread all La Crow, the desolate, the vast, the mute, the bare to every stormy blast, who wears the hideous garment to this day. Meanwhile Mirèio farther speeds away from the homelands, while the sun's ardent glare makes visible all round the shimmering air, and shrill cicalas, grilling in the grass, beat madly evermore their tiny brass. Nor tree for shade was there, nor any beast, the many flocks that in the winter feast. On the short, savory grasses of the moor had climbed the Alps, where airs are cool and pure, and pastures fadeless. Yet the maid doth fly under the pouring fire of a June sky, fly, fly, like lightning. Lizards large and grey peep from their holes, and to each other say, she must be mad who thus the shingle clears, under a heat that sets the junipers 76 a-dancing on the hills, on Crow, the sands. The praying manse 77 lift beseeching hands, return, return, O pilgrim, murmuring, for God hath opened many a crystal spring, and shady trees hath planted, so the rose to save upon your cheeks. Why, then, expose your brow to the unpitying summer heat? Vainly as well the butterflies entreat. For her the wings of love, the wind of faith, bear on together, as the tempest's breath white gulls astray over the briny plains of Aguimado. Utter sadness reigns in scattered sheepcots of their tenants left, and overrun with salicon. Bereft in the hot desert, seemed the maid to wake, and see naw spring naw pool her thirst to slake, and slightly shuddered. Great Saint Gent, 78 she cried, O hermit of the Bosset mountain side, O fair young labourer, who to thy plough didst harness the fierce mountain wolf ere now, and in the flinty rock, recluse divine, didst open springs of water and of wine, and so revive thy mother, perishing of heat, like me when they were slumbering. Thou didst forsake thy household, and didst fare alone with God through mountain passes, where thy mother found thee. For me, too, dear saint, open a spring, for I am very faint, and my feet by the hot stones blistered. Then, in high heaven, heard what Mirèio said the good Saint Gent, and soon she doth discover a well far off, with a bright stone laid over, and like a martin through a shower of rain, speeds through the flaming sun rays, this to gain. The well was old, with ivy overrun, a watering place for flocks, and from the sun scarce by it sheltered sat a little boy, with basket full of small white snails for toy. With his brown hands he one by one withdrew them, the tiny harvest snails, and then sang to them. Snaily, snaily, little nun, come out of the cell, come into the sun. Show me your Hans without delay, or I'll tear your convent walls away. Then the fair maid of Crow, when she had dipped her burning lips into the pail, and sipped, quickly upraised a lovely, rosy face, and, little one, what dost thou here? She says, a pause. Pick snailies from the stones and grass. Thou hast guessed right. The urchin's answer was, here in my basket have I see how many nuns harvest snails, and these 79 as good as any. And thou dost eat them? Nay, not I, replied he, but mother carries them to All's on Friday and sells them, and brings back nice, tender bread. Thou wilt have been to All's? Never, she said. What, never been to All's? But I've been there. Ah, poor young lady, couldst thou see how fair and large a city that same All's is grown? She covers all the 7 mouths of the Rhone. Upon the islands of the great salt mere her cattle graze, wild hosses doth she rear. And in one summer, corn enough doth grow to feed her 7 full years, if need were so. She's fishermen who fish on every sea, seamen who front the storms right valiantly of distant waters. Thus with pretty pride the boy his sunny country glorified, in golden speech. Her blue and heaving ocean, her Montmaja, that keeps the mills in motion. These with soft olives ever feeding fully, her bittens in the marshes booming dully. One thing alone, thou lovely, dusky town, the child forgat, of all thy charms the crown. He said not, fruitful Alls, that thy fine air gives to thy daughters beauty rich and rare, as grapes to autumn, or as wings to bird, or fragrance to the hillsides. Him had heard the country maiden sadly, absently. But now, bright boy, wilt thou not go with me? She said, for ere the frogs croak in the willow, my foot must planted be beyond the billow. Come with me? I must o'er the Rhone be rowed and left there in the keeping of my God. Now then, the urchin cried, thou poor dear lady, thou art in luck, for we are fishes, said he, and thou shalt sleep under our tent this night, pitched in the shadow of the poplars white, so keeping all thy pretty clothing on, and father, with the earliest ray of dawn, in our own little boat will put thee awe. But she, do not detain me, I implore, I am yet strong enough this night to wander. Now God forbid, was the lad's prompt rejoinder. Wouldst thou see then the crowd of sorry shapes from the Troudel a Capo that escapes? For if they meet thee, be thou sure of this, they'll drag thee with them into the abyss. Troudel a Capo, what may that be, pray? I'll tell thee, lady, as we pick our way over the stones. And forthwith he began, once was a treading flaw that overran with wealth of sheaves. Tomorrow, on thy ways, thou'lt pass upon the riverside the place. Trod by a circle of Camogan steeds, the tall sheaves have been yielding up their seeds to the incessant hoofs, a month or more. No pause, no rest, and, on the treading flaw, dusty and winding, still the eye perceives a very mountain of untrodden sheaves. Also, the weather was so fiercely hot, the flaw would burn like fire. And rested not the wooden fox that more sheaves yet supplied, while at the hosses' muzzles there were shied clusters of bearded ears unceasingly. They flew as arrows from the crossbow fly. And on St. Peter's Day, and on St. Charles rang, and rang vainly, all the bells of All's. There was no Sunday and no holiday for the unhappy hosses, but alway the heavy tramp around the weary road, alway the pricking of the keeper's goad, alway the otters issued huskily, as in the fiery whirlwind still stood he. The greedy master of the treaders white had even muzzled them in his despite. And when Our Lady's 80 day in August came, the coupled beasts were treading, all the same, the piled sheaves, foam-drenched. Their livers clung fast to their ribs and their jaws drivelling hung, when suddenly an icy northern gale swept the flaw, and God's blasphemers pale. It quakes, it pots, on a black cauldron's brink now stand they, and their eyes with horror sink. Then the sheaves whirl with fury terrible. Pitchforkers, keepers aids as well struggle to save them, but they naught can do. The van goats and the millstones too, hosses and drivers, treading flaw and master are swallowed up in one immense disaster. You make me shudder? Poor Mirèio said. Ah, but that is not all, my pretty maid. Thou thinkest me a little mad. Maybe, but on the morrow thou the spot wilt see, and cop and tench in the blue water playing, and in the reeds, mosh blackbirds roundelaying. But on Our Lady's Day, when mounts again the fire-crowned sun to the meridian, lay thee down softly, ear to earth, said he. And I, watch, and presently thou'lt see the gulf, at first so limpid, will begin to darken with the shadow of the sin. And slowly up from the unquiet deep a murmuring sound, like buzzing flies, will creep, and then a tinkling, as of tiny bells, that soon into an awful uproar swells among the waterweeds. Like human voices inside an amphora the fearsome noise is. And then it is the trot of wasted hosses painfully tramping round their weary cosses upon a hard, dry surface, evermore echoing like a summer threshing flaw, whom drives a brutal keeper, nothing loth, and hurries them with insult and with oath. But when the holy sun is sinking low, the blasphemies turn hoarse and faint to grow. The tinkling dies among the weeds. Far off, the limping, sorry steed is heard to cough, and on the top of the tall reeds swinging, once more the blackbirds begin sweetly singing. So, full of chat, and with his basket laden, travelled the little man before the maiden, while the descending sun with rose invests the great blue ramparts and the golden crests of the hill range, peaceful and pure and high, blending its outline with the evening sky. Seemed the great orb, as he withdrew in splendor, God's peace unto the marshes to surrender, and to the great lake, 81 and the olives grey of the Volungo, and the Rhone away there in the distance, and the reapers weary, who now unbend and quaff the sea air cheery. Till the boy cries that far away he sees the home tent's canvas fluttering in the breeze. And the white poplar, dear maid, seest thou? And brother Knot, who climbs it even now? He's there after cicalas, be thou sure, ought to spy me returning o'er the moor. Ah, now he sees us. And my sister Zito, who helped him with her shoulder, turns this way too, and seems to tell my mother that she may put on the Bouillabaisse 82 without delay. And mother also, I can see her leaning over the boat, and the fresh fish gleaning. Then, as the two made haste with one accord to mount the dike, the lusty fisher rod, now this is charming. Look this way, my wife. Our little Andrelaun, upon my life, will be the prince of fishes one day, said he, for he has caught the queen of eels already. Canto Roman 9. The muster all sorrowfully droop the lotus trees, and hot sick to their hives withdraw the bees, forgetful of the heath with savory sweet, and with milk thistle. Water lilies greet kingfishers blue that to the vivary high, and have you seen Mirèio? Is their cry, while Ramoun and his wife by the fireside are sitting, lost in grief and swollen-eyed, and at their hearts the bitterness of death. Doubtless, they said, her reason wandereth. Oh, what a mad and wretched maid it is! Oh, what a heavy, cruel downfall this! Oh, dire disgrace, our beauty and our hope so with the lost of trampers to elope, fled with a gypsy? And who shall discover the secret hole of this kidnapping lover, where he the shameless one concealed hath? And as they spake, they knit their brows in wrath. Now came the cupbearer with ass and pannier, and from the threshold, in his wonted manner, "Good morrow, Jane. I'm come," he said, "to seek the labourer's lunch." 83 and Ramoun could but wreak his anguish on him. "Go, you cursed churl. I'm as a cock-tree balked without my girl. Yet hark ye, cupbearer, upon your track across the fields like lightning go you back, and bid the ploughmen and the mowers all quit ploughs and scythes, the harvesters let fall their sickles, and their shepherds too," said he. "Forsake their flocks and instant come to me." Then, fleeter than a goat, the faithful man o'er stony fallow and red clover ran, threaded home oaks 84 on long declivities, leaped o'er the roads along the base of these, and now already scents the sweet perfume of new-mown hay, and the blue-tufted bloom of tall loosened disgrays. And presently the measured sweep of the long scythes hears he, and lusty mowers bending in a row beholds, and grass by the keen steel laid low in verdant swaths, ever a pleasant sight, and children and young maidens, with delight raking the hay and in cocks piling it, while crickets, that before the mowers flit, hark to their singing. Also, farther on, an ash-wood cart by 2 white oxen drawn, where a deft cartman piles the well-cured grass by armfuls high and higher, till the mass rises about his loins and so conceals the rails, the cart-beam, and the very wheels. And when the cart moves on, with the hay trailing, it seems like some unwieldy vessel sailing. But now the cartman rises and descries the runner, and "Hold, men, there's trouble?" cries, and all his aides, who in great forkfuls carry to him the hay, do for a moment tarry, and wipe their streaming brows, and mowers rest the scythe back carefully upon the breast, and wet the edge, as they the plain explore that Phoebus wings his burning arrows awe. Began the rustic messenger straightway. "Hear, men, what our good master bade me say? Cupbearer, was his word, upon your track across the fields like lightning go you back, and bid the ploughmen and the mowers all quit ploughs and scythes, the harvesters let fall their sickles, and the shepherds hastily forsake their flocks, and hither come to me." Then, fleeter than a goat, the faithful man o'er the rich, matter-growing 85 hillocks ran, Alden's bequest, and saw on every hand the gold of perfect ripeness tinge the land, and century-starred fields, and ploughmen bent above their ploughs and on their mules intent, and earth, awakened from her winter sleep, and shapeless clods upturned from furrows deep, and wagtails frisking awe, and yet again, "Hearken to what our master saith, good men." Cupbearer, was his word, upon your track across the fields like lightning go you back, and bid the ploughmen and the mowers all quit ploughs and scythes, the harvesters let fall their sickles, and the shepherds hastily forsake their flocks, and hither come to me. Then the stout runner, fleeter than the goats, dashed through the pieces waving with wild oats. Fosses all leaped with meadow flowers bright, and in great yellow wheat fields passed from sight, where reapers forty, sickle each in hand, like a devouring fire fall on the land, and strip her mantle rich and odorous from off her breast, and ever gaining thus as wolves upon their prey, rob, hour by hour, earth of her gold, and summer of her flower, while in the wake of each, in odded line, falls the loose grain, like tendrils of the vine. And the sheaf-binders, ever on the watch, the dropping wheat in handfuls deftly catch, and underneath the arm the same bestow until, so gathering, they have eno. When pressing with the knee, they tightly bind, and lastly fling the perfect sheaf behind. Twinkle the sickles keen like swarming bees, a laughing ripple upon sunny seas where flounders are at play. Erect and tall, with rough beards blent, in heaps pyramidal, the sheaves by hundreds rise. The plain afar shows like a tented camp in days of war, even like that which once arose upon our own Beaucaire, in days how long withdrawn, when came a host of terrible invaders, the great Simon, and all the French crusaders, led by a legate, and in fierce advance Count Raymond slaughtered and laid waste Provence. And here, with gleanings falling from her fingers, full many a merry gleaner strays and lingers, or in the warm lee of the stacks of corn, amid the canes, 86 drops languidly, awed by some long look, that Anne bewilders her, because love also is a harvester. And yet again the master's word, go back like lightning, cup-bearer, upon your track, and bid the ploughmen and the mowers all quit ploughs and scythes, the harvesters let fall their sickles, and the shepherds instantly forsake their flocks, and hither come to me. Then, fleeter than a goat sped on his way the faithful soul, straight through the olives grey, on, like a northeastern gale descending upon the vineyards, and the branches rending, until away in crow, the waste, the lonely, behold him, where the partridge whirreth only. And still remote, discovers he the flocks tranquilly lying under the dwarf oaks, and the chief shepherd, with his helpers young, for noontide rest about the heather flung, and little wagtails hopping at their ease are sheep that ruminate unmoved by these. And slowly, slowly sailing o'er the sea diaphanous vapors, light and white, sees he, and deems that up in heaven some fair saint, gliding too near the sun, is stricken faint on the aerial heights, and hath let fall her convent veil. And still the heralds call, hark, shepherds, to the master's word, go back like lightning, cup-bearer, upon your track, and bid the ploughmen and the mowers all quit ploughs and scythes, the reapers too let fall their sickles, and the shepherds instantly forsake their flocks, and hither come to me. Then the scythes rested and the ploughs were stayed, the 40 Highland reapers each his blade let fall, and rushed as bees on new-found wings forsake the hive, begin their wanderings, and by the din of clanging cymbals led, gather them to a pine. So also fled the labourers one and all, the waggoners and they who tended them, the rick-builders, gleaners, and shepherds, and of sheaves the heapers, binders of sheaves, rakers, mowers, and reapers, mustered them at the homestead. There, hot-saw and silent, on the grass-grown treading floor, the master and his wife sat down to bide the coming of the hands, who, as they hied thither, much marvelled at the strange behest so calling them from toil, and who addressed these words unto old Ramoun, drawing near, Thou sentest for us, master, we are here. Then Ramoun raised his head and thus replied, The great storm always comes at harvest tide. However well advised, as we advance we must, poor souls, all stumble on mischance. I cannot say it plainer. Friends, I pray, let each tell what he knows without delay. Laurent de Gout came forward first. Now he had failed no single year since infancy his quivered sickle from the hills to bring down into alls when ears were yellowing. Brown as a church stone, he, with weather stain, or ancient ruck the sea waves charge in vain. The sun might scotch, the northwest wind might raw, but this old king of reapers evermore was first at work. And now with him there came 7 rough and stalwart boys who bore his name. Him with one voice the harvesters did make their chief, and justly. Therefore thus he spake, If it be true that, when the dawning sky is ruddy, there is rain or snow close by, then what I saw this very morn, my master, presageth surely sorrow and disaster. So may God stay the earthquake. But as night fled westward, followed by the early light, and wet with dew as ever, I the men first summoned briskly to their toil again, and then myself, my sleeves uprolling gaily, bent me to mine own task, as I do daily, but at the first stroke wounded thus my hand, a thing which hath not happened, understand, for 30 years. His fingers then he showed, and the deep gash, wherefrom the blood yet flowed. Then groaned, more piteously than before, Mirèio's parents, while a lusty mower, one Jan Bouquet, a knight of La Tarasque from Tarascon, a hearing rose to ask. A rough lad he, yet kind and comely too. None with such grace in Condamino through the pike and flag, and never merrier fellow sang Lagadigadu's Ritornello 87 about the gloomy streets of Tarascon, when once a year they ring with shout and song, and brighten up with dances and are blithe. He might have been a master of the scythe, could he have held the straight, laborious path. But when the fete days came, farewell the swath and welcome revels underneath the trees, and orgies in the vaulted hostelries, and bull-baitings, and never-ending dances. A very roisterer he who now advances, with, as we master in long sweeps were mowing, I hailed a nest of francolines, just showing under a tuft of tares, and as I bent over the pendant grass, with the intent to count the fluttering things, what do I see but horrible red ants, oh misery? In full possession of the nest and young, 3 were then dead. The rest, with vermin stung, their little heads out of the nest extended, as though, poor things, they cried to be defended. But a great cloud of ants, more venomous than nettles, greedy, eager, furious, them were overwhelming even then. And I, leaning upon my scythe right pensively, could hear, far off, the mother agonize over their cruel fate with piteous cries. This tale of woe, following upon the other, is a lance thrust to father and to mother. The worst foreboding seemeth justified. Then, as a tempest in the hot June tide, gathering silently, ascends the air, the weather darkening ever, till the glare of lightning shows in the northeast, and loud peal follows peal, another left the crowd, one Lumarin. It was a name renowned in all the farms when winter eves came round, and laborers, chatting while the mules were stalled and pulling loosen from the rack, recalled what things befell when first this man was hired, until the lights for lack of oil expired. Seed time it was, and every other man was opening up his furrow save Marin, who, hanging back, eyed Colta tackle share, as he the like had seen not anywhere, till the chief ploughman spake. Here is a lout to plough for hire. Why, a hog with his snout I wager would work better. I will take thy bet, said Lumarin, and be the stake 3 golden louis, either thou or I, master, that some will forfeit presently. Let blow the trumpet. Then the ploughmen twain in 2 unswerving lines upturn the plain, making for the chosen goal, 2 poplars high. The sun rays gild the ridges equally, and all the laborers call out, well done. Thy furrow, chieftain, is a noble one. Yet, sooth to say, so straight the other is, one might an arrow shoot the length of this. And Lumarin was winner, he who here before the baffled council doth appear, all pale, his bitter evidence to bear. Comrades, as I was whistling at my share, not long ago, methought the land was rough and we would stretch the day to finish off, when lo, my beasts with fear began to quake, bristled their hairy sides, their ears lay back. They stopped, and with dazed eyes, I saw all round the field herbs fade and wither to the ground. I touch my pair. Beato sadly eyes his master, but stirs not. Fallet applies his nostril to the furrow. Then I lash their shins, and all in terror off they dash, so that the ashwood beam, the beam, I say, is rent, and yoke and tackle borne away. Then grew I pale, and all my breath was gone, and, seized as with a strong convulsion, I ground my jaws. A dreadful shudder grew upon me, and my hair upraised, I knew, as thistledown is raised by the wind's breath, but the wind sweeping over me was death. Mother of God, Mirèio's mother cried in Tacha, do thou in thy mantle hide mine own sweet child. And on her knees she dropped with lifted eyes and parted lips, yet stopped ere any word was spoken, for she saw Anteum, shepherd chief, and Milka draw hurriedly toward them. And why, he was panting, was she the juniper's untimely haunting? Then, the ring entering, his tale he told. This morn, as we were milking in the fold, so early that above the bare plain showed the sky yet hobnailed with the stars of God, a soul, a shadow, or a spectre swept across the way. The dogs all silence kept, as if afraid, and the sheep huddled close. Thought I, who scarce have time, as master knows, ever an ave in the church to offer, speak, soul, if thou art blessed, if not, go suffer. Then came a voice I knew, it never varies, will none go with me to the Holy Marys of all the shepherds. Ere the word was said, afar over the plain the voice had fled. Wilt thou believe it, master? It was she, Mirèio, cried the people. Can it be? It was herself? The shepherd chief replied. I saw her in the starlight past me glide, not surely as she was in other days, but lifting up a wan, affrighted face, whereby she was a living soul, I knew, and stung by some exquisite anguish too. At this dread word the laborers groan and wring each other's horny palms. But who will bring? The stricken mother began wildly shrieking. Me to the saints, my bird I must be seeking. my partridge of the stony field, she said, I must take wherever she has fled. And if the aunts attack her, then these teeth shall grind them and their hill. If greedy death dare touch my darling rudely, then will I break his old, rusty scythe, and she shall fly away across the jungle. Crying thus, John Mirèio fled delirious back to the home, while Ramon Otta gave, Cotman, set up the cot tilt, wet the nave, and oil the axle, and without delay Hannes Marito .88 we go far today, and it is late. The mother in despair mounted the cot, and ma the air resounded with the transports of her woe. O pretty dear! O wilderness of crow! O endless, briny plains! O dreadful sun, be kind, I pray you, to the fainting one. But for her, the accursed witch Tavan, who lured my darling into her foul den, and pawed before her, as I know right well, her philters and her potions horrible, and made her drink. Now may the demons all who lured St. Antony upon her fall, and drag her body o'er the rocks of box. As the unhappy soul lamented so, her tones were smothered by the cot's rude shaking, and the farm laborers, a last look taking to see if none were coming o'er the plain, turned slowly, sadly, to their toil again, while swarms of gnats, the idle, happy things, filled the green walks with sound of humming wings.